Rashi, Ramban, others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Avraham ben HaRambam, right, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like, wow, isn't it so interesting? He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Ha'emek Davar and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who's just brilliant and brought into here, Rabbi Avraham Kotler, 20th century thinkers, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together, and Nechama Leibowitz. And, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Torah. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this. It's really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. And then the book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because of course you're going to read it from both sides, with the center section, which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Miketz, and I have to say they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Koren writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They addressed a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything, and it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of Humashim. And it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now. But the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's huge return on investment, in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the 3 levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So it's Sunday morning as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon, I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read through in case when I got this set. And this morning, I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Koran Mikra Torah. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkably creative work. And thank you, Matthew Miller, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your learning. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now, and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research he wrote a very serviceable 1-volume history, good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history. Let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate what it means for our current moment. So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize for those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This would be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page with this. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. In the next section, I'm going to take you through some maps to say, well, which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century, after having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population. They decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestina. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Philistine. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well, who would call themselves Palestinian Jews. I know that sounds strange today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper. Its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not have the strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So that's Palestinian. Israeli. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. And approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinian. This is just an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Druze, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish. But about half of the world's Jews are not Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews, in other words. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionist and support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region which has been called Palestine varies significantly over the space of the last 2 millennia. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic land. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between 2 administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic, Philistine, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Philistine, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Palestine, which has the slogan "Min il Nahar il Bahar," from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying "Min il Nahar il Bahar," you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel. There's only space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be free, meaning free of Jews, Yudnuraim, which is why many Jews find this deeply offensive. So, in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this planned series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. At the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based on the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews, and Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with two of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. Two of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and we said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair and she went off to do something else. And in that time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there. And that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first versus you left and then I took it. The fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because, to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed, as it were, for the land of Israel for Jews is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah stele shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to a people called Israel living here. But the counter-argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as you see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period, and specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate, the 19th century, to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in the chair is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that there was always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having a look at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that they started to provide more, reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Druze who were included in the survey amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov, house of Jacob, let us arise and go, meaning go to the land of Israel and colonize it there in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster here, these are some English language posters, help him build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster. At the bottom, it's written in Yiddish, help him boy in Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation being born on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, has kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews, of course the green column are the Muslims, there's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living in the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration, and the Jewish increase has also been marked. By 1946, even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses at some length. Basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are, having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engaged in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region between them. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour. This is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50-odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object.
It's like these fucking engineers never met a real person. They're like, oh, stream like Twitch GUI.
Like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Meaning, the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the one hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned in the brother, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews, and occasionally Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that go throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920.
Why GitHub was like, you know what, guys, we could make it really easy.
The British right away, they're very good at establishing,
or we could be like, you need to download 60 fucking things using PowerShell.
Under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section. This is from chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well.
I know this
the
is
problem
English,
of Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general, and of the specific mandate in particular, implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring in Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Peel Report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There was a lot more employment, there was a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. An irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in another lecture. The Peel Report had an appendix which laid out a map, a very controversial map here, that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way the populations had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. And there's also that kind of like, it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone, allowing for access to the holy sites in Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be an Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate and the mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again once. The British, again, are very good at establishing commissions, and he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations, because look at the time we're talking about. It's the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism is ramping up in Europe under Hitler. And of course, World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the white paper came out. And immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the era put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. You know, the entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. And here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181, that divides the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish. There are 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes. And the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by these little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be, like the Peel report, some kind of international zone. The history after this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed and before the British could leave, there was already violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like we mentioned earlier with the cycle of violence, one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that, families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities. Even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the rumor mill is something that will strike fear in the heart of a family and would cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into more details as to what specific events, Deir Yassin and others, that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in the 1947 partition plan. But after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. And it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things. But I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half century in this very complex topic, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 through the Oslo Accords of 1993. I've subtitled this Towards the Two-State Solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will help to provide some background to understanding what we are to make of the current crisis today. History and her fraternal twin sister memory are closely interrelated. History affects memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, just tell me what exactly happened and when. We don't realize that every time we tell something about history, we tell it from a particular perspective. If you consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection witnessing a traffic accident, they'll both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated as that accident happens. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple fender bender, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we were standing and what kind of perspective we have. In this context, let me share a little bit about my own background and how I come to this history, and then specifically the sources that I have been researching specifically for this video. So I was born, obviously, to a Jewish family in the 1960s in Canada, and I was raised on a fairly steady diet of what we might call the heroic school of Israeli historiography, which basically presents materials in a way that describes the struggle of the young Israeli nation in a very positive light, obviously, and displays the behavior of the enemies of the state of Israel in a very negative light. To be understood, it's a national historiography that aims to create an affinity for the state of Israel, for the ideals of Zionism, and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, and specifically as people go back to the archival sources and revisit more details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be reevaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that heroic school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material significantly. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done by Professor Benny Morris of Ben Gurion University. He is a member of what's sometimes called the New Historian School in Israel that has basically done the hard work of going back to the archives and asking some of the very difficult questions about those controversial elements that we'll look at briefly in this video. His recent book, Righteous Victims, A History of the Zionist-Arab Conflict, 1881 to 2001, is sometimes very difficult reading, and there are definitely some elements there that I can see would provoke controversy. I've also relied, obviously, on a Palestinian perspective. Professor Rashid Khalidi from Columbia University, who is the author of The 100 Years' War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance, 1917 to 2017. And his perspective, like Professor Morris's, is definitely partisan. But what I think is very useful about both of them is that despite their very deeply involved and cherished beliefs about the nature of the trajectory of this conflict, they are both very quite self-critical and are willing to look at their own movements and to determine what went wrong within Zionism or within the Palestinian movement. And so with those caveats, let me present to you how I see the major developments of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict so we can have a better handle on understanding what's happening, hopefully make some progress towards a rational dialogue and at some point a lasting peace. For the Israelis and Palestinians, the original sin was certainly the period that Palestinians call the Nakba and Israelis call the War of Independence. The Nakba, or catastrophe, refers to the forced displacement of a large number, something like 700,000 plus refugees, Arab refugees, Palestinian refugees, from what would be later Israeli territory and moving them off into various refugee camps and into diaspora. The way in which the heroic historiography of Israel portrays this, it's more like a voluntary flight, sometimes with more venal motivations, but a closer look at the archival records indicate that while there was no organized plan to displace these refugees, it was definitely something which was not unwelcome to the young state for reasons that I think should be obvious. If you have a look at this map here, this is from Professor Morris's book. You can see the hatched lines represent the territory held by Israel on May 15th, 1948, which is when they declared independence. It is smaller than the territory that was allotted to them by the 1947 partition plan, but this is where they actually existed in the land Israel with some control at the time. They were then invaded by several armies, by Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and by Syria. And amazingly, they were able to hold them off. And not only that, to actually expand the territory a little bit. Now, it is a remarkable military achievement. As Professor Kramer put it in her last book, though, it's not exactly a David versus Goliath kind of battle. It's more like David versus many Davids, because the Arab armies suffered from a lot of deficiencies. But if you look at the challenges that the young Israeli state faced, particularly looking at that small strip of land extending from the coast to Jerusalem, this is a very indefensible kind of territory. And so this Plan Dalet, which was especially focused on consolidating territories and roadways in particular to be able to access important Jewish settlements, was crucial. Beginning from the date that the Israelis declared statehood to the period when the British actually evacuated and then the full-on war, there are a lot of hostilities which occasionally involved some horrific atrocities, such as that of Deir Yassin, which spread fear throughout the Palestinian population that the Israelis would be attacking them. And they could point to a few examples where, in fact, that had happened. And for the Haganah, the proto-army of the State of Israel, later transformed into the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, they had no reason to stop Arabs from fleeing because they saw that as the Palestinians left their homes, they were freeing up more territory to allow them to achieve their objectives of securing the roads and a more defensible set of borders. Now, what that means for the displaced Palestinians is that many of them, hundreds of thousands, were displaced into camps. And as you can see from this map, refugee camps were set up throughout the region in the Gaza Strip, in neighboring Jordan, which, of course, from 1949 to 1967 also controlled the West Bank, in Syria, and in Lebanon. In terms of the numbers, looking at it from the early 21st century, there were about 5.5 million people who were registered with the United Nations as being refugees or descendants of refugees. Those are the children, obviously, of the original 700,000 odd refugees. And about 1.5 million of them are still in the camps. About 370,000 in Jordan, 200,000 in the West Bank, 100,000 in Syria, 200,000 in Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is worthy of note that most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in a Palestinian diaspora, but still that massive number of 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region is deeply troubling, and of course is a constant reminder of how important this problem is and how it must be solved. By 1949, the armistice lines had created something which would later be known as the Green Line, the borders of Israel, even if the states surrounding it did not recognize its official existence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, from Egypt in particular, and there were conflicts like the 1956 Sinai War, very relevant for many other reasons, but I want to focus on the 1967 Six-Day War because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1967, Israel looked like the map on the left, and you can see Gaza was then part of Egypt, and then it was part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and with Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, 6 days, and specifically through established air superiority early on, expanded its territory dramatically. It was rather a surprising victory for Israel. Had to decide what it was going to do with these territories. And this is extremely important, so let me slow down a little bit. They decided to annex two parts of the region. Annex meaning they took those parts and they made them permanently part of the state of Israel, never to be returned in any future peace deal. Specifically, the eastern part of Jerusalem. Jerusalem had been a divided city since 1949, and actually the holiest site of Jewish geography, the Temple Mount, was located on the Jordanian side. Since Jerusalem is the historic capital of the Jewish people, East Jerusalem was annexed outright and made part of the state of Israel proper. This also happened in the north, in the Golan Heights, where you have a mountainous region, and whoever commands the heights either looks down onto the Galilee or looks down onto Damascus. And given that it had great strategic value and not a huge local population, it was easy for the Israelis to annex that territory as well. However, The West Bank, with its large Palestinian population, posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship. And that would deeply upset the demographic balance that Israel must maintain if it is to remain a Jewish state. And let us recall that Israel is striving really for two basic goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration, that Jews can flee there if they are persecuted elsewhere. And secondly, it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is not Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians, also Druze, Baha'i, and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish character of the state. If citizenship were extended to all of these people in the West Bank and also in Gaza, that would seriously threaten the demographic balance of Israel as a Jewish state and simply could not be countenanced. So the West Bank and Gaza and the largely uninhabited Sinai Peninsula was simply occupied. These territories were administered by Israel, controlled by Israel, but the general thinking was that they would be exchanged for some kind of peace deal. Not all Israelis felt that way. Some said that peace should be exchanged for peace and the territory should remain within Israel, but by and large, the dominant opinion was that these territories would be given back. And in fact, what happened to Sinai, as we'll discuss in a minute. But here's a really important moment for the Palestinians. This document is Resolution 242, which was issued a few months after the conclusion of the Six-Day War. And it's really important for two main reasons. The first is something that you see in item number 1, Roman number 1, which refers to the basis of peace, just and lasting peace, as the withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict, meaning in the Six-Day War. And what this implicitly said was that there would be a just and lasting peace going mainline boundaries of 1949. That if Israel were to give up these territories that it conquered, then in fact, just and lasting peace could be achieved. This is actually a big plus for Israel anyways, because the surrounding states did not recognize the 9 boundaries as a lasting peace. They regarded it as a kind of larger ceasefire, an armistice for the time being. So that was a big win for Israel in one sense. And note, by the way, I've included the French, which is also the official version, but the French version has a very key small distinction. It includes the phrase des territoires as opposed to simply territories, which is much more demanding that all of those territories have to be returned, whereas in the English version, it only implies that at least some of the territories, from territories, not from the territories. The other thing which is hugely important about this document is something which is not written, and that is the word Palestinian. This entire document reflects a relationship between the state of Israel, now recognized with boundaries of 1949, and its neighbor nation states. This was not something that affected the Palestinians, according to the document. It was something that affected Jordan, Egypt, and Syria in particular, and peace would be made between those players, not involving the Palestinians. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the most important drivers of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from the beginning up until the present day. And that is that the Israelis failed to adequately understand Palestinians, and the Palestinians failed to adequately understand the Israelis. Let me just take a very brief moment to speak about that. In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding of the Israelis, they failed to grasp just how desperate this people was after the Holocaust. Palestinians through the 1960s, and many pro-Palestinian enthusiasts today, seem to take it for granted that Israeli Jews would be prepared to accept to live as kind of like, guests within a generous, benign Islamic host society. And that's simply not valid. were Jews after the Holocaust. Jews must have a refuge, they must have a home. The earth is so big, Jews demand a small portion for themselves, and they believe that it is totally within their moral right to demand it, especially in their ancestral home. For their part, the Israelis misunderstand the Palestinian national cause. Although it awakened much later than many other nationalities, it never is very real and profound. This is a society that at the beginning of the 20th century was still quite primitive in terms of having very low levels of literacy and education and so on. And most of their national expressions were of loyalty to region and perhaps to clan, to religion, but they regarded themselves as part of a larger pan-Arabic society. Those things are all very true. But by discounting the Palestinian drive for self-determination, which would really await the second half of the 20th century, by never taking those concerns seriously, Israelis tended to miss the boat and to disregard Palestinians in ways that would be incredibly tragic. And this resolution 242 is perhaps the pinnacle of that state coming from the United Nations that completely ignores main considerations. We would see this come to fruition in this very jovial photograph here that shows the Egyptian leader Anwar Sadat on the left, the American President Jimmy Carter in the center, and the Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who had faced off each other in the 1903 war, launched in particular. And the reason why these three men are smiling is after that war was fought, and Egypt was able to retain some pride, and after demonstrating that Egypt could inflict damage on Israel, he was able to call up Menachem Begin and effect a peace treaty. In the late 1970s, Israel, with some significant internal controversy, gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt, but Egypt was unwilling to take back the Gaza Strip, with its high concentration of restive Palestinians, many of whom showed an affinity for the Muslim Brotherhood, an organization which later would spawn Hamas, and Egypt felt that they were simply too destabilizing an element to bring into their polity. Anwar Sadat's vision of peace in the Middle East came to fruition, and although the relationship between Israel and Egypt has not been decidedly warm, it has nevertheless maintained peaceful relations since the 1980s. But Anwar Sadat himself would pay for this with his life, as some of his own bodyguard, incensed with the idea that he would make peace, turned on him and shot him dead. The turning point for the Palestinian movement was undoubtedly the establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization led by Yasser Arafat. This was to be the focal point of Palestinian national efforts, and although they had to elbow their way to the table not only at the United Nations and elsewhere, but even among other Arab allies, nevertheless they took the lead in articulating what they wanted for themselves, rather than allowing the Arab states in the region to dictate what would be the fate of the Palestinians. They wrote a national charter in 1964 that was thoroughly unrealistic, laying out essentially a one-state Palestinian vision of the land of Israel, where only those Jews and their descendants who lived in the territory before the Balfour Declaration in 1917 would have any rights, and furthermore, that armed struggle was the only way to liberate Palestine. This notion of a one-state solution, combined with violence to achieve that end, was thoroughly unacceptable to the Israelis. The PLO then sought to gain attention for its cause through some very dramatic terrorist activities throughout Europe and the Middle East, which included things like airplane hijackings, in particular the massacre of the Israeli Olympic athletes at Munich and many other elements. It is important to note that in this brief video, I'm speaking about the PLO generally, but we should understand that it is essentially an umbrella organization. There are many different factions that come together under this umbrella, and a more nuanced look at the various groups, which is the internal debate over the value of these kinds of activities. But we can say generally that the PLO, under its leadership, at this time failed to grasp some very important emerging realities about the future of their national war. They completely misunderstood the importance of public opinion in Europe and especially in America, where the Israelis had far greater experience with the media environment, with the culture. They developed many connections and so on. And the PLO was not going to wear propaganda through terrorism. In fact, it's just burying them further and sidelining the movement as being one associated with criminality and violence. Secondly, the PLO failed to realize that their conduct and even their mere presence in states bordering Israel made them increasingly unwelcome. Jordan, for example, which was one of the friendliest states to the Palestinians, granting them citizenship, for example, and in fact the majority of the Jordanian population is of Palestinian extraction, they found that they had to expel Arafat and the PLO after an uprising in September 1970 that was aimed at overthrowing the monarchy there. Same sort of thing happened in Lebanon and elsewhere, and by the time you get to the 1980s, the PLO is basically out of the region. It has no direct border contact with the state of Israel, and it's basically Arafat and others are hiding out in Tunis in North Africa. Furthermore, Arafat made a few key missteps at this point. He backed, for example, Iraq against Kuwait when Iraq invaded, leading to a much larger invasion of Iraq in 1991. And much of the PLO was bankrolled by the Soviet Union, which saw it as a useful proxy in its battle against the United States in the Cold War. And as the Soviet Union began to go through its slow train wreck of self-destruction, it became clear that the PLO was going to lose more and more power. Ultimately, by the time you get to the early 1990s, the PLO has figured this out. They amended their charter significantly in favor of the kind of things that Israel would want to see, including the acceptance of Resolution 242, with at least the 1949 boundaries for Israel, and secondly, abandoning the notion that armed struggle is the only way to liberate Palestine. And this is when we can start talking seriously about a two-state solution. That is the idea of Israel as a Jewish state and Palestine as an eventual Palestinian state in the same region in one form or another. It is unlikely, however, that even this two-state model would have received any traction were it not for the First Intifada that broke out in December of 1987. The term Intifada in Arabic refers to a kind of like an uprising, a general revolt that is kind of like a spontaneous grassroots movement, and that was a fair description of what began to happen. Arafat, although the titular head of the PLO, was severely weakened off in his hideout in Tunis. Many of his allies had been co-opted by their states or assassinated by Israel, and he simply had lost a lot of power, although he still had a symbolic kind of role to play as the figurehead of the Palestinian movement. What happened in December 1987 is that the Palestinians themselves in Gaza and the West Bank rise up spontaneously on their own. And the character of their uprising was rather different than anything they had done before. The First Intifada was now characterized by widespread terrorism in the sense of things that would later become much more associated with the Second Intifada, blowing up of buses and pizza shops and things like that. It was rather a kind of a symbolic attack on the IDF, as we see in this iconic photograph of a young Palestinian boy throwing a rock at this massive Israeli tank. The Palestinians, through a very deft use of the large number of journalists who were free on the ground in Israel, were able to take their message to the world in a very different way, and actually inverted the David versus Goliath model that had frequently to the Israelis in earlier heroic historiography. Now the Palestinians adopted that mantle of the young David, and Israel as the Palestinians First Intifada were able to really draw attention to the multiple humiliations that were associated with living in a second-class status in the West Bank and in Gaza, such as moving through slow checkpoints, which were designed by the Israelis to allow the large number of West Bank and Gaza residents who worked in the state of Israel to proceed into Israel proper and to their jobs, and to not allow people who are going to be engaged in terrorism in Israel. So for the Israelis, these security checkpoints were precisely what they sound like, but for Palestinians, they were a daily humiliation. Furthermore, and there were a significant number of Israelis who felt that they should not be giving territory back to any other Arab population, and either for economic or ideological reasons, they were moving into these territories that were beyond the Green Line. And a significant number of Israelis, Jewish Israelis, were now living in West Bank lands, a smaller number in Gaza, and many Palestinians saw these people as a leading edge of an Israeli land grab. There was frequent conflict and violence that occurred in the West Bank as a result of the meeting of these two populations. At this point, I'd like to refer you to what we read at the beginning of this video about history and memory are interrelated. The history that I study in the context of the Six-Day War, in the context of the peace, it portrayed Israel moving forward with a righteous cause and making peace with its increasingly reasonable Arab neighbors. There's a lot to be said for this understanding of history, and I hope to discuss in the next video in this series. We see a lot of Arab states ultimately decide to make peace with Israel in the first century. So it is a model that's still quite valuable. However, if I put myself in the shoes of someone who was born, let's say in 1987 when the first Intifada came out, their first encounters with Israel and what they see in newspapers and on television and later on the internet is shaped by the new presentation of material that Palestinians are for the first time really bringing forward about themselves. The second Intifada would hurt that image significantly, as we shall see, but in the period of the first Intifada, you create the roots for a new understanding of Palestine among Gen Xers and millennials. We'll talk about that shortly. When you put all of these things together, the beginning of a shift in the international narrative, the weakness of the PLO as the official leader of the Palestinian movement, and the collapse of its support from the loss of the Soviet Union, led Yitzhak Rabin, the Prime Minister of Israel, to determine that he had to make peace with Yasser Arafat. And his reasoning was, if he did not make peace with the PLO, he would ultimately have to make peace with 1,000 other Palestinian entities because the PLO could not itself handle the fractious nature of its population. It had already lost control of much of the narrative, which was being taken over by the Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. And so, much like Anwar Sadat reached out to Menachem Begin, Yitzhak Rabin reached out to Yasser Arafat, and with the assistance of the United States under Bill Clinton, shown here in this famous photograph, they were able to establish another peace treaty, the Oslo Accords, which was really the culmination of this idea of a two-state solution. I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about what that solution was and what its challenges were and are in the next video. But at this point, we have to mention that in a cruel irony of history, just as Anwar Sadat was assassinated by Muslim extremists who disagreed with his view of peace, so too was Yitzhak Rabin assassinated by a Jewish extremist who was incensed with the idea of making peace with a former terrorist. Here you see a very sad photograph, which is a copy of a Hebrew poem, the Song for Peace, which was stained with Yitzhak Rabin's own blood in the context of his assassination. So that's my discussion of the second half century of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I hope you found it of some value, and I hope that it provides some material for national discussion between people of goodwill to contribute in whatever way it can to the just and lasting peace enjoyed by all the peoples of the region in prosperity and good health. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, I've recorded 2 short videos on the history of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict first one extending from the late 19th century to 1940. The second one going from 1990 until 1993. And this is the series. This was not a series. I've tried to avoid topic for a very long time, as it is so consistent and tends to attract all kinds of wrong people on my website, and I'd rather focus on other areas of Jewish history that really work towards my overall research agenda. But I felt that given the nature of the horrific attack on October 7th, I really had to do something to help contribute to voices of reason and to provide people with some kind of hopefully dispassionate treatment. People of goodwill could engage in reasonable discussion about how these thorny issues might be resolved. As I record this video on December 1st, we are still deep in the hostilities, the hostage release that Hamas had been participating in for several days now is unfortunately ended with a risk that a 10-month-old baby, Bibas, that was abducted among the 200-odd hostages taken when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. Hamas is releasing information right now that that child, his brother, his mother were killed. The IDF is currently examining whether or not this is true. But I have to say that this particular video is especially difficult. The first two were hard enough, but now we are bumping up against the limits of history because we're not speaking about events in the distant past or even the 20th century. Now we're talking about events that are occurring right now. And I really try hard to avoid those things. I prefer my history to be located firmly in the past, where at least theoretically but I have to do something to try and help the current crisis. I'm beginning with a little bit more personal note in this lecture because this isn't history that I've read about in books. This is history that I have experienced. And so I'm going to begin this brief video with a little bit of background so you can understand that I am hardly unbiased about these things. In case you didn't notice from my garb and beard, I am an observant Jew, at least I try to be, and I am a supporter of Israel. I am a Zionist. I believe in the mission of Israel. Many people that I love, people that I care deeply about, live in Israel. And that doesn't mean that I don't have any compassion left for Palestinians. It is a fundamental belief of mine that I want all the peoples of the region to live together in good health and prosperity and pursuit of happiness, so to speak. But let's set that aside. Let's begin with some of the personal background that hopefully will inform your understanding of my presentation. I'd also like to invite you, if you haven't done this, to please watch the first two parts before you come to this one. And I think that would be the best way to absorb history, which is generally consumed chronologically. I have discussed sources in previous lectures. There's so much available on this particular topic. I think I refer, but my goal is to try and make this simple for people. So I would suggest if you want to do some reading on this specific topic, you might want to look at Ellie Poge's remarkable book, Chances for Peace, Missed Opportunity in the Arab-Israeli Conflict. It's about 400 odd pages. You would think that it would be much, much thicker. Those 400 pages are empty. So let me just take a few minutes before we talk about the history to share how I experience this history personally, how it helps me. Personal attachment to the Jews. I first lived in Israel in the early 1980s because I was a student of Professor Emil Fackenheim, who was a senior scholar, Holocaust survivor at the University of Toronto, where I was doing my undergraduate degree. And when he made Aliyah to immigrate to Israel, he invited me to study with him. I was very, very proud to do so. It was kind of a shocking photo of what I looked like back in the 1980s. I'm sitting outside my dormitory at Kibbutz Choshen, where I was a volunteer in the summer before attending the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and I happened to be holding a letter in which I received good news about a scholarship in the name of the fact that I couldn't be prouder as a young undergraduate student to be in the land of Israel, to be studying with great scholars. My home after the kibbutz was here on Har Hatzofim, the Mount Scopus campus of Hebrew University. You can see its magnificent structure up there on the hill. And I had, a lot of amazing educational experiences there. But what I think is most relevant for what we're talking about today is the walk. As an impecunious undergraduate student, I took on a part-time job working in Richie's Cardo Cafe, which was a restaurant in a remarkable part of Jerusalem. It was on the Cardo, which is this ancient Greek featured in the 6th century Dava map, and was, reconstructed with modern shops, including this restaurant. And because I didn't have money, I would frequently not be able to afford a bus, so I would walk about an hour from the Hebrew University campus, way up on the right of this map, and I would walk through all these Arab neighborhoods, Shira, others, take different routes and just exploring the streets, and finally entering the old city through the Damascus Gate, and then walking through the Arab Souk to the eventual destination in Ricardo, where I would put in my time serving pizzas. I turned about a decade later. At that point, married, and my wife brought with us our 2 youngest children. And I spent a year once again at Hebrew University, but at the yeshiva or something. And I gained tremendous from it. But I will say one major thing that changed between the early 80s and the early 1990s. It was not so safe to walk through these regions anymore. And unfortunately, that wonderful experience was not something that I could share easily with my wife and my children, because it was simply too dangerous for a Jew, visible Jew, to walk in a lot of these areas at the time. My children grew up, and each one of them spent at least a year studying in Israel, much as I did, and some of them actually immigrated to Israel and live there now. So let me be clear, I'm not neutral in this. I support Israel, but I also support Palestinians. I wish earnestly that Palestinians should live in peace and prosperity in whatever arrangement Israel and the Palestinians are able to determine. I would like nothing better than a cessation of the violence and an end to human suffering on all sides. And I would like to think that many of you watching this video share this value with me. But my goal, as now we get to the history part of it, is to just survey the major elements of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and especially those efforts made towards peace. And my hope is that this will spur honest discussion among rational people. Where we left off in the last video was the culmination of the Oslo Peace Accords that basically created a system where the Palestinian movement, through something called the Palestinian Authority, would establish some initial steps towards an eventual statehood. Jerusalem was kind of set on the back burner for final status negotiations, which ultimately never happened. And the thought was that the Palestinian Authority would slowly develop confidence-building measures that Israel would then reciprocate by giving more authority to the Palestinian Authority, and ultimately, as the name implies, this would result in a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side. When you get to the actual nuts and bolts of the deal, however, it was apparent that it would be very, very difficult to actually achieve this. Have a look at this map here, which comes from a pro-Palestinian source, Welcome to Palestine. Unfortunately, they spelled the name Israel incorrectly, but Otherwise, it's basically accurate and depicts the current status quo. What you see in the light yellow color is the West Bank, because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. It's known as Shomron and Yehuda in Hebrew. The dark red patches are called Area A in the coastal accords. These are areas where you have the densest settlement of Palestinians, including some of the major towns like Nablus and Hebron. And here in these regions, the Palestinian Authority has the greatest power. It was supposed to be responsible for internal security, which is kind of a euphemism for protecting Israel from Palestinian terrorists, but also public order, which is more like internal policing, and finally civil affairs, which deals with the setting up of infrastructure and transport and truck delivery and things like that. So these regions were the most Palestinian in terms of their governing authority. Area B involves a little bit of mixed authority, where Israel would be responsible for the security, which is again security for Israel, and the PA would hold on public order, police affairs. And then in C, which is the largest, Israel would be responsible for everything except for the civil affairs of Palestinians who live in Area C. If you have a look back at the previous video in the series, I showed you a map there of the Jewish settlements, Israeli settlements within the West Bank, and we're basically dealing with populations that are living cheek to jowl. I mean, on one hill you'll have a Palestinian village, and on the other hill, with a very small valley between, you'll have an Israeli village, and it's very difficult to simply block out a whole map that has all this contiguous area for the Palestinians without including also those Israeli settlements, which is an incredibly difficult problem to solve. Now have a look at the second area, which is Gaza, down towards the bottom left. Gaza, after 2005, was completely handed over to the Palestinians. Palestinians control all internal affairs in the Gaza Strip. But Israel and Egypt, Egypt, of course, that's the lower left border, control all the borders, the air traffic, and so on. Initially, this was far less onerous, but as time went on, Israel and Egypt imposed even harsher blockades on the region for reasons that I'm going to explain shortly. Now, let's understand, if I were a Palestinian looking at this map, I would say, what kind of sugar map is? Maybe I wouldn't use the word sugar, but what kind of a crazy map is this? How do you expect us to build a state out of it? I mean, two major chunks. You have to set up some kind of core in the West Bank. There's like all these little short quilts, and yes, it's a really hard, I would think, impossible task to engage in state building based on this. On the other hand, if I were to ask an Israeli, what do you think of the map? This is not the way they would see it. Chances are they would look at something like this. They would say, this is a map of the Arab League member states, and Israel, as you can see in that little red area, it's tiny. Israel is just one little piece of land where the Jews want to establish a national state. We went through the process for that in the previous two videos. And the fact that Palestinians are gaining territory where they currently live in the West Bank and Gaza, whatever they get, they should be happy for, because Israel is not willing to back up into the sea. Israel insists on its right to exist. And so many Israelis, particularly on the wing, the idea of giving any land to the Palestinians in this context, where there's so much land that belongs to the Arab states, it just weakens Israel and exposes them to more as a result of tensions. And that point of view has unfortunately been borne out by much of later history. But before we discuss the Second Intifada, which is hugely important, let's just reiterate that the Palestinians looking at this would complain that much of the agreement favors Israel, and as a result of the U.S. dominated nature of the Oslo Accord negotiations. And in fact, this is going to continue through the rest of the decades until where the U.S. has really exercised an hour struck between Israel and Palestinian authorities. For many Palestinians, it seems like just another example of Western imperialism simply exercising unilateral decisions upon the Palestinian people. Now, Israel, from the other hand, let us not forget that Israel's strength when it comes to external challenges, like the current situation, where Israelis of all types will come together and will fight together to protect their very existence. But otherwise, it is a very vigorous, meaning fractious, divided democracy. Israel is, prone to huge outbursts of protest against one policy or another, as we saw over the summer of 2023, perhaps more than any other. And trying to bring together this to agree on anything other than defense of Israel and its borders, that's a very, very difficult task. Again, thinking an alternative history, if the Palestinian Authority had demonstrated more confidence-building steps and had exercised greater control over the Second Intifada violence, that certainly would have helped the left wing of Israel promote the idea of expanding the experiment of the Oslo Accords. But on the other hand, Palestinians can point to Israelis and say, every time you establish another settlement in the West Bank, essentially a fact on the ground, that is an impediment to the development of a state for Palestinians. So Palestinians complain that you're undermining this process from the very beginning. You're doing some things to please your sponsor, the United States, but in reality, you don't believe in the idea of Palestinian state. Palestinians are also blessed with remarkably ineffective leadership, as we see, for example, after the death of Yasser Arafat, who was much better at fomenting guerrilla attacks on Israel than he was at actually state building. But his successor, Mahmoud Abbas, also known as Abu Mazen, after having elections, simply discontinued elections and has been in power for about 20 years and is widely regarded among Palestinians as completely ineffective. Palestinian frustration with the lack of progress from the Oslo Accords, combined with a provocative visit to the Temple Mount by Ariel Sharon, an important political leader, exploded in Al-Intifada al-Tibaniya, the second Intifada of September 2000. This was rather different from the first Intifada, primarily in the scope of the violence associated. It was especially associated with suicides, like on buses and on pizza shops and other civilian infrastructure in Israel proper. I remember at the time I was on a postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard, and I would get up so early and go to my office in the morning. The internet, that was back in the days of Alta Vista and things like that, and I would be constantly refreshing my feed to see if there was any more news from Israel, And sometimes, multiple times a day, I would hear horrible things about these awful terrorist attacks on Israelis, which involve a very different element, that of the suicide. So much associated with Hamas and with Gaza, as we shall see shortly. From the Israeli perspective, the Palestinians are a complete failure in this, doing very little to stop actual terrorist attacks, and in fact, in some cases, even having its own security forces participate in them. There are lynchings of Jews in all kinds of places and horrific violence, and Israel's response to it was that they would repeat over the next 30 years. Israel stepped up its attempt to protect itself by creating these security barriers, these concrete walls in some places, fence and others, to prevent the incursion of terrorists from the Palestinian West Bank into Israel proper. These concrete barriers were also facts on the ground that many felt at the time constituted a land grab by the Israelis yet again in even pushing forward the 1967 Green Line into Palestinian territories. Secondly, it constitutes another example of the humiliations that Palestinians would have to endure when they went into Israel proper for the work permits or visiting relatives or what have you. So it was definitely something that increased the security of Israelis, but it exacerbated the tension overall. At this point, we really have to talk about, and specifically the military strategy that Israel chose to pursue from the period of the Second Intifada and through our current day. Israel's military response to much of the Second Intifada has sometimes been called the Dahya Doctrine, after a suburb in Beirut, which also had a similar kind of experience. The notion is that if you're fighting an asymmetrical battle, where terrorists will infiltrate your society and attack civilian populations, such as what happened yesterday with two Hamas fighters getting out of a car and shooting at a bunch of people standing at a bus stop, killing, among others, a 24-year-old expecting mother, then of course Israel is going to strike back hard and fast. It will be memorable. The basic idea is don't poke the bear. And you would think that people who live next to the bear would get that. But Hamas has not. Hamas has actually tried to take advantage of that by using civilian and humanitarian structures as places where they should establish their bases. We see this in the Al-Shifa hospital, under mosques, under UN facilities, under schools, and they're thinking that, by having these human civilian shields, that will somehow protect them from this doctrine. And Israel has gone to great lengths to try and minimize civilian damages, for sure. They have an entire unit of Arabic speakers, not only in Palestinian Israelis, but also those descent communities that were expelled from Arab lands after 1948. And the job of this unit is simply to call up people in Gaza and say, hey, we intend to attack this area. They employ technological devices like knock alerts to let people know that an attack is coming. And even in the news, you see Israel broadcast a lot of what they intend to do, because they try to limit the impact of the civilian casualties. Hamas specifically does everything it can to provoke that kind of response. Part of me remains absolutely stunned. Why would Hamas want to do this? Why would Hamas want to impose such phenomenal suffering on top of what they're already experiencing by provoking? I can't say that I have come to grips with it at all. It doesn't make sense to me on a visceral level. I do not understand the urge for self-supplying martyrdom and the willingness to some progeny. I just can't conceive it. Now, you may think to yourself, well, he's exaggerating. I would like to recommend you please have a look at a website called MEMRI, MEMRI. It stands for the Middle East Media Research Institute. It is a really valuable institute that for decades has simply been watching Arabic language media and providing translations of key segments. And, very little commentary other than, the title of the video sometimes gives away where it's coming from. But you have to see this. And I'm going to put a few links of some key videos in the information box so you can go visit it yourself. But, for example, this is Ghazi Hamad, who was an important Hamas official, saying very, very specifically that October 7th was not a one-off, that the attack of October 7th will happen again and again and again until Israel is completely destroyed. I mean, there's no ambiguity here. And you see these really bizarre things, like these kindergarten plays. Like, I'm sure many of you were involved in these when you were children, right? You dress up as, I don't know, trees and forests and princes and fairies, and you put on a little play for the parents. But in Gaza, they actually have kids dressing up as soldiers taking Israeli hostages. These are like 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. And amazingly, the parents are watching and cheering. as they take Israelis capture, and who knows what else they do with them. And then, there's so many examples of this on memory. I just don't know what to say about it. Mothers, sometimes mothers of people who were already killed in suicide bombings will come on and say things like, and I had to use 2 screenshots here to show you, by Allah, if all my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I gotta say, what planet do these people come from? How can these people, I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I cannot conceive how anyone could possibly say that they would want their children or grandchildren, God forbid, to be harmed while harming others. Beyond the scope of my understanding. So please do visit them. You'll see that they provide a broad scope of voices. This is not like just watching, one crazy channel. You'll see that there are voices there that are critical of Hamas, but the examples I'm giving you are not at all outliers. This is the kind of enemy that Israel is facing. I'd like to conclude this already long video with just a short discussion of the impact upon the United States and relations throughout the world as well. One of the things that concerns me deeply is that even though it should be patently obvious to anyone that invading territory, murdering, raping, mutilating bodies, kidnapping children, and then holding them hostage. These are all deeply evil things. We should be able to unite around that. I think as human beings, I don't care who does it. If Israel were to do such things, I would be deeply ashamed. And I'd like to think I would stand against it as strongly as now. There should be like a common denominator. And we see that the United States, for example, this is the results of a poll that was conducted just 2 weeks after the October 7th massacre, that Israel actually has fairly strong favorability in the United States. You can see that of the nations measured, Israel 3 behind the U.S. military and the police, Supreme Court, or news organizations. I would like those numbers to be higher, they're not that. But here's the scary thing. When you go a little deeper and you look at the demographic groups that express that positivity, young people simply are not getting it. Look at this map, look at this chart on the right, which asks, in general in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? Not Gaza, not Palestinians, but Hamas, terrorist group. 16% of Americans side with Hamas. I really don't like that number, but 84% say Israel. That makes sense. But then look at the chart below, and you can see that people in my age bracket are far more likely to feel the way I do. Okay, feel. But as you get younger and you get to the age of my undergraduate students, only 52% of Americans, and this is weeks after October 7th, horrific massacre of Jews, Holocaust. 52% of people aged 18 to 24 support Israel, and 48% support Hamas. We see so clearly in this horrific. I walk by this every day. People put up posters drawing attention to the fact that children have been captured. Children. And other people tear those posters down, saying, I don't know. It's not true. Well, there are Hamas propagandists who say the craziest things, that October 7th didn't happen, or it did happen, but it was a purple QAnon. And you just go join the Flat Earth Society. However you feel about the conflict, this happened. And, if I'm walking down the street and I see a poster where someone lost a puppy, put up a little poster with a picture of a puppy, I think it would be heartless to tear that down. Someone lost their dog. You care about them. Maybe you'll see the dog. but to actually tear down the pictures of human beings, children who are suffering, I simply cannot understand. But that seems to be the way our society is moving. There are riots in schools here in Queens that are filled with hundreds of children demonstrating for Palestine when they probably wouldn't even find Palestine on a map. If this trend were to continue, God forbid, with younger people being duped by such moral actors like Hamas, then we're in for much more trouble than we're experiencing right now. This video has already gone much longer than anticipated. Let me just conclude then with a wish and a prayer with sincerity that all of the hostages should be released to their families, and that the violence is swiftly ended, lasting and just peace. Those in the region can dwell together in security, mutual prosperity, and hope for the next generation. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of history. A fascinating article appeared in the Wall Street Journal recently by Professor Ron, who teaches politics at UC Berkeley. A fascinating study. What he did was he hired a survey firm to conduct a scientific survey of students of undergraduate age, 18 to 24, and asked them what they thought about this slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And it was absolutely fascinating, the results that he got. Let's have a quick look at them. So first of all, 43% of them enthusiastically supported this slogan, and an additional 30% supported it somewhat. Only 23.9% of respondents indicated they did not support this slogan. These results fit very well with what other studies are indicating as a significant generational gap among Americans. That basically Americans 30 years and older are increasingly in favor of Israel and understands the nature of the attack of October 7th, and we're back in Israel in this conflict. And the youngest Americans in these studies, particularly the ages 18 to 4, who are more ambivalent. In fact, in one study, 48% of Americans reported that they were actually in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization, over Israel. It's a very, very troubling kind of number, seeing it particularly in the younger demographic. So the majority of people of this age group see the conflict very differently from older adults. However, here's the point. Most of these people who support this have no idea what it means. For example, when they were shown a map, help them identify which river and which talking about, and 53% no, I'm not prepared to support this particular slogan, based only on the map. Indicates that when they know a little bit more what the slogan actually implies, they're far less likely to support it. So let's do the geography first. Which river are we talking about, and which sea are we talking about? When Professor Hassman asked them, which river are we talking about? Some students pointed to the Nile, which is actually not a river, but at any rate, it's a body of water. Others actually pointed to the Nile River in Egypt, so try to figure that one out. And some even pointed to the Euphrates River, which runs through Syria and Iraq. So they obviously have no idea which river we're talking about. But it gets even worse when you ask them which sea. And you would think that this would be fairly obvious. We're talking about the Mediterranean Sea, but many actually identified the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, can you imagine, from the Middle East all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean? And some actually identified the Caribbean, which is like just bizarre. So these students really need some basic geography here. Let's do that right now in case some of those students are watching. So the river we're talking about is the Jordan River, in Hebrew the Nahar Hayarden, and in Arabic the Nahar Urdun, right? Because it's so named because Jordan is on the other side. And what is the sea we're talking about? obviously the Mediterranean Sea, Hayam HaTichon in Hebrew, or El Bahr al-Abyad al-Mutawassit in Arabic. So that's the river and that's the sea. Now here is where it gets difficult. Basically, if you go from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, that is all of Israel. This kind of oval is not exactly shaped to the boundaries. It eliminates the northeastern part of the Golan, but those are the boundaries of contemporary Israel. You're basically seeing that this entire country should be free, and you're calling it Palestine. So those are somewhat problematic. Now, here's the good news. Once the students saw the map and were given some basic instruction, 75% of them downgraded their enthusiasm, meaning they changed from being enthusiastically so to being somewhat or being not approving at all. Furthermore, once it was explained to them that replacing the current country of Israel with a putative future country known as Palestine could inform, quote, the subjugation, expulsion, or annihilation of 7 million Jewish and 2 million Arab Israelis, 60% downgraded their enthusiasm, meaning like, wait a minute, that's not what we had in mind when we were saying this slogan, when we were chanting it in protests and things like that. And that makes me happy because at least we're talking about people who are unfortunately ignorant of some basic geographic and historical information. Let's look a little bit deeper now. Like, what exactly is the phrase? Let's try to understand how it is offensive to some people. The phrase in Arabic reads "Min il nahar il bahr," from the river to the sea. Good enough. And then what happens after that? There are a couple different versions. One reads "Fila tatahara," that Palestine will be free. It will be free. And that's usually the one that's translated English from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free, or Palestine will be free. A second version is a little bit more troubling. It ends Filastin Arabia, meaning this is a land, presumably, for people who speak Arabic or are Arabic, and that doesn't leave much place really for the Jews who are Hebrew speakers. The third version begins a little differently. Maya ila Maya, water to the water, right? The water into the water of the Mediterranean. Filastin Islamia, Palestine is Muslim, or Palestine is Islamic, and that is similarly problematic. The second and the third version are definitely offensive because of removal of these people who are not Arab or Muslim, either removal or genocide or even some population transfer. All of these obviously are very problematic, to say the least, and offensive to Israelis and to Jews. What about the most neutral one, which is the Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? You know, that was used famously by a congresswoman and heavily criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So say from the river to the sea, understand that means from Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term? It is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, renamed Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of the land with its long Jewish history, so they renamed it Pina, echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which were the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term, Palestine, was used quite neutrally by Arabs and Jews and British and everybody involved in the region to talk about this piece of land. It was always part of some other larger political entity, but this region was Palestine. So you are using this term, will be free. Do you mean that this will be free? maybe in some kind of one-state solution, meaning all the people living in this region will be free. That's a generous interpretation, and I think that's the only way that you can say this phrase could possibly. Let's look at the second word. Palestine will be free or will be freed. What do you mean by that? Israel is already free. Israel is a democratic state. 20% of Israeli citizens are not Jewish, is not an ethnic state, and those 2% of Arabs who live in Israel have the right to vote. They are represented in Knesset, and we can go on and on about these things. Gaza, overwhelmingly not Israeli, has separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government at the time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel. And if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel, this already for, what is it, over 10 years, 2005. Well, what about the Palestinian Authority, which is the region in what's also called the West Bank? Israelis know it as Shomron and Yehuda. That is the idea of a two-state solution, which was 93. It's not gotten off to a...
What up, dog? What'd you say? Okay, few people do. Software sucks some dick. It's only degraded since the 90s. His own wife doesn't even trust him, and she left him. Zoot, I wish I could play right now, but I'm busy on a project. I can probably play in like 3 hours, though. How's your day going?
Not too bad.
When are you going to the gym next? Yo, pimp.
Who says this which has this statement that has a heart? The fifth richest person in the world, whatever, right? They said if
Okay, well, focus.
Who says this? Who says that they're a billionaire and they said that they would have been dying when they were younger? It was widespread as it is today. So go and get diagnosed. You're a fucking billionaire.
Yeah, again, I don't know what that is, and thus, I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows what it is. I think people have issues, but I think that's an umbrella term that is used, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I mean, if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, that you can't explain it yourself.
Word, dog.
No. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you can't understand it yourself.
Word, dog. When are you going to the gym next? Zoo. Okay. Aren't you doing stand-up comedy tomorrow?
Yeah, I go to the gym in the day and then there's the night.
Yeah, are you going to do stand-up comedy tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are you going to record it?
Maybe.
That's a no. Why aren't you going to record it? Dog, you got to get... Dude, shut the fuck up about your phone being charged. You know you could go down there with an old VHS. You don't even have to do that. Dude, you're on your phone all the time. You have a power bank. All you do is plug it in, and you don't have to video record it, though. That'd be great. That's probably the best way to do it. But just get your words down so you can focus on what you said afterward. You may have something that kills, but because you didn't record it, you're not going to have the right tone and rhythm. What are your thoughts? Zoo, what are your thoughts? Zoo, you are a very difficult person with whom to communicate. You're just a straight up bad communicator.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I'm saying communicator.
No, what were you saying before
That you need to record your set.
Oh, yeah.
So you
Yeah.
are you really?
I'll try to remember.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You're so full of shit.
Are you going to be sleeping during my set this time?
Yeah, because I fucking live in the United States.
Well, you could not live in the United States.
Okay, yeah, dude. You want to be on this fucking TV show that starts in January, and you've been already rejected twice, and you're not allowed to do it any more than 3 times. And that means you need to get really good at stand-up comedy in like 4 months. And the way that you would do that is record your shows, and you'd work on your tonation and your rhythm and your delivery. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah.
All right. So it only probably takes about 5% battery for you to record 2 minutes of video of you doing your stand-up. So you need it. It's really... Look, dude, I'm just telling this to you as your friend. I want you to achieve your goals in life. And one of your major goals in life, you've said, I'm going to do it. I've already failed twice to be on this TV show, but I'm going to do it this next time. And frankly, no, you're not. I'm telling you straight up, you're going to fail again. And I don't want that to happen. You're not. You're not. Absolutely not with you. Not on TV like you want to. Now I'm saying that you could. And the way that you could do it, if you wanted to, I could tell you right now, Dude, I could tell you right now the plan for you to do what you want to do on your TV show. You're not even listening to me.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, then shut the fuck up and let me tell you what you should do. You have 4 months until your TV show tryouts. If you want to be on this TV show, you would do stand up every week and you'd work on your minute or 2 or 5 minutes or whatever, and you would come up with jokes and not just wing it. You think that you're really funny when you wing it, and you be, but it's really difficult to do that. That's why these things are prepared. And you've winged it twice already with these people, and they rejected you. It's not even like my opinion. This is their opinion. I want you to be able to achieve your goal. And you said you're like very serious about it. I'm gonna be on this TV show. I only have one chance. I'm like, okay, if you want to be on this TV show, then this is how you do it. It's literally the difference between you being on the TV show and you not. If you want to be on the TV show, what you do is you record your shows. You review what you did. Even if you don't like to see yourself on camera or hear yourself, no one does. It's a psychological issue that occurs in people. We critique ourselves. Exactly. But you get over that. So he doesn't like when everything that he does. He doesn't like everything that he does. So what you do is you record your show. Look, you ask anybody at the Comedy Store or in LA or the Mothership in Austin or the Comedy Cellar in New York City or any comedian around the world. They're going to tell you the same thing that I'm telling you. Record your shows. When you're done, see what got the most amount of laughs. Take that content and keep it. If it didn't get laughs, throw it out. That's how this works. And you build your routine until January. What you're going to do is this. You're going to half-ass it, just like you half-ass everything. You're going to get to the thing in January. You're going to do your stand-up on Kanye West, and they're going to say, okay, thanks, that's your third time, you're done. Or you could work out something really good with your Kanye West thing and with a bunch of other jokes that are fresh and new and interesting, and then they could say, you know what, you really improved. And your performance is really polished. We are...
No one who auditioned, got through my year, 2 years that I did, are still around. They didn't get very far. No one remembers who the fuck they are.
All right. I want you to be remembered for this thing because it's something you want to do. If you were like, you know what, actually I don't want to do it, then that's fine. Then you do whatever else you want to do. As your friend, I've heard the passion that you have in your voice about being able to educate people on mental health. And you like to do that through humor. And if that's what you want to do, then I think you should be able to do it. The way that you do that is you record your sets, you go every week to open mics, even more than that. I bet there is one open mic in your city per night if you go to bars or you go to restaurants or even just whatever stand-up comedy clubs there are. So you could be doing this every night. Nevertheless, if you do it once a week, that's still really good and still better than most people consider themselves comedians. So you go every week and you record your set. Look, you don't have to share the set with me. You just record it for yourself. And what you do is this. You give the same fucking excuse. It's like the same thing that you did when I was like, you're like, hey, I'm alone. I want to fuck some chick. Okay, dude, get on the dating apps. Yeah, but nobody swipes on me. Okay, your pictures suck. Go get some new pictures. Okay, I'll do it in 2 weeks. It costs $2,000 to get pictures. No, it doesn't. Dog, you could literally just have your friend or your mom or someone pictures of you. And all you have to do is just go through and pick the best one. I mean, literally, it could be your brother. You could say to your brother, hey, I need your help. On this day, are you free? If you are, we're gonna go down to the beach, and I'm gonna pictures of me with my shirt off. You're like, well, I don't have a six pack anymore, dog. That's not the big. That's like you're thin, you're healthy. That's all a chick is gonna want to see. That's fine. And you go take pictures of you at a cafe. Go take some pictures of you petting a dog. Go take some pictures of you at your hand. You go and you pick the best ones, and that's literally going to cost you $0.00. You just like making excuses, and that's cool. I like to make excuses too. I don't like to do something. I sometimes they're just to prevent me from doing something, and I have to use an excuse. Nobody's perfect. I understand what you want to do, and you come in here and you literally every night, which is I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I absolutely love it, and you say I want to be on this TV show in 4 months, and I have one shot. And I understand no from your year was taken. That's because nobody from your year worked hard enough to be able to get on. Not like they don't have an opportunity for you, and it's not like you couldn't do it. You just have to practice it. If you practice, there are 4 the audition, and with holidays, it's about 16 weeks. So 16 weeks to be able to stand up every single week and be in front of a crowd and get comfortable. And look, I'm really proud of you the way that you did on 2 weeks ago Monday. I mean, seriously, you did not bomb. You had people who came up to you afterward and said you were funny. But even you and I both know not everybody laughed at absolutely everything that you said. And so the way that a stand-up comedian would is they would have your recording. You don't know, but they would have a recording, and they would say, you know what? They laughed at these lines. I could probably change this line here or there and tighten this. I'm going to throw this part out because it was dead silence and nobody liked it. And all comedians have that. And then when you were going up this next Monday, you'd be like, you know what, it worked. But then I got some new stuff that works. And that, I'm telling you right now, let's say I just had you and I had someone who had never done stand-up comedy before. I would rather have that person who had never done stand-up comedy before because they weren't so stuck in their ways. What you do if you want to be a stand-up comedian is you jokes. It's about punchlines per minute. How many jokes can you work into a minute? How many times can you make people laugh? And you could, the way that you would do it, and I'm telling you, it's a method, is you can get street jokes are jokes nobody necessarily owns. They've been around for a long time, but not everybody's heard them all. And you take those, you memorize a list of them, of 10 of them, and you go up there and you've got punchline after punchline after punchline after punchline after punchline. And if they don't all deliver, that's fine. You'll take the ones the next time that delivered better than the previous ones, and then you'll take some new ones and put it in there. And in 16 weeks, you'll have a really tight set. You'll have it memorized. You'll go up there. You'll look calm. You'll look cool. You will look confident. Instead, what you're going to do is you're not even going to do it. And that's fine. Or if you do, you're going to go up there with the exact same material that you did the first time that you went up. And they're going to be like, Zoo, thanks, but no thanks. We rejected you 3 times and we don't want you. And I don't want that to happen to you. I want you to achieve your dreams. So the way that you do that is you record your sets. You should record them every week for 16 weeks from here until the you got it. That's what you do.
I'm gonna win.
Do you want to be on the show? Yes or no?
I'm gonna win the show.
Okay, so you want to be on the show and you want to win it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the same way that you were going to the gym every day and you were getting confident and you liked the way that your body looked and you knew your BMI, your body mass index, and you knew what fat percentage you were, all of that was really great, and it shows that you can do something, you can do it consistently. So you just have to do the same with stand-up comedy. You know what to do. So in the same way that you would go to the gym every day, you have to go to the stand-up comedy location once a week, which is easier, and you just need to perform your sets. You record them, and then you edit them. That's what a stand-up comedy does. And yo, what's up?
What would you think would be funny? What do you think would be funny if you die and you find out God has autism, or you die and you find out God has Down syndrome?
I don't think either of those. I don't put humanistic characteristics on God, so neither of those are really funny to me. And Zoot,
No, but
Zoot,
wouldn't it be funny if we all died and then we found out God had Down syndrome? It'd be fucking hilarious, man.
I mean, I don't think it'd be that funny. I don't find that to be funny. So, Zoot, here's the thing. When you are being a stand-up comedian, you have to go with what makes the most amount of people laugh. Would you? Let me just ask you this: as a stand-up comedian, like 10% of the audience laugh really hard, or 90% of the audience laugh pretty hard?
9%.
Exactly. And you know what they're going to laugh at? Not autism jokes. You're offending people. You're going to be offending people if you're like, hey, it'd be funny if God had autism, God had Down syndrome. What's offensive about that? Well, people have Down syndrome, and people in that audience will know people with Down syndrome. So obviously they don't think that's funny. And then you're making fun of religion. That's not funny. It's not. No, it's not. Those people can't control that. You have to understand, if people can't control that which makes them different, then they don't find it. Then people will not find it funny. So, what are things that people can't control? Generally, their mental capacities, physical capacities, perhaps emotional status. Those kind of things are not funny to people. You know what is funny to people? Creativity, puns, rhyme, alliteration. Those kind of things show a lot of creativity and show. Yeah, yes, they do. Absolutely. Things that have themes. That kind of stuff is really Zoot. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now, Zoot. You can. Zoot, you can. Everybody's been through that, dog. You just had a situation where you're trapped at a certain point. Nobody's that perfect that they've just been held perfectly. And it's not like teachers thought when you were born something was wrong with you. Generally, up until you were 13 years old, everybody thought you were a normal kid. So you can't make excuses like that. And you give you the jokes. Hey, you can take my material, and it's funny though.
Look, I do a shit. They want something fresh. They want something big, real.
Dude, no one is going to let you on Australian TV with Down syndrome jokes. They won't. When's the last time you watched Australian TV and you saw someone making Down syndrome jokes? It's been a long time. The reason why is they have producers, and those producers won't let those people on television. Okay, well, you can have your beliefs. So, here's what I do. I'm not a stand-up comedian, but I know comedy. And here's why I know comedy. Because I've watched stand-up comedians at least weekly, and I've watched thousands. I've watched more than 5,000 do minutes, at least. And then over the course of my life, I've seen professionals do it. I'm not saying I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm not saying I'm a professional. But if I could be a professional thing, it would be a professional reviewer of stand-up comedians. I can tell you what works and what doesn't. And when I'm on the internet, if I ever see somebody with a really funny joke, I take a screenshot of it and I keep it in a file. And I
It's subjective what you find in other people. Oh, no. I mean, if I, like, maybe, if you told me that I was a stand-up comedian,
what is your obsession with Down syndrome and people with like mental, like special mental, capabilities? There's a lot more in the world that's funny than that.
yeah, but you gotta. I'm American. The funniest person I've met at Down syndrome is maybe this one.
Okay, that could be, and that's really great for them. Notice, look, you want to be on a TV show. You have to do things that have a high rate of laughter for a large audience. That's how you get on television. And what you want to do is have really specific jokes for people who frankly can't defend themselves. And you may not have people who come up and tell you this, but they're not going to come to your shows because that's offensive. They don't like that. I mean, dude, if to the right ear, it's like you're going up and you're just talking about rape and how rape is funny. To a lot of people out there, most people, that's not funny. Will they necessarily tell you after the show? Well, yeah, see how you feel about rape? That's how a lot of people feel about Down syndrome.
I mean, it's not funny.
It isn't funny. It isn't funny. Now, can you make a funny rape joke? Absolutely. You want to know the funniest rape joke I've ever heard? Yes, you do. You ready for it? Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
You can't rape the willing. It's a hilarious joke. Do you not understand it? Oh, it's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. You can't rape the willing means that you can't take advantage of someone if they want to be taken advantage of. It's like, it's a very funny play on words. Now, is that can that be a fun joke? Yeah. If you go up and you talk about how people raping is funny, that's not going to be attractive to an audience. If you go up and talk about how people have Down syndrome, that's not that funny either. Now, are there some people who will think it's funny? Again, out of 100 people, 10 people might think it's funny. But you told me I want to appeal to 90% of them. Dude, let me just ask. If you had quick punching jokes that weren't offensive, I know that you don't consider that your comedy, and that's cool. Your comedy doesn't get on television. Quick punching jokes that are clean, that's really easy to put on television. Zoo. So, I'm going to give you some jokes. You don't have to use them. But I just want to put... It's hilarious. These are really cute. I mean, dad jokes cute, and they're funny. And they make people laugh. And they don't offend people. And you can tell them to children. Or you could tell them to old ladies. You're not going to offend anybody.
If I'm not, if people aren't offended, then I'm not doing it right.
Just be a shock comic. That's fine. There are people who make their careers as shock comics. But they're not, because they don't get on social media and to be offensive.
Have you ever watched Little Spears?
I know the name.
Have you ever seen his stand-up bit when
Is he Is he British?
No, the film.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen his stand-up bit when Prince Philip died?
No.
Look up Prince Philip's advice bullshit. Tell me some funny things.
Okay, I'll take a look. Notice though, what he just said, isn't that offensive? I mean, yeah, death is bad, but it's inevitable to most people. So people are gonna find that funnier.
Yeah, okay. There's a group of people that really love the royal family, and there's obviously more people that hate the royal family in Australia than there are like the royal family by that.
Okay, I understand. And you've got 90% of people there who like that kind of a joke because they don't like the royal family.
I don't know.
I'm not saying that you should.
No one likes the royal.
There are a lot of people who do. There are a lot of people who do.
I mean, they really hard. Well, not all members of the royal family, but there are certain members of the royal family that have done some really horrible things.
Absolutely. People just don't like that kind of government. They don't feel. I get that. So, Zoo.
Well, I don't find it fair that as a monarchy, that everyone in the world is everyone who's not a monarchy can be prosecuted as a crime, but if you're a monarchy, you can't be prosecuted for a crime. You can be prosecuted as by public opinion.
There you go. Zoo, aside from the Down syndrome joke and the autism joke, what's another joke that you have? And Kanye West. Aside from those three topics, what other jokes do you have?
You'll say it.
No, that's fine. What are the topics? You don't even have to tell me the jokes. Just what are the topics? Yeah. Zoo, here's a joke that I think would be really funny in Australia. You ready to hear it?
No.
You ready to hear it?
That's going to be terrible.
Cows kill significantly more people every year than sharks. In fact, they don't kill sharks at all. Do you get why that's funny? It's absurdism. It's the fact that do cows kill people? Yes. Do they kill sharks? No. And the way that the joke is worded, cows kill significantly more people every year than sharks. In fact, they don't kill any sharks at all. It's a wordplay. Okay. I want you to. All I can tell you is I've given you a winning strategy, and it's up to you to utilize it. If you don't want to use it, I get it. But then, once January comes around, you're going to be okay. That's fine. Is there any way that you could be a shock comic, but at least for the competition, be clean?
No.
Okay. I mean, you could still have
I
your.
know exactly what I'm going to do.
Okay. Okay, I mean that's fine. And are you really think you're going to win this competition?
Good with the competition outlet that I've seen on outlet, that I've seen in Australia right now. I don't think there's anyone fucking funnier than me.
James McCann.
Even my Harry Potter almost not coming in this video.
I don't.
That's just funny.
I don't get why that's funny.
What?
Yeah, why is that funny?
If you didn't buy Harry Potter almost not coming in. If you didn't buy Harry Potter almost not coming in, you're not calling. You just not funny.
Okay, will people understand that joke? Okay,
So,
you're confusing me, but that's okay. So, I want you to be successful, and you're going to do it your own way, and that's fine. Again, though, you're only making 10%. You're only making 10% of the crowd laugh when you want to be making 9% of the crowd laugh.
look, my Down syndrome jokes not offensive. I just think that it'd be a better world if God didn't have autism and he had Down syndrome, because at least he'd say hi to you. It wouldn't be so rude.
Okay, that's not a bad joke. So that's one. And then, what was your Kanye West joke?
I already told that one.
Okay. Now, do you know what a tag is on a joke? So a tag is when you tell the joke, but then you add to it to get extra laughs out of it. So, do you have any tags to your God with Down syndrome joke?
I don't really get too. I don't really know much about Down syndrome, so I don't get too offensive. So, but
Okay, what are your tags? What are your tags? It's okay if you don't have them, but it's a good opportunity, and it allows you to entertain people for a longer period of time. So your joke is,
hey, if you have Down syndrome and you get someone pregnant, will that baby automatically have Down syndrome?
no.
Oh, okay.
But let's look at the percentage. Do people with Down syndrome
No, just one.
mate? What are the chances their child has Down syndrome?
If it's two.
It's extremely rare for two people with Down syndrome to have a child together, primarily because men with Down syndrome are almost invariably infertile, while women can have reduced fertility. However, there have been documented cases of men with Down syndrome fathering children, and it is possible for two individuals with Down syndrome to conceive. although such occurrences are exceptionally uncommon. If a woman with Down syndrome has a child with a partner who does not have Down syndrome, the theoretical chance of the child having Down syndrome is 50%. If the man with Down syndrome has a child with a partner who does not have Down syndrome, the chance of the child having the condition is also estimated at 50%. If both parents have Down syndrome, the chance of their child having Down syndrome is very high, though precise figures are difficult to determine due to the rarity of such cases. Theoretically, a child conceived by two parents with Down syndrome could inherit two, three, or four copies of chromosome 1. A child with two copies would be unaffected. A child with three copies would have Down syndrome, and a child with four copies is typically incompatible with life and would result in a miscarriage. So, um, chances like Down syndrome people don't really reproduce that often. But okay, so you have this. I just want you to know. I think it was a child of God instead of having autism had Down syndrome. You know what I mean? There's the idea that you'd be he wouldn't be ready to say hi, and then you add tags to that, like unlimited hugs, free kickball, like that. You can add jokes to that, and it enhances your joke. Unlimited ice, unlimited ice cream. Yeah, and then that's not bad. And then at the end can be like, it's better than whatever the fuck we have going on now. Those are tags. So they take your joke, which isn't a bad premise, and you add to that. And that gets more, people laugh at that. It makes people laugh more. And that's what you want to do. Like, basically, you're coming out and you're just telling one joke and have one punchline. And that's fine. It makes people laugh, some. But if you can enhance that joke with additional, tags, then it not only makes your original punchline stronger, but it makes people laugh more. And that's what you want to do. All right, are you going to record your show tomorrow? That's bullshit. Show in January.
tribe of legend in Genesis 35. And his strength. Wealthy man possibly had Mary's root of the roots. Ancestor of King David and symbol of kindness and redemption. David he would possibly be fired or spit. First words in a Palestinian. Note for murdering Abel Genesis 4, archetype of jealousy and fratricide. Abel from the Hebrew Orthodox symbol of loyalty or wholeheartedness. One of the spies sent by Moses. Perfect faith and inherited letters number 13. 14. Joshua 14. Cyrus Correct 13 meeting Cyborg. Team of Persians who allowed Jews to return and rebuild the temple Ezra 1. Consider the divinely appointed figure in Isaiah. Daniel Hebrew for God is my judge. Prophet and states in the Babylonian exile, 6 CPG. Notes for Interpreting 3, the lion's den, and apocalyptic visions, book of Daniel. David Hebrew for blood. Second Kingdom Israel c. 1000 PG. Jerusalem the capital, many psalms. Central figure in Jewish many traditions. Henry Hebrew for me. Prophetess and judges led Israel to victory over Canaan under Sisera Judges 4. 5. Symbol of leadership system. Reliably with possibly delicate life. Woman who degrades sex into the Philistines Judges 16. Symbol of seduction and degradal. Dinah Hebrews for judge mortification. Daughter of Jacob and Leah Genesis 34. Central to the story of Shechem. For my God is the devil. Prophet at night. He changed the truth all worship, called down fire, Mount Carmel, ascended to heaven in a fiery chariot, 1 Kings 17. Fellowship for my God is salvation. Successor of Elijah. Perform miracles, heal damage, multiply oil and food. Peace 2. 13. That is a people for God is my help. Abraham has trusted servant Genesis 15. Possibly the unnamed servant in Genesis 24 seeks Rebekah for Isaac. Also later figures with same name. Ephraim Hebrew for fruitful. Son of Joseph and Messina, ancestor of tribe of Ephraim Genesis 41. 52. Central border tribe in Israel. Esau has the Hebrew meaning carried or rubbed. Elder queen of Jacob, ancestor of Edom Genesis 25. Sown his birthright for two. Symbol of worldly desertions. Jacob has spirituality. Esther Hadassah 13 star or Hebrew birthly Hadassah. Eva heroine of current story book of Esther. Saved the Jews from Haman as moms. Shaka Hebrew 4 by 4 living 1. First woman, created as partner to Adam Genesis 2. 4.
76 views.
Ezra Hebrew for help. Priest and scribe who led Jewish return from Babylon and re-established Torah observance book of Ezra. Gad Hebrew for fortune-eared root. Son of Jacob and Zilpah, ancestor of tribe of Gad Genesis 30. 11. Tribe settled east of the Jordan. Gideon Jeroboam Hebrew for Peor or Cutter. Judge who delivered Israel from Midian with only 300 men. Judges 6. 8. Called Jeroboam for pulling down wall as altar. The lion Philistine name, possibly meaning exile. Giant warrior slain by David with a sling 1 Samuel 17. Archetype of arrogance defeated by King. Hagar possibly negotiable for fugitive or stranger. strength is level gauge. Team of Judah agency. AG, known for religious reforms, resisting Assyria, and miraculous claims. AG. Raji. Hosea Pasha for salvation. Prophet agency, author of book of Hosea. Marriage, however, symbolized as relationship with his Isaac Hebrew for he will laugh for laughter. Son of Abraham and Sarah, second Rebar. Bound again in Genesis 22. Father of Ishmael for God will hear. Son of Abraham and Hagar. Ancestor of Aaron tribes. His story reflects divine care for outcasts. Genesis 16:21. Israel Yaakov Jacob Hebrew for one who struck with God. David renamed Israel after Restream Genesis 32. Named father of 12 tribes. Issachar for there is reward. Son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Issachar Genesis 30. 18. Tribe associated with Torah study. Jabez David's Hebrew for sorrow or pain. Minor biblical figure operating for God as blessing 1 Chronicles 4. 9. 10. Jason Yaakov Hebrew for heel grabber or subhunter. Matriarch, son of Isaac, son of Esau. Father of the 12 tribes. Renamed Israel Genesis 25. 49. Jeremy for Hebrew and mining. A judge of Israel Judges 10. 3. 5. Also other minor figures share this name. Japheth Yepeth Hebrew for expansion. Start of the New European names Genesis 10. Jeremiah Judah Hebrew for WH or appointed by WH. Prophet during the final days of Judah 7. 16. Wrote book of Jeremiah and Lamentations. Arizona Hebrew for framework city. First city conquered by Joshua. Walls fell by God as miracle Joshua 6. Jeroboam Hebrew for the holy priest. First Kingdom 10 CG introduced golden back 1 Kings 12. Jeroboam Hebrew for led balls 10. All in name of Gideon. Gideon above. Jesse Hebrew Spurgeon. 16. His lineage is central to Messianic hope. Job Hayam Hebrew meaning debated enemy defeated or returning. Protagonist of hope tested by suffering James faithful. Joel Hebrew for WH is God. Prophet author of book of Joel. Preach repentance for called the day of the Lord. Jonah Hebrew for God is great. Several quotable figures, but not Hebrew Bible proper. Jonah Hebrew called up. Prophet swallowed by a great fish, later preached to Nineveh book of Jonah. Symbol of repentance. Jonathan Judah Hebrew for WH as given. Son of King Saul, royal press of David 1 Samuel. Died in Mount in Philistines. Joseph Yusuf Hebrew for making that. Son of David Henry. Sold in slavery, rose to power in Egypt, saved family from famine Genesis 37. 50. Joshua Hebrew for WH is salvation. Successor of Moses led conquest of Canaan book of Joshua. Josiah Hebrew for WH is. King of Judah 7 CPG. Instituted religious reforms to Kings 22. 3. Judah Yehudah ancestor of Judah, Davidic dynasty, and Messianic line. Leah Hebrew for Mary. First wife of Jacob, mother of 6 tribes and Law Hebrew for covering for day. Nephew of Abraham, lying in Sodom, rescued before destruction. Genesis 13. 19. Rashi Hebrew for my messenger. Last of the 12 minor prophets, CPG. Author of book of Malachi. Manasseh Hebrew for causing to forget. Son of Joseph, ancestor of tribe of Manasseh. Genesis 41. 51. Also read Manasseh of Judah to Kings 21. Miriam Hebrew for bitter or beloved. Sister of Moses and Aaron. Prophetess, led women in song after crossing the sea. Exodus 15. Mordecai possibly from her important his five warriors. Hero of Turin, and guardian of Esther, book of Esther. Moses was fed Hebrew from Egyptians and were brought out. Great test proven, led Exodus from Egypt, received Torah at Sinai, guided Israelites 40 years. Naomi Hebrew for pleasant. Mother-in-law of Ruth. Later called Mara bitter after hardships of the Ruth. Nathan Hebrew for Headlock. Prophet during reign of David. Granted him over Bathsheba to Samuel 12. Extracted her Akkadian name meaning not to protect the child. Babylonian Hebrew destroyed the first temple 586 BG. Nehemiah Hebrew was comforted by WH. Peter to rebuild Jerusalem's walls after Babylonian exile in book of Nehemiah. For rest or comfort.
Shvuah, motherfuckers. Look at his athleticism, son. Soft personal brush. Look at his fucking athleticism, baby. I'm a game-changing pimp. Oh, like Forrest Gump when he ran across the United States, baby.
Jeremiah 31. 15. That impossibly Hebrew West submitting for God more spacious. Woman of Jericho sheltered his wives. Later an ancestor of King David of Babylon. 5. Rebecca with the Hebrew for to Taiwan. Wife Isaac, mother of David and Esau. Played key role in securing blessing for Jacob. Genesis 24. 27. Rehoboam Richmond Hebrew for the people have been large. Son of Solomon, king of Judah during split, Paul united monarchy 1 Kings 12. Instant Hebrew for seed, Husam. Born of Jacob and Leah, founder of rise of Ruth in Genesis 29. Lost firstborn rise due to his conduct. Genesis 35. Hebrew for friendship. Moab converted to Judaism, married, known as, and became great-grandmother of King David of the Ruth. Samson Shechem Hebrew for little son. Judge of Israel known for immense strength. The ancient Philistines bent down to the little Judges 13. 16. Samuel message Hebrew for her by God. Prophet, judge, and manager of Saul and David 1 Samuel. Central figure in transition to monarchy. Saul Shaul Hebrew for asked for. First king of Israel, chosen by God through Samuel. Ultimately lost favor for disobedience 1 Samuel 9. 31. Senator of Akkadian named God placed brother. Assyrian king besieged Jerusalem in 701 BC, but failed to keep AD. 19. The reward appointed or granted. Son of Adam Babylonian dates given to Mania, Ish, and Azariah. Survived being thrown into fire furnace for refusing my lottery to feel free. To my people for my faith. Relative of Saul first David during his fight from Absalom to Samuel 16. She cried me through for beautiful warfare. One of two wives who defied Pharaoh's order to kill people in his Exodus 1. Possibly meaning peaceful from Shalom, symbol of love and beauty. Simeon she was weak for her. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of Simeon Genesis 29. 33. Solomon Shlomo weak for peaceful. Son of David, third king of Israel. Built first temple, named for wisdom 1 Kings 1. 11. 10 army for David. Law of recognized by bold action is 38. Also daughter of David to Samuel 13. Terah Hebrew to a delay or station. Father of Abraham, Nefer, and Haran. Migrated from her before Canaan Genesis 11. Timnath by Mesopotamian names, thrust into son of Asher and Bethel. Assyrian exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15. Uriah Hebrew for WH is my life. Hittite warrior in David's army husband of Bathsheba. Degraded and killed by David to Samuel 11. Uzziah Azariah Hebrew for my strength is WH. King of Judah 8 CBG. Prospered until punished with leprosy to Kings 15. Zechariah Hebrew for WH remembers. Prophet, author of book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also named of several kings and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for dwelling for honor. Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun Genesis 30. Running. Zedekiah Hezekiah Hebrew for WH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, to Kings 24. 25. Zephaniah Hezekiah grew for WH Hasidim. Prophet, author of book of Zephaniah 7, CBG. Zerubbabel Hebrew for sound in Babylon. Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilt temple foundations Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Ziphon Hebrew for birth. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his sons Exodus 2, 4. Zophar Hebrew for journey for leaping. One Job as friends, David in Job 11. Genesis Hebrew name. Narration in the beginning. Number. First book. Covers creation and intimation. Across. Timeline. Creation till 3760 BC Jewish reckoning through death of Joseph till 1450 BC. Exodus Hebrew name. Shema names. Number. Second book. Israelite. Slavery. Plagues. Exodus. Sinai Tabernacle. Timeline. Till 1450. 1310 BC. Leviticus Hebrew name. Monogram and Paul. Number. Third book. Preach loud. Sacrifices. Holiness code. The crops. Timeline. Till 1310 BC at Sinai. Numbers Hebrew name. In the wilderness. Number. Wanderings, rebellions, valley. The crops. Timeline. Till 1310. 1272 BC 40 years in desert. Deuteronomy name. Number. Fifth book. Moses farewells Shelah, blessings of Moses' death. The crops. Timeline. 1270 BC. Plains of Moab. Joshua Hebrew name. Joshua the Lord is salvation. Number 6 book. Conquest and division of Canaan. Across. Timeline. Till 1272. 1245 BC. Judges Hebrew name. Joshua Judges. Number 7th book. Cycles of sin, aggression, and deliverance. Across. Timeline. Till 1245. 1000 BC. Samuel Hebrew name. His name is Tom. Number 8 book. Rise of Joshua, Psalm, and David. Across. Timeline. Till 1070. 970 BC. King's Hebrew name. Elohim Kings. Number 9 book. Solomon, divided kingdom, prophets, exile. Across. Timeline. Till 970. 586 BC. First Temple period. Isaiah Hebrew name. Yeshua the Lord is salvation. Number 28 book. Prophecies of judgment and hope. Across. Timeline. Till 740. 700 BC Assyrian era. Jeremiah Hebrew name. Yermah the Lord will uplift. Number 11 book. Prophecies before and during Babylonian exile. Across. Timeline. Till 626. 586 BC. Ezekiel Hebrew name. Yechezkel God strengthens. Number 12 book. Excellent prophet with visions of restoration. Across. Timeline. Till 593. 571 BC Babylonian exile. The 12 minor prophets Hebrew name. Triasar 12. Number 13 book. Collection of 12 prophets spanning till 750. 450 BC, covering Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian areas. Psalms Hebrew name. Temple praises. Number 14 book. Prayer and hymns attributed to David and others. Across. Timeline. Till 1000. 400 BC. Proverbs Hebrew name. Like parables. Number 15 book. Wisdom sayings. Books attributed to Solomon. Across. Line. 950. 700 BC. John Hebrew name. I have hated persecuted. Number 16 book. Wisdom literature on suffering. Across. Timeline. Located possibly till 1500 BC. Songs Hebrew name. Sure Song of Songs. Number 7. Allegory of God and Israel. Across. Timeline. Till 950 BC attributed to Solomon. Hebrew name. Run Companion Friend. Number 18 book. Story of Ruth. That's loyalty and ancestry of David. Across. Timeline. Till 1100 BC Judges era. Lamentations Hebrew. Icon Palace. Number 19 book. Poems forming destruction offers. Across. Timeline. Till 586 BC. Ecclesiastes Hebrew name. Philip the settler preacher. 28 book. Reflections on meaning of life.
better see.
Solomon. Across. Timeline. Till 950 BC. Esther Hebrew name. Esther Star Mini. Number. 21st book. Story of Earth in Persia. Across. Timeline. Till 480. 460 BC reign of Xerxes and Ahasuerus. Daniel Hebrew name. Daniel God is my judge. Number. 22nd book. Narratives and apocalyptic visions in Babylon. Across. Timeline. Till 600. 530 BC. Ezra. Nehemiah Hebrew names. Ezra helped and Nehemiah comforted by God. Number. 23rd book. Return from exile. Temple rebuild. Reforms. Across. Timeline. Till 538. 400 BC. Chronicles Hebrew name. Nagriai words holidays. Number. 24th book. Retelling of Israel as history from Adam to Cyrus the Great. Across. Timeline. Written till 400 BC. Covering events till 1538 BC. Abram's patronymic, son of Abraham. Abram exalted father Abraham, father of many nations. Gen. 17.
His glasses, I'm sorry.
Origin. Hebrew adapted into Yiddish German form.
Look at this, it's a
Acronym option for clown and for farmer. From Middle High German, Acker equals shield. Not specifically Yiddish, but adopted by the German-speaking lands. Adler in Yiddish, meaning eagle. Chosen as an ornamental name for strength and majesty. Sometimes only to rabbit equivalent. Proper noun is derived from Yiddish German al mountain, hiding from the mountains. In Slavic areas, suffix of individual synonyms. Ashkenazi Hebrew. German. Used to designate Jews from Ashkenaz years in rabbinic writing Rabbi in South Bend Ashke, Ashkenazi. Auerbach place derived from nouns called Auerbach in Germany. Bach equals reed in German. Bacharach place derived from the German noun Bachek on the Rhine. Jewish families often took the noun name when reading. Marriage acronym in Hebrew Yiddish. Ben Rabish. Equals son of Rabbi name beginning with SH, E.G. Shlomo. Root. Hebrew Ben equals son. Baron German Yiddish Honda Holman, Baron. Some Jews adopted this when governments forced surnames to AP. 19. Austria, Germany. David Linson from Yiddish female name male beautiful, from Slavic Bella equals Y. Patronymic. Son of Gale. Aronson patronymic, son of Earth. Word Yiddish for hair was often paired with a Hebrew name non-same meaning. Berliner Geographic, from Berlin. Jews took it when migrating. Bernstein, German Yiddish, Hammer. Ornamental surname, popular after 1787 surname decrees in Russia. Long place derived from long motto towns in Central Europe. Semites used for a person with pale complexion. German white equals pale. German Yiddish flower. Ornamental, associated with beauty. Long German Yiddish long equals free. Used symbolically or as ornamental. Rodi place derived from Rodi Militia, Ukraine, a major Jewish center. Canton variant of Cohen. Hebrew Cohen equals priest, descendants of Aaron. Priestly family. arrived in Berlin. Deutsch, German, Yiddish, or German. Used Portuguese and migrated eastward. Races from the city of Trier, Dresden, French.
Babies.
From Trier. Younger German, Yiddish, population.
Babies.
Common in early modern English.
Look at the bear.
From
Look at the
Emerson.
baby bear.
Emerson.
Look at the baby bear.
Ancestor of Abraham.
Oh, you judge me.
10. 24. Equals the other side you crossing over. Patronymic equals son of ever. Engelman, German, Yiddish, a woman. Sometimes ornamental. Heisenberg, German, Yiddish, higher mountain. Ornamental. Elkanah equals God has inspired, created by Sam. 1. 1. Patronymic surnames formed from this. Epstein from Epstein, found in Germany. Weigel is Red Rabbinic family name. Harvard Yiddish German occupational name equals Dyer of cloth. Weidenbaum German Yiddish victory. Ornamental surname, symbolic of prosperity. Belgian German Yiddish occupational name, Edelman farmer. Equals East German Yiddish, Sparkstone flint.
A good start at all, and in fact it has been stalled for a long time for lots of reasons which also go beyond our discussion here. So possibly you could say it's not offensive because you're saying that the Israelis in the non-Palestinian Authority regions will be free and the Palestinians in the Palestinian Authority area will be free. That's a nice sort of thought, but it doesn't lend itself easily to a slogan. But nevertheless, like in the first possibility, maybe this is one way you could possibly consider it not offensive. But if you mean Palestine will be free in the sense of free of Israel or free of Jews, those are absolutely offensive statements that should be totally rejected. And you can't be surprised when Israelis and Jews are offended and are in fact intimidated by them, especially when you join it to other popular issues like globalize the Intifada. The Intifada was a period of phenomenal terrorist violence directed against the Jews. The second Intifada, which was dominated by Hamas, was caused by all kinds of attacks on civilians, bus bombings and coffee shop bombings and stabbings on the street. Absolutely horrific. When you say globalize the Intifada, that means take that kind of violence throughout the world. That's completely unacceptable. So, in these, I can understand. I myself am offended
How are you?
by the use of the term from the river to the sea, Palestine, because I hear these other things happening. And I'm sure many, many Jews feel the same way I do. So, if you are one of these Gen Xers or these millennials who is thinking about using this phrase, just consider it like the N-word for use. It's the kind of thing that is definitely going to get a rise. And yes, maybe you can thread the needle and say, possibly if you interpret this word this way and this word this way, it's not offensive. Let's see trying that with the N-word. Okay. I hope this made things a little clearer for you. And I want to reiterate that the good news I hear from all of this is that most people, when they understand why this expression is so offensive to Jews, they decide not to use it anymore. And I hope that's what you'll think too. But thank you very much for listening to this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of talk right now in the connection with the conflict in the Middle East regarding the idea of genocide. And I thought it would be interesting for us to have a look at the person who actually invented that word, who's a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin. So let's have a quick look at his background and why he came up with this particular term. So he was born in 1900 in a part of the world that would be today called Belarus. It actually happens to be a part of the world that my own family comes from. And he was rather different than most Jewish boys his age. His father was a farmer near Volkovich, where My great uncle was actually a high school principal, and his mother was an intellectual. There's just not that many Jewish farmers, particularly in that part of the world, in Lithuania, when it was called back then. His mother was a great intellectual, a great reader, and she really instilled in her three sons a love of learning. In fact, she homeschooled all three brothers. Young Raphael was deeply affected by the news of a pogrom in Białystok that occurred in 1906. And then later, as a teenager, when World War I broke out, the entire Lemkin family had to flee into the forests in order to avoid the hostilities between the German and the Russian armies. While they were hiding in the forest, unfortunately, his younger brother died, possibly of pneumonia or even Spanish flu, but unfortunately he passed away at that time, leaving Raphael with only one surviving brother. He went on to receive a trade school education, but he had exceptional language skills. He was ultimately able to read about 14 languages and speak 9. He studied linguistics in Lviv, which back then would have been called Lvov. Later, he went to study philosophy at Heidelberg and law in Lviv once again. And during this time, he continued to meditate and to think deeply about the nature of human cruelty, and in particular the history of massacres in Armenia, which occurred at the beginning of the 20th century in Iraq and elsewhere. And he went to one of his professors, Julius Makarevich, and asked him about the doctrine of state sovereignty that the professor had been promoting. The idea that the states essentially can do whatever they want in their own countries and they can't be punished in other legal fora. So the professor responded to him saying, consider the case of a farmer who owns a flock of chickens. He kills them, and this is his business. If you interfere, you are trespassing. Lemkin apparently replied to him, but the Armenians are not chickens. And you can't compare these things, a farmer killing his children as opposed to a head of state killing his own citizens. His eventual conclusion was, sovereignty, I argued, cannot be conceived as the right to kill millions of innocent people. He was also deeply moved by the trials of two individuals. One was the assassin of Talat Pasha in 1921, and another I'm quite a bit more familiar with, Shalom Schwarzbard assassinated Simon Petlura, who was the leader of the Ukrainian government during the brief period of Ukrainian independence between World War I and the Soviet occupation of Ukraine. In the case of Shalom Schwarzbard, he went up to Simon Petlura, the leader in exile now in Paris in 1926, and shot him dead on the street. He was arrested and placed on trial, and he was able to essentially turn the trial around to be not a trial of his own assassination effort, but rather of the activity of Simon Petlura during this crucial Civil War period. And even though Shalom Schwarzbard was clearly guilty of assassinating Simon Petlura, the Paris jury in 1927 rendered a verdict that allowed him to go free. And this kind of event led Raphael Lemkin to think, why is it that we can't prosecute those who perpetrate crimes on their own soil? This thought would eventually mature in his mind during his experience during the Holocaust. But during the 1930s, he was working as a public prosecutor in Poland, and he was also very deeply involved in working with the legal codes of Poland and codifying those laws. Let us remember, Poland was recently reconstituted as an independent country after World War I. In 1933, he went to the newly formed League of Nations, which was essentially the precursor to the United Nations, and he met with their legal counsel at a conference in Madrid. And there he made some derogatory comments about Nazi that when he went to Poland got him in a lot of trouble because Poland was in treaties with Germany at the time, so he was fired from his public position. He ended up going into practice, but he continued to work on his idea of how is it possible to perpetrators of international massacres. Unfortunately, I have ample opportunity to continue this line of thought because on September 1st, 1939, the Nazis would invade Poland. Lemkin's own home was destroyed in a bombing raid on the 6th of that month, and he ended up being homeless and having to wander from place to place for some time. He was able to escape both the Nazis advancing into Poland and also Russian detention by portraying himself not as an intellectual, as a lawyer, but rather as a simple peasant. And he managed to make his way back to Volkovich and to see his parents for the very last time in November of 1939. He moved on to Vilna, the capital, and he decided there, and I'm going to quote from his autobiography, "I really lived only when I was fighting for an ideal. I will devote the rest of my life to my work, outlawing the destruction of peoples." Later in Riga, he would meet with the distinguished historian Shimon Dubno, who would encourage him to continue his work in his vein. Dubno was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lemkin was able to make his way first to Sweden and then via Japan to the USA in 1941, where he became a professor at Duke University and later at Rutgers University. The Holocaust, however, was absolutely devastating for him. He lost 49 members of his family, although his surviving brother actually managed to make it through the Holocaust because he was in a labor camp with his family, a Soviet labor camp, and ultimately was able to come to Canada where he settled. So Lemkin had suffered phenomenally during the Holocaust, and this further encouraged him to work on his concept of how to prosecute war criminals who commit crimes against people of other nations. His greatest claim to fame, of course, is that he created and defined the word genocide, borrowing from the term genos in Greek, meaning family, and sidera, which means to kill, like in homicide or suicide, terms like that. And he published the term in a book in 1944 called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, and it proved to be an extremely important term that was used in the Nuremberg trials and elsewhere. The UN General Assembly accepted his Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in December of 1948, and then later was ratified in 1951. And for the rest of his life, he worked on many examples of 20th century massacres, including a very notable speech in 1953, in which he was an early individual to identify the Soviet artificial famine of 1932-33 as a genocide against Ukrainians. Unfortunately, Lemkin, who spent his life in New York City, suffered from very poor health, and in particular, high blood pressure. Doctors had difficulty diagnosing illness, which he ended up calling asciditis, meaning exhaustion from the work on the Genocide Convention. In 1959, he died of a heart attack on a New York street. Lemkin never married nor had children, but as you can see from his collar stones by English custom, he continues to be. His work as a theoretician and as a legal scholar was without peer, and he was in fact nominated for the Nobel Prize 10 times in his lifetime. Unfortunately, the word genocide has been cheapened significantly in our times, and it's used quite casually when it really does not conform to the way Lemkin would define it. In the context of the Middle East, I think it's relevant. In his autobiography, which he titled Totally Official, there is no mention of the Allied bombings of Dresden or of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, even though these involve very high numbers of civilian casualties. Clearly, the numbers, and especially the disparity between the numbers on either end of the conflict, is not the kind of element that plays into his definition of genocide. I think it's very important to think about this in the context of what the Allies were when they were bombing these places. Dresden, of course, and Nagasaki are civilians, but the Allies viewed the attack as an attempt to extirpate an absolutely noxious, murderous, genocidal regime, the Nazis. And Americans certainly felt they were attacked without provocation on December 7th, 1941, with the bomb of Pearl Harbor. And so ending the war quickly in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by demonstrating to the Japanese that a long, drawn-out conflict was not in their interest. You can understand the American decision, what was going into the American mind when they made the decision to engage in these activities. And this, I think, gives us some insight into what Israelis must be thinking. The brutal pogrom of October 7th was so horrific and so unprovoked and so sudden that for Israelis, this is essentially like a Pearl Harbor moment. And the Hamas organization in Gaza is so dangerous to Israeli civilians that it must be completely removed from the population of Gaza. Now, that is not to say that Gazans themselves are the subject of the attack. They are definitely suffering, and horrific suffering. It's unimaginable, but that's primarily because Hamas is embedded deeply into their civilian infrastructure. I do not have the temerity to tell Israel what they should or should not do militarily. That's out of my lane. I'm a historian, not a military specialist. But I will say that I can understand on a historical basis why they would be engaging in the Daya doctrine and trying to exert maximum pressure to squeeze Hamas out of the tunnels and to release the hostages that they kidnapped from Israel on October 7th. I would recommend that anyone has any doubts about this, please visit this website, Saturday-October-7, all spelled out, Saturday-October-7. It's a very, very graphic website which simply brings together all of the publicly available photographs, cell phone videos, and other things that have been culled from social media that depicts what happened on October 7th. It is definitely a very, very difficult site to visit, but you get a sense of what Israelis must be feeling and why these actions. Let me conclude by getting back to Raphael Lemkin. In his autobiography, he speaks about Jewish culture and Jewish religion and Hebrew. And I found an especially moving passage when he describes how at age 7, in the book of Isaiah, one of the biblical prophets, and he says, he read, "Cease to do, learn to do well, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow." Unquote. This call of Isaiah, Lemkin continues, sounded to me so urgent, as if the now outside our door. The appeal to create converting swords into plowshares seemed thought of the power of plows, which brought and not destruction. The metaphor of the beating of swords into so resonant in Isaiah's writings, and has, of course, affected the United Nations today. And we can understand the motivation of someone like Raphael Lemkin, who devoted his life to end this kind of horrific massacre of people. Therefore, to note that this person who loved peace so much and devoted his life to ending massacres of innocent civilians, nevertheless did not feel that discussing Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden was within the boundaries of what he conceived of as genocide. And you can make of that what you will. Thank you very much for watching, and let us hope to see an end to this conflict as soon as possible. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I'd like to issue a brief educational content warning. This video will discuss some difficult issues, and I will probably show you some disturbing images as well. Obviously, we're still in the midst of a tremendous crisis in Gaza and Israel. It's a period of tremendous polarization, and what I would like to achieve with this brief video is to help define the parameters for appropriate debate of the history of the peoples that live in the area. Specifically, I'd like to try and define for our working purposes what is acceptable criticism of Israel and what is simple anti-Semitism. This is a very valid consideration because the world is focused on this area, as it frequently is, and I myself am uncomfortable with a lot of the debate that goes on. I'd like to try and promote more of a space for the participation of people of goodwill and reason to look for a path forward where all the peoples in the region can live in prosperity and good health. So let's start with the question, if I criticize Israel, am I an anti-Semite? Well, if the answer to that question is yes, then you're in company with roughly 50% of the Israeli population at any given time. Israel is an extremely rigorous democracy. They have had 9 elections in this century alone. That's about one every 2.5 years. They had remarkably robust protests in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in the summer of last year before October 7th. So, Israel has a deep-seated commitment to the diversity of opinion and its expression, and this includes the 20% of the Israeli population that are not Jewish. There is a strong minority population of Arabs, both Muslim and Christian. They vote, they participate in Knesset, they disagree with other parties just like every party does in Israel. So it's certainly appropriate to criticize the policies of the state of Israel because, roughly half of Israelis do it. This is not the same thing as saying I'm Jewish, therefore I can never be an anti-Semite. Unfortunately, that is possible. There are boundaries of criticism which are inappropriate. I would think that there are boundaries of criticism in Israel that are illegal, depending on what one states that. Furthermore, one who supports Israel is not ipso facto anti-Palestinian Islamophobic. It is possible to identify with both of these in the Middle East. It is possible to empathize with suffering and to seek a solution that is suitable to both parties' conflict. So, what are the parameters for when something from criticism of Israel and goes into the simple outline 4 basic guardrails? The first one, inability to empathize with Israeli suffering. Now, obviously, the suffering in Gaza is phenomenal. The response to October 7th has been overwhelming and has been the focus of much attention since the invasion of Gaza began, motivated by the attempt to release the hostages and destroy Hamas, the terrorist organization that has been identified as the aims of this particular war. We should recall that October 7th was a thing. October 7th happened. It was an incredibly violent, horrific attack on a civilian population and still has 131 hostages associated with this attack. You have to see where Israelis are coming from. These are family members. These are close relatives and friends that Israel is trying to retrieve from this incomprehensible situation. That's an important thing to bear in mind. We also see this kind of inability to identify with Israeli suffering when people rip down the posters that commemorate these people who are held in captivity and try to draw attention to their condition. One may disagree with the military strategies of the State of Israel without denying the suffering of those who are kidnapped and their families. Seeing the Israelis as the sole perpetrators of the suffering in the region is simply unfair, and it's ahistorical. The historical attention span longer than 15 minutes, one recognizes that this conflict goes back generations. Hamas, for its part, has been shelling Israel since it took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. Of course, Palestinians can also point to suffering at the hands of these Israelis. This is not a what about it kind of video. I'm trying to specifically address the issue of criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism, but it just underscores the fact that this is a place of great historical complexity, and people should not rush to judgment. Second guardrail, conflating anything Jewish with Israel. Recall that about half of the world's Jews live in Israel, but half of them do not. Half of them belong to countries all over the world, the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, and so on. And while it is true that most Jews support Israel, but that doesn't mean that every Jew around the world constitutes a target for anti-Semitic attack. Consider, for example, the recent protests at Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto and also here in New York, where, what does Mount Sinai have to do with Gaza? Mount Sinai is, of course, the name of a hospital that was founded by Jewish donors. It treats people across the religious spectrum, regardless of their background. It's a place of healing that has absolutely nothing to do with the setting of Israeli military or political policies. Why you're taking this here, unless you want to specifically target Jews all around. That's called anti-Semitism. Third guardrail. Beware of borrowing tropes from historical anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not an idea that was invented last month. It goes back millennia. And it has a hoary and off blood-soaked tradition behind it. And there's certain images, such as, for example, the drinking of blood by Jews in some kind of vampiric, which is associated with a 12th century charge blood libel. It's horrific and plays into a long run, completely false and completely unfair. But borrowing from those things essentially plugs one's argument into this historical tradition of anti-Semitism, and that may not be something that one wishes to encourage. And then the final guardrail. It may be anti-Semitic if one's selective. In other words, people are entitled to their opinions, but are they only so enervated about Israel? Are they not enervated about the persecution of people elsewhere in the world, in Syria, in China, in Sudan, and elsewhere, in Iran? Is it only when Jews are involved that one is outraged? If that is the case, chances are it constitutes anti-Semitism. So if we're going to historically, we should bear in mind that blind spots are certainly human. I definitely have them. But nevertheless, I value the opportunity to discuss some of these extremely important historical issues with open-minded people who are rational and of goodwill. And while I've had many productive discussions with people who have very different opinions about what should be happening in Gaza right now, nevertheless, none of them associate with slogans that involve violence, such as, for example, resistance by any means, a very offensive statement that I doubt most people who use it can do what they're talking about, or globalize the Intifada. Similarly, the idea what the Intifada actually meant for Israel. And they don't use horrific, violent, gory images, such as this particular lecture from a Northeastern University recently featured in the news, who uses these kind of offensive images, a visceral hatred, which can be anti-Semitism. This has been a little different video from most of the ones that I taught out. I hope you have difficult. I look forward to speaking with you in more conventional Jewish history videos. Thank you.
China's second highest people of the soul, transcending connection to divine life force.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As a historian, I like to restrict my activities to things which happened firmly in the past, which are no longer happening today. That's really where I feel most comfortable and I can speak with a certain degree of authority. But since October 7, it has become increasingly impossible to maintain my safe, comfortable home in the past, and I often have to talk about things that have direct relevance to the future. The truth is, that's not really true. That almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'll probably get a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning in advance. Now, perhaps one of the reasons why the current moment is so upsetting for many Jews is because universities is perhaps one of the last places where we expect to see this kind of phenomenon. But in reality, we shouldn't be that surprised because, again, taking a longer historical approach to the problem, we happen to be living at the end of a historical bubble that in the immediate post-Holocaust era, and especially from the 1960s, when the combination of the growth of the Black Pride movement in the United States and the remarkable victories in Israel, the Six-Day War, produced a surge of interest in Jewish academics on university campuses, and specifically the rise of Jewish studies on academic campuses. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are, relatively speaking, fairly safe spaces. We invest heavily in them with Hillels and with Chabad houses and all kinds of supports for Jewish studies on campuses, and we thought that Jewish students would find a lot of value being in universities. But we happen to be coming, it appears, to the end of that anomalous period, that 5 or 6 decades of relative peace are slowly coming to an end, or perhaps rapidly coming to an end. So in this video, let's have a quick look back to the very beginning of the Jewish love affair with universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the thread of resilience that winds its way through this history up until the present moment. So first of all, let us recall that Jews have a deep love affair with higher education. This is something that is deeply rooted in Jewish culture and has all kinds of reinforcements throughout history. If you look, for example, at the central of Judaism, the Shema Israel, Hear O Israel, has a end to teach your children. I mean, teaching and education is really built into the core DNA of Jewish history. And besides its religious motivation and its intrinsic value, Jews were incredibly incentivized higher education, primarily because the holding real estate, the holding of land, was not necessarily the best way for them to make a living throughout the long diaspora period. Jews could be expelled from a country on a notice, and that would mean they quit their land holdings and so on. So historically, Jews have looked towards aspects of the economy that are more portable in nature. This leads them, of course, to various crafts that are skill-based, to all kinds of financial activities in particular, and to medicine. And all of these things require a higher level of education. So there's like the idea of transportable economics produces more inclination towards higher education. If we look at our own times, have a look at the Pew Research Center report on Jewish Americans, you can see that statistically Jews are an extremely highly educated ethnic group. If you have a look at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans, who are in the red bar, and non-Jewish Americans in the yellow bar. This is as of 2020. And you can see that Jews are severely underrepresented when it comes to people who have a high school diploma or less, and they are incredibly overrepresented when you look at postgraduate degrees, like master's degrees, professional degrees, doctorates, and so on. They're more than 3 times the proportion of your average American. So Jews are very much invested in the idea of higher education, which is something that happens at universities. We should also note, of course, that historically Jews have had their own universities understood within the context of their times. Examples from the ancient world, such as the gathering at Yavna, the called Kerem Yavna, the orchard of Yavna, which was in Israel in the 1st century. Bodies that were partially research, partially judicial, like the Sanhedrin. And then, of course, when you get to the Talmud period, you have massive academies in Babylonia and several cities along the Euphrates and Tigris, also in the city of Tiberias, for example. And you also note here that in the Talmudic academies, the nature of Talmudic study is so broad that it easily encompassed all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge would be included within Talmudic purview. So those aren't exactly universities the way we understand them today, but nevertheless they were institutions of higher education that deeply attached to it. And even in the post-Talmudic period, there were several examples of purely Jewish university-like gatherings, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, in the 15th century in Sicily, an attempt to create a Jewish university, or perhaps might be better said, as a university under Jewish auspices. Then the Inquisition came along and the Jews were expelled from there shortly thereafter. It was really only in the modern era when you have institutions like Hebrew University established, and here in the city there's an extremely successful Jewish university. I've heard that there are a couple others as well. I just don't know. But let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending general universities. What was that like? So the dominant experience of Jews and higher education up to the 20th century is one of struggle against inclusion. This is especially true in Christian land, where there was always a real test for students and especially for faculty. This began in the 4th century with the Union of Constantinople, known as the Pandidacteri, place of all teachings, which is sort of echoed in the word university today, which was founded, ironically, when the Patriarchate in Israel was ended in 425. But outside of the University of Constantinople, Jews were admitted to the University of Shapur in Sasanian Persia in the 6th post-Talmudic period, which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, Baghdad rose. There was the Al-Hikmah, which was open to Jews as well. So Jews enthusiastically participated in these kinds of institutions, which were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. In Christian lands, there were some interesting exceptions made for extremely literate Jews who were very valuable to the university enterprise, particularly in areas like the Hebrew language, which is something the Jews, of course, retained and was essential for studying scriptures, but it didn't always work out so well for neither the prospective faculty nor the university institution. For example, Eliyahu Levita was invited to teach in Paris in the 15th century, but he refused because Paris was still closed to Jews, and he didn't want to be the only one there with some kind of residency permit. The major exception for much of the medieval period is Italy, and Italy was incredibly kind to Jewish students. The great universities of Bologna, Ferrara, Pavia, Perugia, Pisa, Rome, Siena, and especially Padua invited Jews or allowed Jews to so much that when they graduated, went back to their home to practice, typically the term Italian doctor basically meant Jew. Just like in roughly the same period, the term Portuguese merchant also meant Jew, like a euphemism. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices. Jews were forced to pay higher tuition, higher fees. There were certain kind of humiliations, like on Christmas they had to give all of the Christian students a bag of candy in Padua and things like that. The Jews would still generally be forced to wear distinguished clothing, like distinctive hats that separated them from groups and so on. But by and large, Jews were very happy to even have the opportunity to study in these institutions of higher education. This all really changes from the 18th century onward. There's an increasing pressure from the Enlightenment to admit Jews without demanding that they convert to Christianity before they teach and certainly before they study. An interesting example is one Isaac Abraham Euchel, who was an instructor of Hebrew, and the University of Königsberg rejected his application to teach Hebrew there over the objections of the great Immanuel Kant, who is, of course, the most famous son of Königsberg, who refused to sign off on the Senate of the university's decision to not admit Professor Eichel to teach Hebrew. Everything changes really on a legal basis when the Austrian Emperor Joseph II issued the Patent of Toleration in 1782, which formally allowed Jews to attend public school. And this is around the time when universal public education just begins to get rolling. And Jews were, under the Patent of Toleration, allowed to apply to universities as well. Application is not the same as admission, and progress was slow, but nevertheless, on a legal basis, Austria formally allowed Jews to attend institutions of higher education. By the time we get to the end of the 19th century, there are so many Jews who are active in all kinds of areas that are burgeoning and developing new departments of study in psychology and sociology, experimental physics, linguistics, that the idea of blocking Jews who were really at the forefront of many of these fields, sometimes actually creating these fields, made this whole idea seem silly. So by the time you get to the early 20th century, Jews are being admitted to universities in much higher numbers. Perhaps the greatest resurgence of a threat to Jewish participation in higher education came with the advent of fascism, however. The Nazi regime passed just months after Hitler came to power on April 25th, 1933. By the way, I happen to be recording this video on the anniversary of that date. The so-called Law Against Overcrowding in Schools and Universities. The law, which was ostensibly crowding, really meant against too many Jews in schools and universities. And it set a very, very low threshold of how Jews could be allowed to enter classes, even though Jews were at that time just 0.8% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong urge very early on in the Nazi regime to keep them out of higher education. In 1939, they would not be allowed to attend at all. In Poland, agro-nationalism that was emanating from Western Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lectures where Jewish students were forced to sit during lectures. Some bizarre discrimination against Jews to source their own cadavers for dissection from the Jewish community, as opposed to general students who could use whatever bodies were either donated to science or were otherwise sourced by the university for research. And we have this also, though, in the communist realm. One of the most bizarre episodes in a very bizarre period of time. The early Soviet tried to do away with all bourgeois educational models, and they actually tried to have the universities run by the students themselves. Kind of ironic when you see the People's University signs poking up at some of these Ivy League schools. And they wanted to put students in charge. Why should professors be in charge? This was considered an absurd effort, and it was doomed to failure because you can't put undergraduates of undergraduates and hope that students will make progress. But nevertheless, it also was another opportunity to persecute Jews and remove them from teaching positions in the Soviet Union. It also killed, for a very long time, the efforts of Jews in the Soviet Union to pursue degrees in certain fields, which were like ideologically suspect. I have many colleagues who in the Soviet Union received their doctorates in fields that were far away from Jewish history. And then once the Soviet Union fell apart, they actually went because what they wanted to study was Jewish history. So this should give some kind of sense of how we got to the point we are at. What I began this video with was a statement that we are at the end, sadly, of an anomalous in Jewish history. At the end of a very happy bubble where there was a honeymoon for Jews. Unfortunately, everything seems to be pointing in the opposite direction right now. We are of a new form of anti-Semitism, I understand it, which now anti-Israelism, and is within the parameters of normal criticism of any other country. Now, please don't get me wrong. There is lots of room to criticize Israel. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli politics is basically a national sport in Israel, and it is an amateur sport outside of Israel as well. There's lots of room for legitimate dissent, criticism, and so on, and it is a very vigorous democracy that allows for that to happen. But what's happening on many campuses today seems quite different. I'd like to outline now 4 basic ways in which today's protests go beyond the normal dissent of young people in an artificial environment like university into something which sadly resembles cruder anti-Semitism. First of all, calls for violence. And it goes without saying, of course, actual violence. Universities should not tolerate any intimidation of any student. No student should feel fear for their physical well-being by entering the campus. They should be able to stand and listen to someone else's argument. They should be able to offer their own counter argument, all within the parameters of normal speech. Saying things like the next target of Al Qassam, holding up signs, or saying things like Intifada revolution is the only solution. We'll get to point two about that in just a second. But open calls for violence are absolutely inappropriate and certainly constitute, in my humble opinion, a form of hate speech. Second, and it pains me to say this about a university environment where we're dedicated to higher education, but there is an incredible degree of ignorance about the basic history of this region. A deep level of ignorance that is so profound that it's hard not to get as willful. And when you combine this incredible degree of ignorance with what appears to be a complete moral apathy and inability to empathize with the suffering of people on either side of this conflict, then it becomes incredibly dangerous. I see it especially when talking about the hostages. My social media feed is full of these videos where people will interview students and, okay, they don't know the geography of river and sea, fine, it's just silly. But when they ask them straight up questions like, should Hamas release the hostages, and they can't give a clear yes answer, that astounds me. How can they possibly conceive that it is acceptable to children, women, the elderly, civilians, and then hold them as hostages, hiding behind human shields? It's just mind-boggling that rational people can actually think that is acceptable. So that definitely tilts it over into anti-Semitism, whether they know it or not. Third, a refusal to countenance so-called normalizers, meaning people, typically Muslims, by the way, who want to tone down the you know, they have these red lines like Al-Wahhabis, that which basically says their principles, and they're saying that it doesn't agree with these principles, these starting principles. I see it on my social media feed as well when there's certain voices for peace who are arguing from the other side of this crevasse, that they want to find ways to traverse the distance, the abyss that separates us, and they are shut down by their co-religions. I mean, that's absolutely intolerable. We need to find people who can build bridges right now, creating a lasting peace in the region. Those are the people we need. There should be no excuse for shutting those people down. And then fourth, and we've talked about this before, so I don't want to add more to it, but this idea of selective outrage. This idea that, you can be upset about things that Israel does. Jews and Israelis are frequently upset about things that Israel does, and there's room to criticize, there's room to analyze, and there's room to make recommendations. But to be only upset about things that Israel does and completely be uncaring about things that happen in the rest of the world, where does that come from? You stuck with me for quite a while in this video. We talked a little bit about history, we talked a little bit about the moment. Let me just add one last. I've never seen anyone do a really good scientific study of this. I have seen a few isolated studies that seem to bear out the parameters of this thesis, but it seems that most anti-Jewish violence, I would like to suggest that maybe it's most protests by young people in general, is strongly correlated with the weather. In other words, people don't like to come out in a rainy season to protest. People don't come out in the middle of February to protest. Generally speaking, there are some interesting exceptions. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by the beautiful spring weather that we are enjoying here in the Northeast. And I'd like to hope then that we get some rain real soon. Thank you very much for watching. Let us know for your- Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Like many of you, I've been following the protests on the campuses of many of the institutions of higher education in this country with great interest and concern. And one of the areas that I find particularly difficult is reading the perspective of Jewish participants in these protests. And so, this is stepping a little bit out of my lane as a historian because I prefer to talk about things that happened a long time ago, and I will. If you're here for that, I will talk about some historical precedents here. But I really wanted to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow Jews who are choosing to participate in these protests and share with you some of my thoughts about how your participation fits into the larger narrative of Jewish history over the last 2 millennia. Let me say first that I think I understand.
What up, Splangly?
I think I understand where you.
How are you? Can you hear me? Splangly. Splangly. Do you speak English?
by after. Cross out 1 CD. 73. 83. 10 CDG. Electric gatherer Hebrew. 11 equals Seamer. Solve Hill Doctor. Actual J 46. 21. No 26. 38. Angry Arnold Wilderness. Fire mighty men on God Raw. Hebrew. Then he might plant ancestor. But see F Gen 41. 46. 18. 17 CPG. Belonging to bodies of Egyptian. Joseph S. Y. Mother of Hebrew Manasseh. Asher Gen 30. 35. 49. Avery Arnold. Happy Blessed Hebrew. Son of Jacob. Child Patriarch. Act 1CHR2. 24. 25. C2nd. First Millennium PG. Possibly Black Set Hebrew. Conservative. W. Spencer. Astronaut Ben Ben. 3. Term 51. 27. Perfect Coast Flood. Ethnic. Later Germanic plants Hebrew usage. Descendant of Wilbur. Later name for German Jewry. Ashkenaz and 1. 3. 6 CPG. Likely Akkadian Old Persian. Chief Official Trading Daniel and Friends. Restream Lights Gen 46. 17. No 26. 31. Avery Arnold Wilderness. God has found me. Apostolic Link Ancestor. Azariah Denny Peaks from Ezra. Day. 10. 5th CPG. Has helped Hebrew. Priests, princes. Uzziah X given name is Azariah. Azariah aka Abednego Net 1. 3. 6 CPG. Has helped Hebrew. Abednego equals servant of Akkadian. Delivered from furnace with Canadian fish. Balaam made meeting. None of the people were the honor Hebrew origin, possibly with Northwest Semitic influence. Life. Prom. 13. 12th century BG Late Bronze Age. Role. Unknown Israelite prophet hired by Balaam, king of Moab, to curse Israel. Numbers 22. 24. Instead, he blesses them uttering famous prophecies about Israel as future. Balaam made meaning. Destroyer or devastator Hebrew. Live. On. 13th teenage century BG. Role. King of Moab feared Israel as encroachment and summoned Balaam to curse them. Numbers 22. His opposition sets the stage for Balaam as prophecy. Barak made meaning. Lightning Hebrew. Live. On. 12th century BG. Role. Israelite general during the time of Deborah Judges 4. 5. When Deborah defeated Sisera and Canaanite army. His story highlights partnership between Baal and female leadership in Israel as early history. Barnabas appears in New Testament, not Tanakh made meaning. Son of encouragement Aramaic. Not in the Hebrew Bible proper, but included in Jewish Christian contexts. The significant impacts as companion of Paul. Barak made meaning. Less Hebrew. Live. 7. 6th century BG. Role. Scribe and disciple of the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah 36:45. He recorded Jeremiah as prophecies, preserved them despite persecution, and was a witness to the destruction of playing a political role in ensuring Solomon has succession to the throne. Then having a meeting. Son of the eighth. Live. 18th, 17th century. Role. Ancestor of the Ammites, born from the union of God and his younger daughter Genesis 19. 38. Benjamin Day meeting. Son of the right hand or son of the south Hebrew. Live. 19. 18th century BC. Role. Youngest son of Jacob and Rachel, founder of the tribe of Benjamin Genesis 35. His tribe produced Israel's first king, Saul. The 9-day meeting. God has built Hebrew. Live. 10th century BC. Role. A warrior in David's army, famous for killing a lion in a pit, 2 Samuel 23. Later, Solomon appointed him commander of the army after Obed's execution. Then Hadad made meeting. Son of Hadad Aramaic origin. Hadad was a Syrian storm dog. Live. 9. 8th century BC. Role. Several kings of Aram, Damascus and kings fought wars with Israel, both against and sometimes allied with them. Known as main meeting. In this strike Hebrew. Live. 12th century BC. Role. Wealthy landowner in Bethlehem, married Ruth, becoming great-grandfather of King David of Ruth. Represents kindness, justice, and redemption. In main meeting. Timid or modest Hebrew. Live. 19th century BC. Role. Son of Ezer, grandson of Seir the Horite, Genesis 36. 27. Minor theological figure. Wealthy name meaning. Possibly cheerful Hebrew. Live. First temple period. Role. Head of 1 Mock 24 priestly divisions in the temple 1 Chronicles 24. 14. Milsham Day meeting. Possibly searcher Aramaic origin. Live. 5th century BC. Role. One of the leaders who returned with Zerubbabel after the Babylonian exile, Nehemiah 7. 7. Milton Day meeting. Son of contention, possibly Aramaic or Akkadian origin. Live. Patriarchal traditional dating thought. 18. 17th century BC. Role. One of John has 3 friends who argued with him about suffering from Jaw. Easily made meeting. In the shadow of God Hebrew. Live. 13th century BC. Role. Craftsman chosen to construct the tabernacle, Exodus 31. Known for wisdom and artistic skill. Is Bulgarian say Masaba, alternate spelling. Bethel Day meeting. Man of God Hebrew. Live. 19. 18th century BC. Role. Father of Rebecca, the grandfather of Jacob and Esau, Genesis 22. 22. 23. He married name meaning. I well Hebrew. Live. 8th century BC. Role. From the prophet Hosea 1. Also Abdai, father of Judah, wives of Esau, Genesis 26. 34. Barzillai name meaning. Iron like Hebrew. Live. 10th century BC. Role. Elderly 99 Knight supported King David during Absalom X rebellion in Samuel 17. Known for loyalty and generosity. Yiddish for well. So. Used to prompt, hurry or push someone along. Roy Bay Yiddish for oh row. Roy equals oh, Bay equals row. Expression of frustration or sympathy. Roy Gamal Yiddish for oh violence. Exclamation of shock or disdain. Roy equals oh, Gamal equals violence, power. Mistletoe Yiddish Hebrew for congratulations. Mistle equals constellation, love, toe equals good. Bel Hayim, Yiddish Hebrew for tonight. Traditional drinking toast. Hayim equals life. Nut Shabbos Yiddish for good Sabbath. Nut equals food, Shabbos equals Sabbath. Shabbos Shalom mix of Yiddish and Hebrew. Peaceful Sabbath. Zay is Yiddish for be healthy. Zay equals be is equals healthy. Use like take care. Thank Yiddish for thank you. Thank equals thank equals thanks. Shane of thank Yiddish for thank you very much. Thank equals thank, Shane of equals beautiful, thank equals thanks. Alega Yiddish for all best. Aleg equals all, that equals good. Message going Yiddish slight contraction of Hebrew Yasher coach, make big spread. Means thanks or well done. Shlum Yiddish for brag, carry. Used for calling something with effort or for someone who lags behind. Equals Yiddish for chat, talk. Sometimes means networking. Dutch Yiddish for complain. Also a person who complains. SCH means Yiddish for sweat. Also means a steam bath. Schlepper Yiddish for a dragger or hanger on. Schleppy Yiddish for an unlucky or clumsy person. Schleppy Yiddish for a perpetually unlucky person. Joke. The Schleppy spills the soup, the Schleppy gets spilled on. Schleppy Yiddish for a foolish or insignificant person. Schleppy Yiddish vulgar slang. A contemptible man. Occasionally men valiantly. Cuts Yiddish vulgar slang. A fool or jerk. Men Yiddish for a person. Used to mean someone of integrity or decency. Ashes Yiddish from Hebrew for joy, pride, usually from family children.
Where you're coming from and why you want so badly to participate in these demonstrations. You know, they have wonderful statements like, no one is free until everyone is free. Beautiful. And you are heir to the tradition of the prophets, to Isaiah, railing against corruption and oppression. This is beautiful. This is very much part of the Jewish tradition. There's no denying it. Even in, the last century, the famous photographs of Abraham Joshua marching arm in arm with Martin Luther King Jr. for civil rights and things like that. I totally get it. And you add to that the fact that so many of your like-minded peers have participated, and it feels like you're connected to so many people around the world doing the same thing, and you're getting validation from some of the faculty and things like that. I really understand. I can see why this would be like a moving moment. And maybe even think to yourself that one day I'll tell my grandchildren about where I was in the summer of 2024. That might be true. Let me just take some of your time, however, to tell you why I think respectfully that this is not the protest that you should be participating in. There are other ways, better ways for you to voice your opinion than to be specifically joining yourself to this moment. Let's do a little bit of history, separating from the immediate concerns of the present moment, and we'll come back to it in a second. I want to point out to you that there's a long, long history of Jews usually individual Jews stepping away from mainstream Jewish communities in order to participate in movements that have a much larger social kill. Recall, of course, that Jews have been a minority for 2 millennia. We have lived in sometimes very hostile environments, sometimes predominantly Muslim, sometimes predominantly Christian, and it is a natural human desire to not be part of the minority, to not to stand out, to say, why are we oppressed by the larger community? Well, maybe they're right and wrong. And that first step out of the community is so affirming for much of Jewish history. There are all kinds of people on the Muslim side, on the Christian side. Of course, we're talking now about a secular moment. We'll get to that in a second. But within the medieval period and in the early modern period, there's so much of a huge amount of love given to Jews who step over the line and join the larger intellectual currents of the day. And we have many, many examples of this historically, of these Jews who become tokens, who essentially jump the fence, and then they end up making a career of denouncing their fellow Jews. Tens of them are very well known in Jewish history, but there are probably thousands, maybe tens of thousands of much lesser known individuals over the generations. To give you a few examples, like Nicholas Donin, who was a yeshiva student in 13th century Paris. He didn't get along with his rabbi, and he decided to convert to Christianity, and then he ended up denouncing the Talmud to the Pope, and ultimately succeeded in having a massive number, 24 wagon loads of precious Talmudic manuscripts publicly burned, and initiating an attack on Jewish religion that would last for centuries. Another example, Anton Margarita. His father was a very important rabbi in 16th century Poland. You know, we don't know much about that whole family dynamic, but he also decided to step away, and then he ended up writing these incredibly scurrilous treatments of Judaism that were extremely popular with non-Jewish readers and had a huge influence on later anti-Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not only did he convert first to Catholicism, he later converted again to Protestantism, because one of the things that happens inevitably with these people is they get an initial amount of support and love and affirmation, and then that fades away, and then they're looking around saying, what happened to all the love? And they end up doing it multiple times. We have several examples of Jews who make a career out of converting to Catholicism after the Inquisition, and then reverting back, and then converting again, and each time getting a bump socially from people around them. How much more so is that true in our era, when so much emphasis is placed on what one of my sons called clout, the visibility on Instagram and likes and things like that. I'm too old to really understand this properly, but I do get the general sense of what's going on. And I think the parallel to all this love, which we see in the media today, is all of these op-eds written by people saying things like, I'm a Jew, and that's why I'm participating in the protests, or I'm a Jew, and here's how I see the protests as a fulfillment of the Jewish tradition, and so on. And I have to tell you, for someone who is deeply embedded in the Jewish tradition, those are very cringe-worthy things to read. Perhaps the saddest of all of them, in my humble opinion, is a man named Ernst Lusau, who was born in 1882, and he was a Jewish man who was a huge German patriot. During World War I in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer of songs and poems that were very patriotic, and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called Gottstrafe England, God,
you better be the best fucking running back in the history of running.
8 songs against England, of course, in the context of Germany and England. And initially, he was like a darling of all of these right-wing German patriots. But after a while, they began to tire of him. They found
everybody sucks in the NFL.
Literally, Jewish, and found himself.
Nobody's good. I want a guy who scores 10 touchdowns every single week and never gets hurt. Is that so much to ask?
Jews, on the other hand, saw his
maybe it's Ashton Gentry. Dog, motherfucker, in the first game he ever played,
when Hitler comes to
At
power,
negative 1
they see
yards.
his attitude as one of
So,
fundamental
I don't
betrayal.
know. We could be talking about this guy one day, and it's like, oh yeah, remember when Rabbi was talking about Walter
Germans, I'm a
Payton?
Jew,
And then,
as a German.
or it could be like, yeah, no, he's talking about Trent
Now,
Richardson.
these are all kind of cautionary
Anyway.
tales. I know what you're thinking. I'm not in that category.
I saw
I'm fighting for what is right.
a bunch of Reddit posts about him, about
these
Ashton
things.
Gentry, and it's like,
You don't have to take
it's
my
like this
word
family
for
guy,
it.
where
Please use
Peter
your intelligence. I have 4 basic suggestions.
has an
that I'd like you to
opportunity
think about
to choose
before
between
you participate.
a box and a
First of all,
boat,
of course,
and he's like,
Jews sympathize with the suffering of the Palestinians.
anything could be in the box. He's a boat. And it's like, why don't you just take the boat? Basically, Ashton Gentry
Ask
is
yourself,
the box. It could be
your
anything.
associates.
Even a
Is
boat,
this
which is
really
already a
the
first
fault
round
of
pick. This
IMF
isn't like I was taking a flyer
or the fault of
on
Congress?
some like 4th, 5th,
After all,
6th round guy. This is my first pick. I don't know why everybody thinks it's going to be so good.
Of October 6th.
Uh,
That's over 1,000.
Pete Carroll, coach of the Raiders, give this motherfucker the ball 1,000 times a game.
Still remain in captivity. Now, this long history didn't
Because-
start on October 7th or October 6th. This goes back much further.
I'm not really happy with my first pick because it's just such a question.
But you have to
I
ask
could
yourself,
end up looking genius, and then I called it. Duh, everybody knows Ashton Gentry's going to be a fucking all-pro running back his
what exactly
rookie year. Or
how do you live with
he'll
over
fucking break his
200
leg in the
of your
first
family
fucking game,
members
and I'll be
held in
throwing
illegal
fists
captivity,
at wall,
abused,
air,
starved?
sky.
How are you
Anyway.
supposed to do it? I don't know. I'm not in charge of a country.
Ashton
But I will
Gentry, if
tell
you ever
you,
see this,
I don't think
I put
they are
everything in there. You better score
irrational.
65,000 touchdowns this year, or else
Second.
Anyway,
Please note, there's no
we
contradiction
pick number 2, Rabbi.
between peace, prosperity, and
You guys, this
self-determination
motherfucker,
for both Israelis and
Hurricane Nate,
Palestinians.
get your shit together. We're waiting on you.
Have that desire at the same time. Many Israelis
Who,
do.
what's the order been thus far?
Many American Jews
We're
do
gonna go
as
through
well.
every
All
fucking player
like
to
to
do
have
this.
peace.
All right,
Peace
so we had
involves
Jamar Chase
no more cross-border
first.
attacks.
One,
No more
going
kidnapping
to
of people. You know, if this is all true,
number
here's
1
the
overall
question.
pick.
Why are
Went
protesters
to-
calling for the destruction of
Yeah.
Israel? Either literally
Speed. Number
or
2 is Justin
figuratively,
Jefferson.
which states
That's an
like
interesting
on
pick.
paper
If he
to
can stay
see,
healthy, that's a good
which
pick.
means
3 is
wipe out
Saquon
Israel and
Barkley,
make
going to
Palestine. You see
Schiller.
that graphically all the time. The images of the state of Israel.
John
colored
Robinson,
with the Palestinian
4,
flag. Why does
going to
Israel
Bitcoin.
have to disappear?
Mike D,
Now, a lot of
got
people will
Jameer
say
Gibbs at 5.
anti-Zionism is not the same
VMU
thing
took
as
a,
anti-Semitism.
I think, had a
And that's
good one.
technically true.
Six.
But the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for
Halloween,
anti-Semitism.
CD
Have a
Lamb
look,
at
for
7.
example, at this chart
Christian
that
McCaffrey,
shows
Scrotal.
this from
Fuck
the
you, man. I was
Pew Research
all
report
about
study
taking Christian
of American
McCaffrey.
Jews
That's who I was like,
published in
why do I keep
2020,
doing fucking
based on a 2013
mock
survey.
drafts?
The numbers
I've always
are pretty much the same
Christian
today.
McCaffrey, and then this motherfucker.
87%
Shit.
of American
I'm gonna take
Jews
that
say
rookie.
caring about Israel is either essential
The
or
next person
important
was 1,
to
2,
Jewish
3, 4,
identity. Only
Christian
12% say
McCaffrey
it's
was
not
8.
important.
Is that right?
Maybe you're inside that 12%. I don't know. I hope
Yeah.
not. But most
Amon
American
Racing Brown.
Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel.
Detroit Lions. Anyway, he
Also,
was
by
taken
the
by
way,
Yo-Yo.
note that
Does go pick the
61% of American Jews
9.
believe that a
He's
peaceful
spoken to
two-state
Love that
solution is
motherfucker.
possible.
I took
That
him
means
like
both
2 years
Israel
ago.
and Palestine
I just picked him up, and he turned out to be one of the best players in the league.
Now,
So,
why is there no
Ashton
protest for
Gentry.
that destroy Israel and make it all
Better
Palestine?
figure your shit out. I'm serious.
3.
You need
Please,
at a minimum
please, educate.
72,000
Go back before
touchdowns this year. Or else you're a bust. No doubt.
I have some resources on my
Anyway.
channel, but you don't have to
And then we're all waiting on fucking Hurricane Nate jerking himself off for us. I'm waiting all night for this fucking draft to reopen.
If you want something that I think is moderate,
Anyway,
I
he's
disagree
done.
occasionally.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm so pissed. I had this fucking strategy. I was like, oh yeah, remember the UFC ref? He's like, oh, it's all over. The boxing ref, or just like the latex glove. Anyway, whatever you want to think of. Oh, this bitch is over. It's over. I'm fucking favorite. Blah, 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 blah. Psych, not even close. My strategy worked at first, but now it doesn't work. So I'm just gonna have to go the old-fashioned and just create thousands of clips.
Go to your Chabad house. Go to your Hillel
Dog,
house.
I'm so
Tell
pissed.
them
is that-
what you think.
Dude, I've tried
Tell
so
them
many
I'm
things.
upset about.
Dude, if anybody watches this in the
I'm upset
future,
about that.
just
Don't think
like
this
from
is right.
the computer
Have the
standpoint, the
conversation.
biggest thing I want to improve is defaults on stuff. Just like remember what I was doing,
Perspective.
remember where I go when I log in, all that shit, just defaults. And then
I want to conclude by telling you that I thought
speeding up of everything because all computers are slow. And internet connectivity, all that shit's slow. And it should be so much better. Name an amazing technological advance in the last 5 years. Okay, aside from that though, that was sick. But we should have like that kind of development and
very fine difference between those two sides.
internet never disconnects. Computers that like if I were fucking not computers, I'd be like, all right, well, our batteries can last an hour the first year. Then you buy a new one. The second year it'll last 2 hours. The third year it'll last 4 hours. And everything should just keep up. That's how shit is. And I know people are like, oh, well, Moore's Law doesn't actually. Dude, this is Rabbi's law. Improve everything. I need speed, motherfucker.
What is
Anyway.
this worship to you?
And power.
The difference between these two questions. The first one, of
Is
course,
that the
asks
end of
about
your story?
details, different kinds of
No,
commandments.
so who are you
This one
picking
just
next?
asks in the collective, but then what's really
Hurricane needs probably
emphasis
watching
between
these
the two passages is in the word used and translated in English simply as you.
strategy.
In the case
I have a
of
feeling
the word that's
he's gonna
used
take
is etchan, which is
A chain?
one form of saying.
A fanny? A fanny? I should call him a fanny. Anyway,
Over here,
that motherfucker's
the
gonna
word
be
used
gone.
is lachem.
He has a Q next to his name.
The difference between
You have shit
the
next to your
wise
name?
son and the wicked
I don't
son
know.
is so
Don't you?
it betrays,
I want-
as you see in the text here,
Blue skies ahead.
fundamental
Action Gentry,
distinction between
you need
wise son who
70,000.
includes himself
500
in the Jewish
touchdowns
world,
this year,
even
or
though
your
he
boss.
does not understand what and the wicked son
You better
does not
have
understand
him
what's
around
going on,
like
but
fucking
chooses to separate himself from the community. So that's
spirit.
the real
Shout out to Jim Brown.
difference between the two.
Perhaps the greatest running back of all time. Definitely the best lacrosse player of all time. And an amazing civil rights
He
activist.
was not at the table.
So that's cool. So Ash, you have big shoes up for playing Cleveland.
That
Think. Anyway, you need to have 82,000 touchdowns, or you are a fucking bust. Just this year, I don't give a shit about the futures. You can ruin your career in week 16.
you found this
Just
video useful.
blow a knee. I don't give a shit.
I hope you
But
take up this
everything
suggestion.
before then, you need to have
Speak to some
93,250 touchdowns. You do have one fucking TV short of that year, boss.
next episode.
Can't believe I took a rookie first round.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a boat, but the box could be anything. Even a boat.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say, perhaps, that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judaic Hapta coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large looming soldier. After the battle, as some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. And this represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora, that is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period. And even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period, there nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in a worldwide diaspora, a galut, to use the Hebrew term, meaning exile, that continued up until the present day. Israel is, of course, at the center of our imagination in many ways, particularly in Western civilization. You can see in this remarkable map, very creative and innovative map created by Heinrich Bunting, who was a 16th century Protestant theologian, who wasn't especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed making maps. And he made some beautiful maps. This so-called cloverleaf map shows the land of Israel with Jerusalem at the center. In the middle of a cloverleaf, the three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa that all meet at its center. And it seems when you open up the news today that Israel is in fact at the center of our attention always. This is not a new phenomenon. So if we were to really begin the story, we would have to begin with the Bible, which is the key document, the foundational document of Western civilization. And of course, it describes the relationship of the ancestors of the Jewish people with the land of Israel. However, obviously, not everyone holds with the Bible as a valid source, and I think that's that text. So let us, for the sake of argument, go to the extra biblical reference, and it would be this document here, which is actually a large stone obelisk. It stands about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Merneptah stele, which is a victory slab. In Hebrew, it would be called matseva. So it looks like a gravestone, but it's really a commemorative slab that describes the victories of the pharaoh Merneptah, who was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II. And that's especially ironic because Ramses II, according to many scholars, is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Merneptah stele, Merneptah lists all of his various victories and various battles throughout the region. And at the very bottom, in a region which is highlighted there, you can see there's one phrase that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the very first reference to the people of Israel in history outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic, I get it, that the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Merneptah went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many peoples that he destroyed along the way was the people Israel. They would no longer trouble the world because Merneptah had destroyed them. And like Mark Twain might have said, the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this is the first reference we have to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and it dates back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled, and by the way, I'm referring to them as Jews, although they would not have referred to themselves as Jews until somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also Lebanon, according to a map, something like this. And note here that there's another people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze Period, called the Philistines, the region right around Gaza. I know the ironies are tremendous. The Philistines are not related to contemporary Palestinians, except etymologically. It means in terms of their name. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on the coast. They were especially noted for 5 cities: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. They're described repeatedly in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with their neighbors, the children of Israel. Then moving on through the history, there is described in the Bible a massive golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul, David, who was shown here in this slab, the Tel Dan found in the north of Israel, written in Paleo Hebrew, the words Beit David, the house of David. After the kingdom of Solomon ended, and a division of the 2 kingdoms, that Israel proper in the north and Judah in the south. The kingdom of Israel, which was based in Samaria, which had broken off from the central kingdom in Judah, according to the books of Samuel and Kings, was later invaded by the Assyrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and in Iraq and Iran. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. Were not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and then eventually, most likely, assimilated into the peoples they lived with. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, but in 586 they were attacked by the Babylonians, and this is when you have the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews now have been exiled twice from their lands. They would return some 7 decades later, and they would rebuild the destroyed temple a second time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinians in the literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the people who today don't call themselves the Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document in the historian Herodotus, who refers to the term Palestine as a region on the coast, is around the same region we saw earlier with the Philistines, and there are people living there who were originally sea peoples. The name Palestine as a geographic locator was actually reintroduced to the area after Emperor Hadrian fought the second great war against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews by this point have been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's, of course, celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came in and they conquered the region, and they remained there for quite some time until the year 70, when there was a great revolt which resulted in the expulsion of many from the land of Israel. Josephus, the great historian of the era, estimates 100,000 people were shipped off in boats to Rome at this point. But there were significant numbers still left behind in the land of Israel, such that they could rebel in the year 115 and then once again under Bar Kokhba in the year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 to 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement until finally he could crush the rebellion at Beitar and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connection between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself, Aila Capitolina. At this point, the temple had already been razed some 6 decades earlier, and it was treated as a refuse dump. And the entire region he renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or I shouldn't say Palestinians, the Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region. Syria Palestina. It was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It was a little further to the north in Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia, and part of it even in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to completely get rid of any references historical to the Jewish people in the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that name. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which, as we shall see, was used by Jews without any problem later on, so much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud to many. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was not written in Jerusalem, so that's also a bit of a misnomer. At any rate, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, as I mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora developing first in Asia Minor, which would be today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and burgeoning centers even as far as Spain and Provence. The Christian movement is also growing at this time, and in this particular map, you see little starbursts where there are strong Christian communities. Quite often, Christian communities are established where Jewish communities already exist, and this movement, of course, would grow significantly. But we still have lots of examples of Jewish civilization continuing in the land of Israel. It was at this time that the Jews really adopted the idea of the synagogue, which pre-existed the destruction of the temple, meaning that people still like to have local places of worship. We have, for example, this remarkable document, which is a plaque. Yes, the ancient synagogues also had plaques, just like they do today. And this is the Theodotus inscription, which essentially is written in Greek, and it tells people how Theodotus made a major donation to build the synagogue and the plumbing and all kinds of things in the guest house. And it dates to approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. The land, particularly in the north, where Jews were exiled to when Hadrian wiped out the Bar Kokhba rebels in the south, the land is studded with some ancient synagogues of this period, known as the Byzantine era. This is a particularly beautiful one at Hamat Tiberia in the north, and it has this gorgeous mosaic with a zodiac in the middle of it. And you can see that even though this was built some 300 years after the destruction of the temple, it is decorated with many elements that refer to the practice of the rituals in the temple, indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to hew to their ancient traditions in the land of Israel. A major change in the region occurs in the 7th century when Islam is born in the south, in the cities of Mecca and Medina. And it proves to be an extremely pervasive ideology, backed with military force, but it was a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout the region, and it spread with remarkable rapidity, such that in just a little over a century, this new religion stretched all the way from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Afghanistan and Pakistan taken over by Islamic movements. Israel, of course, was taken over fairly early because of its proximity to Mecca and Medina, and the early Muslims and Jews had a few moments of very significant conflict. Sometimes they are referenced even today in the conflict. There war in a region called Khaybar, which is especially dire for the Jews. But ultimately, Jews settled in under Islamic rule fairly well. The reason for this are several. First is that Judaism and Islam are actually very similar in terms of structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary. Kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen of certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered on. That is something they share. The value of ziyut, of modesty, they may approach it to different degrees and have slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion that such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, more of a practice-based religion, meaning you are measured by what you do. Whereas Christianity, well, of course, that's important. Christianity, well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam on belief vis-a-vis practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, at least speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia, all-encompassing law systems of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something you don't have the same in Christian world. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Al-Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but is probably from the 9th century, was essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of dhimmi, meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead, sometimes assigned colors. The idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture. And sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair ones and so on. And on one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is obviously intolerable. It's a second-class status, it's discriminatory. But within a medieval culture, it was actually something the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, then they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the Pacts of Umar. No one is allowed to run rampage, there's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Jews are especially concerned with. We can speak about more about in the question session, but of the great high points of Muslim-Jewish, coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely punctuations of violence. There were things like the Inquisition and a few expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it was a far better place to live in general. We're talking about a massive place to live all the way from Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is sometimes called La Convivencia, which means literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 2 years in medieval Spain, where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their granted tremendous privileges and exercised significant power. One case in point, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, actually serving as a Muslim general. That simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the Eve of Madai, which was where I have one more thing to say. So I should mention, by the way, this Pact of Umar and this kind of ideal Jews living as a minority, that's kind of here in the rhetoric today in some of the protests that, if it were to, God disappear from the map, then Jews who live there would be accepted as dhimmi, and this is kind of like an ISIS model or a modern caliphate and how Jews would fit into it. Not sure how comfortable it would be. There are several Muslim empires, 3 in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years. And as you can see here, it encompasses the entire Eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the former Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of the Jews and their conflict with the other peoples living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and also later the Portuguese migrations that brought many Jews, in particular, to the region of Tzfat in northern Israel, where a concentration of these post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like
I'm doing a video.
a post-Holocaust generation. First and second generation people who either remembered themselves or remembered their parents having come out of Spain after living there with such success for hundreds of years, and they established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramak, the great Alphabets lived, and the great Arizal came out of Egypt actually to join the Jews living in Tzfat at the time. So it's one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period that it was controlled by the Muslims. And now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated and much more relevant for us today. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time has just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population are Jewish. Muslims and Jews make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects as opposed to people who have transitory status there. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of Jews in the overall demographic pie. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift with a movement called Vilu, which originates in the region of Odessa in particular, in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who begin to view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there, which for much of the diaspora's history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there to be buried. Sometimes people would go there because they were exiled, like Nachmanides, for example. You have travelers who will make their way there, but you don't have, with a few minor exceptions, like a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France in the time of Tosfot, you don't have very many large organized groups of Jews heading down there. Another major Ashkenazi move in the 1700s, but it really gets serious in the 1880s. When Vilu, influenced by many of the other national movements that are growing at the time, begin to say, wait a minute, why don't we go there? Why don't we resurrect the land? Why don't we begin farming there? And with the backing of some wealthy Jews like Baron de Rothschild, they actually begin to set up some of these farming communities in the land of Israel, Petach Tikva and elsewhere, with varying degrees of success. But at this point, the immigration of Jews who are now, after 2,000 years of exile, are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic dent. It would change significantly, however. If you look at this graph, this shows the relative proportions of Muslims, Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. And as you can see, Jews remain a minority, but a significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. And this is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as a large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area. You have a lot more employment possibilities, and you have a significant number of Arabs and Muslims from around the region moving into the land of Israel. This complicates the story as well, as we shall see. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the term Palestine has been so transvalued, this is a Jewish National Fund promotional poster saying, hey, help him, obviously a Jewish farmer, because it has written the same thing in Yiddish underneath, help him build Palestine. This was the kind of heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to enter the land without much difficulty. It would not turn out to be so. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel, and then I'm going to take a step back and look at Palestinian nationalism, which also fits in chronologically. I'd like to begin. Here's an example of another Jewish National Fund poster, which has kind of like that heroic, muscular look to it of this idea of a nation reborn, like a different kind of Jew coming to the land, rolling up his sleeves, muscular, and farming the land, as opposed to necessarily being, the stereotype of the ghetto Jew, living, very pale and lots of books and texts, but no familiarity with the traditional art of agriculture. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables. The term notables are used for the intelligentsia, the intellectual aristocracy of Palestinians who were not using that term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Filastin. And there was a newspaper that was started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration that could significantly shift the demographics of the region and in fact could change the political and social status quo. So one man, Yusuf Dia al-Din Pasha al-Khalidi, who was actually, by the way, the grandfather of Professor Khalidi at Columbia University, a noted expert in the region, he decided to write to Theodor Herzl, shown in the center of this image, who was the father of modern political Zionism. Theodor Herzl, I'm sure many of you are familiar with his story. He's an Austrian journalist, fairly assimilated, but he covered the infamous Dreyfus trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country to fully emancipate its Jews in 1790 and 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism unleashed against Dreyfus, said that, this is impossible. The Jews must have a land of their refuge. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling to world capitals to speak with world leaders and to argue for the allocation of land in the land of Israel to a Jewish national home. And so he was the face of political Zionism. Unlike the Bilu movement, he was not religious. In fact, at one point, he even thought that perhaps conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, al-Khalidi said, I'm going to write directly to Herzl and say this is a dangerous thing. And he wrote a very beautiful and polite letter in French, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sending it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Tzadok Khan. And he wrote to him, I'll look at one section. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, just. Who can test the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country. An oft-quoted passage from this particular letter. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, the truth is it would cause such unrest in the land of Israel. Well, of course, you can call it that. It would cause such unrest, and it really should not happen. You would have to take other steps. You have to find other solutions. Herzl responded, also very politely, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of al-Khalidi's message. Which suggested all about status quo and about the mindset the Muslim in the region would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty within a traditional Muslim land. And Herzl understood it more in economic terms. He wrote, who would think to remove them? Meaning, do you think we're trying to kick out the local population? Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. In other words, Herzl was saying, oh, don't worry. The standard of living will rise as there will be more foreign investment, there will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslims living there will have tremendous peace and prosperity. It'll be fine. even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. And they're kind of like speaking at different levels. And ultimately, it turned out it was Al-Khalidi who was the most, prescient and prophetic about what would ultimately come to pass. The history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course.
Last I saw,
the Ottoman Empire was teetering at the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this and you're going to take a piece of that. And England decided to back the Zionist movement for many reasons and promise the land of Israel to Jewish settlement. This is the document known as the Balfour Declaration, named for Lord Balfour, who wrote it to Lord Rothschild. And you can see the inset paragraph, it says, His Majesty's government, the British government, view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. At this point, Jews were just wild with excitement. Finally, it's going to come to pass. The 2,000-year-old exile will end, but they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So in other words, we're going to do this for the Jews, but we also do not want to offend the local Muslims as well. And this is typical for much of the Mandate period, where the British would promise one thing to the Jews, another thing to the Arabs, and it was impossible to maintain. But nevertheless, politically, militarily, they took over the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to pass the United Nations for a mandate, which means the United Nations, or the League of Nations as it was called then, said to the British, okay, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with the various peoples who are laying claim to the land. And then the violence began. The cycle of violence, which continues to this day, is something which is absolutely horrific, and the entire land is soaked with the blood of people who died needlessly in these horrific eruptions of communal violence. We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events, and we could spend a lot of time assessing who did what first and what was considered an escalation and what was considered retaliation, and I don't want to spend our energy that way. Please suffice it to say that it begins on April 4th of 1920, so now we are in over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involves Arabs attacking Jews. It occasionally involves Jews attacking Arabs as well, including in our own days.
There's some people
And the British, they don't know what to do with it. Finally, they come up with what, now reading it many years later, I think was, in my humble opinion, probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in commissions. So they hire Earl Peel to make a commission. It's called the Peel Report. And basically he says that we have to partition the land. They're not going to share it. The Jews and the Arabs cannot live together in one state. And so therefore he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red, which was more or less where you had the bulk of Jewish settlement, a significant number in Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-shaped thing, which was an international zone that would allow people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which was to be neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a tiny fraction of what the Jews would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the Zionist movement, known as the Yishuv at this time, the settlement, that is the Jews living in the land at this time, were willing to accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes in terms of the analysis of this to say that, if you look at the last paragraph here, an irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals of combination in the service of a single state. Peel also discussed in the other paragraph, which I won't read, the notion that prosperity that putting money into this situation would not ease them because they were fundamentally compatible. The Arabs, for their point, I'm still referring to them as Arabs rather than Palestinians because the term Palestinians, we shall see, really only comes into parlance in the 1960s. But they're definitely developing a national consciousness. They're definitely thinking of themselves as a part of a pan-Arab people. They seem to be singularly blessed with poor leadership. And time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in global conflicts, including Hajj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem, who was seen here in this infamous photograph with none other than Adolf Hitler. And we have examples right up to the Iraq wars and so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up in a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper was issued in 1939 by yet another commission that the only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel to 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of the post-Holocaust era when there are literally hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel, and they'll do it legally or illegally.
It would be like
ultimately, there's a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British, and ultimately the British say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India, and they left it exactly very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two peoples. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they worked out Resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments were to be given to the Jews for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow goldenrod color was to be given to the Arabs. And you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by neither of them. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history. At this point, the Jews accept this. The Jews say, well, it's not what we think of the land of Israel, but we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 armies attack. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but they're even able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to take all of Jerusalem, the Jewish quarter remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they've established a state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1949. There have been some, fascinating analyses of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time.
It did?
Being severely outnumbered.
Are you fucking serious?
But some have characterized it as saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids. Because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another. Well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to miss some of the more important material. So let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history for our purposes, since we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, The Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages. And the truth, as is often the case in historical analysis, lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there is also something called Plan Dalet, which was essentially a military tactic that said, when the people leave a particular region, especially around, communication zones and areas where there are very narrow wastes for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference in interpretation is, of course, were those things like Deir Yassin and Plan Dalet, were those exceptions? Were they anomalies? Were the kinds of things that are inevitable to happen in the fog of war? Or were they determined strategies? I do not believe that both of those things were determined strategies, but nevertheless, this is where the historiographic analysis between scholars engage in debate. At the end of the day, however, you have 750,000 people forced out of their homes, and I think personally, as a father and a grandfather, if there was a war happening in my region, I would consider it prudent to simply pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but it would also make me something of, I consciously chose this because I felt it would be safer. There's so much more to say about this, but we have very little time. We should also remember that there was a second Nakba, to use that term, a displacement of, ironically, about the same number of Jews from Arab lands that would take place in coming years, as Jews experienced tremendous degrees of anti-Semitism in countries where many of them had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. So this is something we'll have to explore a little bit more next week. But let us now go to Palestinian nationalism, because here is when the Palestinians begin to get organized. Their leader, without doubt, is Yasser Arafat, who was the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And in the early 1960s, he realizes that, without a single coordinated voice, the descendants of the refugees would simply not be able to return to their homes. This is especially the case after the Six-Day War, which is a hugely important development in the military history of Israel. And by the way, with this short period of time, I'm not going to go through all of the wars that Israel and her neighbors fought over the course of the last 75 years, but I will focus on this one in particular because it has lasting significance. On the left, you see what Israel looked like after 1949, after the armistice. Not a peace treaty, but an armistice, a ceasefire. And on the right, you see what happened after the literal Six-Day War. It took 6 days. Israel was threatened by troops from Egypt and Syria in particular, and elected to launch a preemptive strike before they could roll their tanks over the border. Nasser in Egypt had ordered the United Nations to remove their peacekeeping forces, and that was a signal to Israel that Egypt definitely intended to attack. And so therefore, using its largely superior air power, the Israelis were able to destroy their enemy air forces on the ground and take advantage of air superiority to not only defend themselves, but to advance the borders significantly. And what did they do with these areas? Well, the feeling was at the time that, wow, now that they've conquered such big chunks of territory, the Arab nations would say, well, this is futile, Israel is here to stay, and they would pick up the phone and they would argue for peace. And they would say, okay, let's go back to the 1949 boundaries and we'll have a peace treaty. Those phone calls did not come for over a decade. Now, yes, just a little bit over a decade, but they did get one from Egypt, as we shall see. So what, in the meantime, Israel decided to do with the territories is as follows. They annexed the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem. That is, the Golan Heights in the north, which have a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus, or if you're standing on there, you can turn around and overlook the Galileo region. So they decided to simply take that, sparsely populated and so on. Jerusalem, because of its incredible spiritual and historical significance of the Jewish people, was annexed. And they said, this is our capital forever. They reunited the city, which had been divided since 1949. But these regions, the Sinai Desert, and especially the West Bank, they occupied. And this is where we get this term apartheid, which, although it has somewhat offensive connotations, and especially association with South Africa, there we have to take that term seriously, because in the West Bank in particular, and also in the Gaza Strip, which was that tiny piece that extends from the Sinai, there were well over 1 million Arabs, Palestinians. And if the regions were to be annexed, meaning made part of Israel proper and forever by right of conquest, then those people would have to be given citizenship. There are approximately 20% of Israel's population of the 1949 boundaries are not Jewish. There are Arabs, a little over 1 million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as citizens, and Israel could not extend those same rights to the. Just a second, did something happen to my Zoom? Looks like it's still working, right? Did we lose the Zoom for a second there? No. Oh, good. Okay, my computer just coughed a little bit. If the Israelis were to extend citizenship to the Arabs living in the West Bank and Gaza, that would seriously reduce the Jewish majority and imperil it in the future because of the very high birth rate of Arabs in these regions. And let us not forget that there's something really crucial about Israel. It tries to do two things at once, and it's very difficult to do both of them. On the one hand, as per Herzl, that we saw earlier, Israel needs to be a Jewish state, be a refuge for those fleeing anti-Semitism. It has to have a Jewish character, a Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada, Uganda, anywhere. And secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic state. It is fundamentally founded on Western democratic values, which means one person, one vote. It is impossible to extend citizenship to these people and keep the state Jewish. And so therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were in a kind of limbo status, a stateless status, because they were not given Israeli citizenship. And we are now coming into, since 1967, 60, 70 odd years since that event. The United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them could happen as they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president. Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt. And on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war in 1973, he got Menachem Begin and said, maybe we can renegotiate Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. the Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on the athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at Mayanot in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. To deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints, where the huge number of Palestinians who work in the land of Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border between the West Bank and Israel proper. Very humiliating, time-consuming, and so on. And also at the same time, we have the growth of significant numbers of settlements, because, and I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call, and by the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly, even within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very rigorous, vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace, as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, and despite the challenge of the large Arab populations living there. So you can see here a very significant number of Israelis are established, and the to which these are tolerated or not tolerated was very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that it democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans had largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he is weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement, possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, hence this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence-building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map, which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. See, the person who put this map didn't spell Israel right. Sorry about that, but that's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians, some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, you know, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the Second Intifada. And whereas the First Intifada was largely, less violent, the Second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, in schools, in restaurants, in buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image taken during the Second Intifada refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. You can see this person raising his hands, stained with blood. This has ironically become a symbol for contemporary. You can see this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence, or security barrier as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. And they also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continued to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in, contemporary history, and so I can certainly truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly arrested. In 2005, in a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18. And so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In the election, the two major parties were Hamas and Fatah, Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks, and there was concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week. but I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attacks, Israel responded with something called the Daya Doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This Daya Doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing détente with many of its neighboring neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective, dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with, when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Capta coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, they have this image, obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of 1959, the Israel is exiled and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Capta, but says so much more in a positive vein. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with her child. Where the despondent Jew sat, you now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel, not as warlike and engaged constantly in conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace and to prosperity. And hopefully we should return to those days as soon as possible. With that, I want to thank you very much for your indulgence. I intended to end much earlier, but I will be very happy to address some questions at this point.
I thank you so much for joining us again. This material is very difficult, very challenging, and will be controversial for many. But it is obviously the issue of the day for Jews and anyone who cares about Israel in our times. My goal, unlike last week, is to stay within the 1 hour parameter that we've set for the discussion. There is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. I encourage you to please click that and type in your questions, and we'll try to address at least some of them after the presentation is done. But I will try to stay within the allotted hour. And over the course of this hour, I'd like to very quickly recap where we are geopolitically after October 7th, and then I'm going to focus in deeply on the status of anti-Jewish hatred in the U.S. since October 7th, which I think actually represents a scene in the history of this hateful ideology. And I'll propose a thesis to you that we can discuss in the final question and answer session. So let me begin by first off a small disclaimer, because we intend to put this on the web after we finish this live webinar. And so according to the community guidelines of many platforms that would host a video like this, it's important to note that this is a video which is going to be discussing hatred from the outside, certainly not a video that is promoting hatred. This is intended for educational purposes only. There are some disturbing images that I will share with you. There are many more that I've chosen not to share, but I want to give you a bumper warning. Okay, so let's get into it. Before October 7th, there was certainly not stability in the Middle East, but there was a certain level, perhaps, of complacency in some circles, largely because it seemed that Israel had managed to contain the threat of Hamas in Gaza and terrorism in general with vigilance, but also with tremendous technology. Here's a photograph of the remarkable Iron Dome on the left, launching projectiles to take down the rockets that are launched from Gaza on the right. And it's an amazing, remarkable piece of technology that has been compared to a bullet knocking a bullet out of the air. Phenomenal. But, you know, it seems that many of us in Israel and around the world felt like Israel had found strategies that were effective in containing the antipathy that was expressed around the region. Just quickly look at the political nature of the region. Just a very simple recap for people who may not be as familiar with the geography and political geography in particular. Here's a map of Israel. In the shaded area, you have the region which is commonly known in English as the West Bank, also the region known as Judea and Samaria to many Israelis. And the political disposition of this region, which is on the other side of the 1967 border after the Six-Day War, is that since the Oslo Accords, this region was to be ruled jointly by Israel and the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian Autonomy. It has not been a successful relationship. They have not been able to manage the territory properly. Effectively, it is under Israeli control. And you have a large population, well over 1 million people, who are not Israeli citizens living in this region. Theoretically, they are legally subject to the Palestinian Authority. So it is not technically an apartheid because it's as if it's a separate state within the boundaries of Israel. But in terms of the lived experience, there's definitely a very distinct separation between the way Israelis enjoy freedom of movement and so on, and Palestinians who are subjects of this Palestinian Authority, which has relatively minimal authority. Then on the east, you have the west, you have the Gaza Strip, which after the peace treaty with Egypt did not want to take it back and insisted that Israel keep it. And this region is actually technically sovereign. In 2005, Israel disengaged with the territory. That's the kind of accepted term for the withdrawal of all Israeli citizens from the Gaza Strip in 2005. And essentially, it was left to its own devices. They had an election. They elected Hamas as the dominant party. This was the only election that has been held in Gaza. And then a year later, Gaza, the Hamas movement in Gaza evicted their rivals, the Fatah party, which is associated with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So you really have three political entities of varying degrees of authority and power in the region. You have Israel proper, the state. You have the Palestinian Authority that only rules the West Bank because Gaza has been taken over by Hamas. And of course, that is a war zone today. It is incorrect to say that Gaza City, at least until the October 7th, was occupied. But it is true to say that as attacks from Gaza continued throughout the entire period, Israel imposed a greater and greater blockade, much more stringent blockade on the territory, controlling all of its borders to prevent the access of material to be used for rockets in particular, as we see the results. What happened on October 7th? Very quick review. One of the methods that Israel used to contain the violence from Gaza is to build this massive fence with a very deep underground concrete barrier surrounded by observation towers and a lot of high-tech kind of monitoring. Hamas was able to overcome this with essentially low-tech devices like bulldozers and so on, and using drones to explode the observations and things like that. And then they invaded Israel's territory and created a degree of violence that, the term pogrom doesn't even come close to describing. the horrific murders and cruel things like beheadings, killing of children, and sexual violence was rife. And of course, there are the Khatufim, the kidnapped Israelis, some 250 of them originally. Now there's over 130 of them. We don't know how many of them are unfortunately no longer alive, but their bodies are still kept in Gaza as hostages, as leverage for Hamas in their ideal negotiations for exchange. That basically brings us up to where we are today. Now, in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, I mentioned last week, I believe, that we had a very, very brief honeymoon period where there was kind of world sympathy for Israel, that it suffered the horrific attack on October 7th, but it didn't last terribly long. Days after that attack, we begin to see the first statements that emerged from some of the elite institutions of higher education in this country, including this statement, which was signed by over 30 student groups in Harvard, that begin the statement with the phrase, "We, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence." And referring to the conditions of siege, essentially, that was under while Israel was controlling its borders, they refer to Gaza as a prison, and therefore there's an implication that October 7th violence was somehow justified as some kind of retaliation, or as we shall see, a resistance. These are euphemisms for broad and unacceptable violence altogether. And the euphemism becomes the order of the day. Here's another one that I found especially difficult from the Columbia School of Social Work that refers to October 7th as a Palestinian counter-offensive. And as you can see, Richie Torres has some very choice words for this. How ironic, coming out of the School of Social Work, after all. And there's no question that anti-Semitism in the United States explodes after October 7th. Here is a chart from the Anti-Defamation League that records the number of anti-Semitic incidents that are reported over the last 3 years. And these are all, of course, concentrated in the period after October 7th, which is one of those, I think, in many ways, psychologically very bizarre things that, when the Jews are attacked, it's as if that provides impetus for others to attack them as well. But at any rate, you can see the chart here clearly indicates the explosion of violence. But it's somewhat misleading to look at this period here. A very talented young doctoral candidate at Université Laval in Canada sent me this really interesting chart. His name is Jose Manuel Rodriguez Caballero. And this is based on incidents of anti-Semitic attacks in Canada. As you can see, dots indicate the actual number, and then that gray line and that black line indicate the projected progression. Since 2002, anti-Semitism seemed to be on these outliers in 2021, 22, and of course 2023 are shown in the pink and the goldenrod. He has a lot to say about the surge of anti-Semitism. Obviously, there's much more, but there were 7 that was contributing to this surge. It's as if there was a preparation, as part of his thesis, that COVID allowed for the expression of far more virulent forms of anti-Semitism. So this should all be fairly obvious to all of us, especially those of us who are following the news carefully, and those of us who live in neighborhoods where we experience this kind of attacks on Jews, unfortunately physically, but also verbally and in other ways, microaggressions. One of the most bizarre phenomena of this period was the strange need of many people, especially young people, to somehow deface or erase posters associated with those Jews who were kidnapped. Sometimes arguing that they were propaganda used to justify the Israeli attack on Gaza, which in a sense is certainly true. The attack on Gaza one of the main goals is to get the kidnapped people out of there, to remove the hostages from Gaza. Another goal, I think very reasonable, is to destroy Hamas's ability to ever launch an attack like this again. But the posters seem to strike a nerve among many people who see them, regardless of one's political orientation and feelings about states in the Middle East. We should be able to understand how horrific it is for a child to be torn from his parents and taken into captivity, which we have in this situation. And nevertheless, the phenomenon was to tear these things down. Why did that happen? I hope to come back to this towards the end of this lecture. But let's look at the actual statistics. So this is from the Harvard Harris poll. It's a very well-respected poll that comes out monthly, where they ask a statistically significant number of Americans what they think about a wide variety of issues. Now, it tends to be predominantly political, measuring Americans' political attitudes, who's going to win the next election and so on. But since, so many other issues impinge on politics, we're very fortunate that they asked questions about the conflict in Gaza as well. And as you can see here, in November 2023, the month after the October 7th attacks, Israel has a remarkably high favorability rating. It's the third most favorable institution as viewed by American citizens. Remarkable that only the U.S. military and the police are regarded with greater respect and admiration. And Israel is regarded with greater value than, let's say, the U.S. Supreme Court, the Department of Justice, news organizations like CNN, Fox News, and so on. So it's a rather remarkable vote of confidence in Israel that we see in the broad swath of the American public, which is quite distinct from what we're seeing happening in the artificial environment of the elite higher education institutions. However, when we zoom in on the age demographic, we see some very frightening things. Have a look at the map on the right here, or the chart on the right. This is a question that I'll show you how it evolves over time. A simple question, in general, in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? And as you can see, overwhelming number of Americans in November sided with Israel, 84%. It's true that 16% sided with Hamas, which I find very troubling, but nevertheless, it's a small number, less than 1 in 5. However, look at the chart below, and you see that when you break these answers down by age group, you see that people over 65, they seem to be very intelligent and they understand the situation. 95% of them sympathize with Israel in November 2023. This is before the wide-scale Israel attack on Gaza to destroy Hamas and to release the hostages. But with every decade younger, that support for Israel fades until you get to this crucial age, 18 to 24. These are basically college-age students, and only half of them, 52%, support Israel over Hamas. That means that shortly after October 7th, if you ask the typical American between the ages of 18 and 24, it was a 50-50 split whether they would support Israel or support Hamas in the current conflict. That's a remarkable number to see that they've had such a split, a bifurcation on this issue. When you ask them also, do you think it's true that Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 Israeli citizens by shooting them, raping and beheading people, including whole families, kids and babies, or is that a false story? Very well documented. We have actually the GoPro videos from the pogromists themselves, and you can see that 83% of Americans say absolutely that's true. We believe those horrible things happened. But when you look at the younger generation, 32% of them say no, we don't. There's a lot to say about why this is. I personally think it's probably because we don't have the same kind of dissemination that we used to have 10, 20, 30 years ago. But when I was a kid and my father was at 11 o'clock and it would be sick, and you would have, like, we would say the news, and it was like, that was the truth. This is what our newscasters. But nowadays, so much of their information about the world from social media sources, which have not only the challenges of not relying on journalistic ethics, which that's sometimes a questionable thing too, but also social media tends to feed back to the viewer the kinds of information that will resonate with them most, keep them on that platform, and keep them clicking on the ads. So it's not an extremely reliable source of objective information, and that may be coloring this number. But that's back in November. We see that over the course of the last few months, a tremendous number of protest movements in favor of Hamas and more generally Palestine. This particular slogan was especially problematic. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There are a couple other versions of it, as you can see. And for many Jews and Israelis especially, we see this as essentially a call for the destruction of Israel. Many of the apologists for this statement believe that no, you have to interpret it differently, referring to freedom in a much more general sense, not necessarily free from Jews, but freedom for everyone to express themselves and so on. And this is a little bit like, how do you translate the term jihad or holy war? Is that like an internal struggle, or is that like a physical war? So that's the kind of thing that was circulating when this began to be very popular. A remarkable scholar, Ron Hassner at the University of California, actually went out there and conducted a survey of students, and it turned out that actually most students who were chanting this were very confused about geography. When it said the river, they could not identify the Jordan. They asked perhaps it's the Euphrates or the Nile. And when it came to the sea, they were guessing not only the Mediterranean, but also the Atlantic and even the Caribbean Sea. And once the geography was explained to them and how this idea from the river to the sea meant erasing the state of Israel, that actually many of them changed their feelings about that particular chant and revised them accordingly. And they are supported by a large, those who are protesting are supported by a wide network, a very disparate network. I also received this from Mr. Caballero. He sent me several links to organizations that will allow you to download free posters that you can use at your next protest. And there's all kinds of organizational materials, Resistance 101, that are providing coaching for young people to participate in this kind of venture. And there's a certain element to this that seems grassroots and legitimate, but there are also some very troubling elements that suggest that it may have some outside sources of funding and organization. Just have a look at this, for example. This comes from the Wall Street Journal, did a visualization of the number of protests after the killing of George Floyd. And as you can see, there's an eruption of them in the summer of 2020, shortly after the video of his killing was circulating. And then, with time, the amplitude of the number of those protests slowly decreases, and especially as you get to the winter time, they drop off to zero. And that's, that looks like a human pattern of people who are spontaneously outraged and express that outrage, and then slowly, life goes back to normal. But when you look at the protests that we have been enduring lately, the amplitude, look at that screen on the bottom there, the amplitude is very different. It's not a big surge at the beginning in October, November. It's pretty constant with spikes pretty much every weekend and sustaining itself throughout. I don't know a lot about how social movements are organized and how they perpetuate themselves, but this particular chart strikes me as highly artificial, as if there are regular infusions of cash, organization, material, who knows. We shall see what happens now that the semester has ended and summers begin and summer jobs, things like that. The few encampments that are up there may change dramatically for reasons totally unrelated to this, but we'll see how that develops. At any rate, If we come to the most recent Harvard-Harris poll, the April poll that was released just about a week ago, on the left you see the question we've been tracking: do you support Israel more or Hamas? And you can see that the younger generation seems to have been picking up their studies a little bit, and the support for Hamas has dropped from 48% to 43%. That is somewhat encouraging. And I think it's also important to note that, the news is suffused with the stories of protest because, that it sells newspapers and sells advertising. But the broad swath of Americans are still solidly behind Israel. This particular chart, which asks Americans back in April, do you think that Israel should invade Rafah to find the last hostages there and to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who are hiding in the tunnels? 72% of Americans and 57% of our youngest generation say absolutely, they should go in there, finish what they need to do. There's a very strong minority, 28% of all Americans, 43% of the youngest age group, who disagree. But nevertheless, that's still a very solid majority, basically behind Israel. So while we're seeing that there's a lot of cause for alarm, to be sure, we should understand that the general mood of America, when you're outside of the elite university campuses, is still definitely very pro-Israel. But we are still troubled by the numbers, especially on the youth. I'm going to focus on them a little bit. At this point, what I'd like to do is to go back a little bit in history and look at the history of anti-Semitism as ideology, as a kind of dark theology, and try to understand how it has evolved over time. Scholars have identified 4 really basic periods where anti-Semitism adapts to the changing cultural, political, religious, social values of the societies in which it lives. And we can really see 4 big chapters in this history. I would like to tender for your consideration that we are now, unfortunately, on the cusp of a 5th possibility, a 5th variant. But let's go through the 4 historical versions to begin with. On the left, you see a photograph of Jean-Paul Sartre, a very important French existentialist philosopher. After World War II, he wrote this book, which is a very small, thin book, and I found it very, very moving. Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question, which is really, it's a misnomer. It's not the Jewish question, it's the anti-Semitic question. What do we do about all this anti-Semitism? But he writes in here, si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait, which translates as, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And Sartre proposes a model of understanding anti-Semitism where the anti-Semite needs the Jew to explain the anti-Semite's lack of success in life. Kind of like a jealousy model, where when an anti-Semite feels discomfited by rapid change in society, by uncertainty of the economy or uncertainty of personal status and things like that, and casts about for a victim, for someone to blame, the Jews are conveniently there. Now, in another form, we could discuss the merits of this particular thesis, but it's certainly a self-propagating kind of philosophy, because if that is true, then you can look back and say in time and say, wow, look, the Greeks hated Jews, and the Romans hated the Jews, and the Germans and the French, and so on. This is nothing new. It's always been happening. So the more anti-Semitism exists, the more it is easy to propagate into a future environment. Even in environments where there are hardly any Jews, like in Japan, where you actually have translations of notorious anti-Semitic forgeries, like the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. So let's dive into this a little bit. We should begin, first of all, with our terminology. The word anti-Semitism, especially spelled with a hyphen, was invented by this man, Wilhelm Marr, who was himself an anti-Semite. And he wanted to find a more polite alternative to the popular terms Judenhass and Judenfeinde, which is German for Jew hatred. those are very crude, vulgar terms. And so we said, wait a second, I'm not a Jew hater. It's just that the Jews are involved in this world conspiracy, which we'll call Semitism. He borrowed that term from linguistic theory that was developing in the late 19th century. And I'm anti-Semitism. I'm against this fictitious, conspiracy of Jews to destroy the world. This is where he came up with it, a book called The Way to the Victory of Germanness Over Jewishness. And because he argued that Semitism was a thing, which it is not, that's why it is spelled in English with a hyphen. Ironically, in German, it's not spelled with a hyphen, but that's the way English grammar works. You're anti-Semitism, which supposes that Semitism is a thing. Most say have adopted the spelling without the hyphen. It's not opposition to Semitism. It is a kind of hatred that is just expressed with this bizarre kind of theory. So that's the term we used, and that's a term that was invented in the 1880s, and it has gained widespread circulation. It may be time to actually retire this term because it is no longer sufficient to describe what is the status quo today. So let's look at the three earliest chapters and a little bit more time on the modern chapter that is associated with Mar going forward. Classical xenophobia. The term xenophobia means fear of the stranger. Xenos is like stranger or guest in Greek. Actually, there's an Aramaic term, achsania. When you say posum b'chod achsania, to open up first with praise of the host. So host guests. Guests are often strangers. That's where the relationships. And I'm sorry for this tangent. At any rate, when you look at the classical Greek and Roman authors, who often had lots of negative things to say about Jews, most of those things are clearly rooted in basic cultural misunderstandings. Like, for example, the Romans would look at the Jews and say, how lazy are these people? They take a day off 1 in every 7. How is that possible that you can go through your life not working 1 day in 7? So they called the Jews slothful. They called the Jews, ironically, atheistic because they refused to bow down to idols, which was the civic religion of the day. So they are not worshiping any gods. Well, they must be atheistic, which is hilarious, really, because it's the opposite. They worship one invisible God, which was very hard for the Romans to grasp. So there are all kinds of things like this where the Romans and Greeks felt like we don't get those Jews. They're so weird. And so for the antipathy to them is basically rooted in very easily explained misunderstanding. This, for example, is the Arch of Titus, the famous arch that commemorates the Roman victory over Judea in the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, the revolt that resulted in the destruction of the temple. And as you can see underneath it, there is this remarkable bas-relief that shows the Jews carting off as slaves the various spoils from the temple, the menorah, and so on. So you can't really call this anti-Semitic like we'll see later, because this is essentially normal war propaganda. The ancients, the medievals, and the moderns all celebrate military victories. They often, portray their defeated enemies in a negative light, and that's just normal human interrelations, whether we like it or not. So classical xenophobia is not kind of like a bizarre psychological pathology, as we shall see later. When you move to the second period of Christian anti-Judaism, this is a period that is especially associated specifically with the birth of Christianity because of its unique relationship to its mother religion. Since Christianity is born from Judaism, the earliest Christians were all Jews, the apostles, and so on, and they're trying to articulate their identity in opposition to or as distinction from their mother religion. And so the kind of arguments that you see in this kind of anti-Jewish dialectic are fundamentally religious in nature. So, for example, you see it illustrated in a lot of Gothic art. The classic example of ecclesia et synagoga, a woman representing the church, always on the left side of the image, and a woman representing the synagogue, the Jews, on the right. These kinds of large, monumental pieces are often on the sides of cathedrals, like this one in Strasbourg, are very useful to explain the complicated relationship between Christianity and Judaism to illiterate peasants who make their way to the cathedral for education. And as you can see on the left, the church ecclesia is represented with a crown, upright staff, holding a chalice. The bodice is done up properly, and so on. And she's a respectable figure, and so on. And she is looking kind of daggers at her sister, the synagogue, who is disgraced. She's lost her crown. Her staff is broken, indicating the loss of temporal power. She is holding in her left hand, her weaker hand, the tablets representing the law, the Torah, and she's holding them, with the ends of her fingers as if they're falling out of her grasp. She's actually, her posture is one of decline. She's falling away from the rock, and she is finally blindfolded, as if she's unable to see the truth. So the whole message is that Christianity takes over from Judaism, that Judaism is the rejected sibling, and Christianity is the new favorite sibling. And this is how, you could explain the theology. This is obviously something which Jews would disagree with. They do not agree with this particular description of how Christianity should be understood vis-a-vis Judaism. But nevertheless, this is a theological dispute, basically between a priest and a rabbi. It's not really violent to the degree that we shall see in the next stage. But sometimes there are elements that cross over. For example, this image from a stained glass window in Verben, Germany, 15th century. And you can see on the left the ecclesia with the upright staff, the chalice riding a tetramorph, a mythical beast that harkens back to the book of Yechezkel. And a hand descends from heaven and crowns her, indicating divine favor. On the right, however, you see the synagogue. She is riding on a sterile animal, a mule, and she's holding on to a ram's horn from a decapitated from a ram, which indicates, a dissatisfaction with the Jews' reliance on the carnal sacrifices of the temple. Her staff is broken. She's blindfolded. Her crown is knocked off her head. And in case you didn't get the overall message, there is another hand extending from the clouds above and inserting a sword into the top of her skull. And very, very strong and really unambiguous signal of disapproval. So this is very different from the classical xenophobic period. This is a conflict that was rooted in a religious difference and religious dispute. So it's a new evolution, really, of anti-Jewish view. When we get to the medieval period, and now I want to warn those of you who may have sensitivities, you have young people perhaps watching with you, this might not be the best section. You might want to skip over it or cover your computer. The medieval period, particularly 15th century and onward, which coincides with a lot more means of disseminating ideas through printing, for example. That's when you begin to see anti-Semitism go way off the rails, and it becomes deeply pathological. The idea, for example, of the blood libel, which begins first in 1144 with the charge of ritual murder, and then surges after the 13th century and just spreads like wildfire across Europe. This strange, bizarre idea that Jews must capture a Christian's child, torture it, drain it of blood, drain him or her of blood, well, it's always a him, and then use that blood for matzah and all kinds of things like this. Total craziness, completely divorced from the truth. And it's such a bizarre argument that the popes frequently denounced it, saying, it's not true. Don't believe people who tell you these things. But there's often a huge gap between what happens at the highest levels of church and what happens in the laity. And this idea of the blood libel becomes incredibly popular and persists right up to the 20th century. It has tenuous connections to religion, in that the child victim is supposed to be some kind of reenactment of the original passion, but those religious elements really seem to just serve the narrative, which is much more bloodthirsty. And so many other examples of this, especially in association with the devil, in this very commonly circulated image of the Jew, the Judensaat, the Jewish pig. On the top, you see a victim of the blood libel, and in the main picture there, you see a devil associated with the Jews. It's also a period when Jews are accused of witchcraft and sorcery and involvement with the devil, and they're doing horrific things with the pig. Very popular image, widely circulated, particularly in Germany. So this kind of like bizarre, nasty hatred, quite different from the earlier period, which was much more kind of sedate and religious in terms of, dispute over how to interpret, for example, the book of Isaiah. This is like really bloodthirsty. It's really violent, and it's brilliant, and it's a totally new level of anti-Semitic hatred. All of these elements, however, do have some vestiges in contemporary anti-Jewish antipathy, such as, for example, this scandalous image that was painted in 2020, which commemorates the death of young Simon of Trent, which we saw actually 2 images ago, in a hyper-realistic, modern style, and clearly the images of these gleeful Jews torturing this child, one of the most offensive depictions of anti-Semitism in the 20th century, 21st century, even though it harkens back really to a 15th century charge. So that's the first 3 periods of the ideological shifts of anti-Semitism, and as you can see, I hope, anti-Semitism, it's like a virus that when it finds a new host, it simply finds ways to infect that host most efficiently. And it has an unusual degree of adaptability to a wide variety of cultural, historical circumstances. So this takes us up basically to the 19th century. And that's when we get the period of what we call modern anti-Semitism. This is a term that's correctly called anti-Semitism per se, because this is when the term is implemented. It circulates around the combination of a couple of ideas. One of the most important books was this essay on the inequality of the human races. And this idea of racism, which is really fleshed out in the 19th century, it's a huge step down from basic color bias, which is much older. But the notion, kind of borrowing from Charles Darwin's theories and applying it to humanity, that there are all these different races in the world, Africans and Europeans, or blacks and Aryans, if you will, and they all have different strengths and skills and weaknesses, and they struggle with each other to capitalize on scarce resources. The Jews in this system, which is deeply anti-Semitic, are a parasite race who are perceived as being a kind of a germ, a bacillus that infects healthy civilizations and then is able to kind of eat them out from on the inside, and then they move on to another host. This is, you will note, completely devoid of any religious moorings, because the 19th century is when religion is in steep decline, and anti-Semites simply can't get any traction with the old religious ideas of anti-Christian Judaism and so on, or the blood libel and so on. And so they have this new sort of quasi-scientific idea of what the Jews mean. You see a lot of images like this. This is actually an election poster from Austria in 1920. Shows a obviously Jewish kind of worm snake thing strangling the Austrian eagle. The text says German Christians. Actually, there's a text that's missing on top. It says, "Vote Christian Socialists," name of the party, German Christians, and save Austria, right? Save it from the Jew who's choking it from within. And here's a remarkable book cover from Arthur Winter. Translation of the title is "The Sin Against the Blood," a novel of the time. So you can see the muscular, healthy Aryan who, if it weren't for the fact that he had this massive, overweight, fleshy Jewish vulture weighing him down, he would be able to get up and be strong and do whatever he needed to. But it is the Jewish presence that is the sin against the blood, that is weakening German society. So notice, no religious elements here, no Christian Jewish dialogue or apologies, polemics. It's all race, and one more element, the idea of a conspiracy theory. That the Jews, who are racially distinct and are often portrayed in this kind of caricature, are engaged in a massive worldwide conspiracy, popularized in particular by the notorious Protocols of the Other of Zion. I showed you the Japanese translation earlier. This is a forgery that was invented by a notorious anti-Semite named Sergei Nilus in the turn of the 20th century. And it posits that Jews are somehow locked into this massive system that has all kinds of things, like he wrote about secret subway tunnels that linked major cities so Jews could move around secretly and so on. On the right, you see a typical example. This is Mexico, 1930. It translates the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. And the wealthy capitalist Jew, you can see the monopoly man in here as well. He's gleefully squeezing the globe, taking all the blood out of it with his claw-like hands. And this is essentially the message of modern anti-Semitism that we have up to the present day. The Nazis were especially notorious at developing this witch's brew of racism and conspiracy theory. Here's a terrifying children's book, propaganda for preschoolers. It's called the Poison Mushroom, or the Toadstool. And the whole message behind this book for children is that, hey, Jews look just like regular people, just like mushrooms and toadstools, mushrooms being edible and delicious and toadstools being poisonous. They look the same too, and you need an expert to explain to you who is a toadstool and poisonous, in other words, who is a Jew and poisonous, even though they look like regular people. Racism and conspiracy theory. All kinds of examples of this highlighting the racial differences supposed between Jews and non-Jews, Jews and Aryans, and so on. And they're all linked, as you can see in this kind of imagery that shows the Jewish compact, or the Jewish conspiracy with all these Jewish names, and the obviously heavy, fleshy, Semitic look of this individual, and how they're all connected to one another. So that's how the Nazis took this modern anti-Semitic to its logical conclusion. We have, unfortunately, holdouts into the 21st century. There's the photograph famous from the Charlottesville extreme right march in 2017, where the chant was, "Jew will not replace us," right? The whole idea of the sin against the blood. The Jews are infiltrating society, taking away the rightful places of Aryans and so on. Jean-Paul Sartre and the kind of jealousy theory. There's some interesting kind of spins on this with COVID in particular, that COVID is somehow a Jewish plot to kill off large numbers of Aryans and so on. I mean, these things they would be funny if they did not have adherents. But unfortunately, there are people who believe these things. Now I'd like to bring us to the final remarks. And I'd like to suggest that we're now possibly on the cusp of a fifth kind of Jew hatred that represents a qualitative difference from previous types of anti-Semitism. I find it deeply concerning. So let me share it with you. I've seen a few different ways to kind of term this. There's actually several essays written in a recent issue of the Jewish Review of Books on this. Let's call it anti-Israelism. It's a kind of anti-Semitism that is focused specifically on the land of Israel, the state of Israel, as the justification for more typical anti-Semitic attitudes. There are three basic fundamentals, but before I go to it, I'm going to show you one image. Again, this is a very, very troubling image that actually came out well before October 7th, but it captures a lot of the kind of tone of anti-Israelism. Once again, for those of you who are sensitive, please slip away. This image, which portrays an Israeli soldier stabbing a child in the heart, clearly evocative of the blood libel, Simon of Trent that we saw earlier, but it's divorced from obvious religious connotations and is subsumed with political connotations. Now, this kind of image, perhaps a person might subconsciously see it and not blame all Jews, but certainly blames Israel in particular, and it's hard not to see how the blood libel elements would seep out into the broader sense and call it truly anti-Semitic in the larger sense of the word, rather than a very profane and vulgar act of political caricature. I would say that this anti-Israelism, this possible fifth type of anti-Semitism, has three basic fundamentals. And I think as we see more of this and study it more, we may find others. But the first one is the basic idea that Israel is an illegitimate state. They like to refer to it, for example, as the Zionist entity, as if they don't want to even say the word Israel. And it may be illegitimate for a whole host of different reasons. I mean, one of the principal things about anti-Semitism is that it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to kind of loosely hang together ideologically, enough for you to believe even a piece of it, get a toehold in it. So Israel is considered illegitimate because it is, a settler colonialist state. When not only is that laughable, because it's actually, if you really want to call it a colonial state, it's actually the most successful example of anti-colonialism. It is the reversal of colonialism with the return of an indigenous people and taking away their country from the ultimate colonial power of the 19th century, the British Empire. That's simply on one basis. Another, there's no point in knocking all these different arguments down because they're silly in many ways. Israel, for example, the land was purchased in the 19th century. The land was legally acquired. Following that, there were defensive wars, and we have, the realities of what happens after wars and negotiations and peace treaties. So I really don't want to spend our time talking about why these ideas are ridiculous, but I just want to try to imagine what are people thinking when they're engaging. So the first idea that's very important is that the belief that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state. Secondly, because it is illegitimate, these anti-Israelists argue that erasing this historical anomaly of the state of Israel is justified often by any means, including attacks on non-Israeli Zionists, which means the vast majority of the Jews of the world who identify as Zionists, who consider Israel their historical homeland. And there's a tremendous amount of euphemism that circulates around this, referring to attacks on Israel or Zionists as resistance. The use of somewhat vague foreign terms like intifada, whereas anyone who lived through the second intifada knows exactly what that really implies. So this is like the second fundamental, the idea that if we accept the premise that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state, and I would love to see anyone show me a legitimate state by those kinds of measures, then erasing that state is somehow justified. And furthermore, and often the very childish thinking of people who have never had to experience war, they will, likely say things like that Israel should be wiped off the map. And they clearly have no idea what that actually means on the human scale. And third, and this is what I find especially troubling, the participation of Jews in these movements, these anti-Israelite movements, anti-Israel movements, lends legitimacy to the movement itself. It's a kind of tokenism, but it nevertheless seems to be very prominent. Like, it is amazing to me how much we see various Jewish individuals and sometimes organizations at the forefront of these. And what exactly does that mean? I want to point you to one incident that I saw last week that I found deeply saddening and troubling. This is a presser held at the Capitol. You can see several members of Congress in the background there, clearly pleased with the speaker. who is a young 19-year-old student at George Washington University. First name is Miriam, and she speaks. You can actually go to the forward website and listen to the speech. She speaks about how, as a young person, she had no access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. Make of that what you will. There are neighborhoods where you will find anti-Zionist synagogues, but there are very few that are truly anti-Zionist. There are many that are non-Zionist, maybe, but at any rate, because of that, she felt deprived because she had never had a bat mitzvah. She was never able to enjoy whatever it meant to be a bat mitzvah. But at the encampment at George Washington University, where she was demonstrating, not only did they have Shabbat services, but they actually had a rabbi come with a Torah scroll, and there in Shahada Square, which is what they've renamed that quad, she had her bat mitzvah. So she was proudly describing how she discovered her Jewish identity and her Jewish roots in the center of this essentially pro-Hamas rally. Why do I say pro-Hamas? Well, it doesn't take much scratching to find Hamas in this. For example, she referred to where she had her bat mitzvah as Shahada Square. This was what the protesters renamed the quad. Shahada means martyr square, like a shaheed, someone who, for example, dies on the course of a suicide bombing. And the Shahada is also one of the 5 pillars of Islam. It is a sentence that proclaims Muhammad's preeminence as a prophet, and it's actually the core of the conversion to Islam ritual. So much so that we see it in many contexts. This is actually the Shahada written, and you may see the green background, and it's familiar because this is actually the Hamas flag. So it doesn't take too many levels of separation until you get to that point. And what does it mean that a young person would find her Jewish identity specifically in this kind of moment? So I'm very proud of myself, and I've actually kept myself on time, so I'm going to conclude, but I'd like to take myself just a little bit outside of my comfort zone, if you don't mind. I normally prefer to speak only about things that are firmly in the past. I'm a historian, and it's not my comfort zone to address current events. Nevertheless, I was asked by Rabbi Kerbel to speak last night at the Queens Jewish Center, and he specifically wanted me to address, okay, what does history teach us about the moment we're in right now? History is stubbornly silent on what we're supposed to do about the future. History just sits there. Historians, on the other hand, may have something to say, and I try to eschew that particular practice, but I feel that since Rabbi Kerbel asked me, I would at least make an attempt at how I personally view the current moment, and hopefully you'll get something as well. So what you see on the screen here is a text I came across when I was researching things for Passover. And you'll see in the Hebrew a very, very well-known passage from the Haggadah read on the Passover table. And it reads, in every generation they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. However, under Russian censorship law, no Jewish text could be published without censor's approval. And so in Vilnius in 1859, the censor insisted on adding a couple of things. You can see they're circled in white there and red. He put the rising up against us in the past tense, right? They used to rise up against us, but now we live in, the paradise of Tsarist Russia. That kind of thing doesn't happen anymore. No more anti-Semitism. It's like gorgeous here. And then he changed the divine rescue from the present tense, meaning God is still here always and protecting us. He put it in the past tense because back then we were persecuted, no longer under the Tsar. Therefore, we no longer need current protection from God. That was the censor's attempt to make this, acceptable for 1859. But if we look at another text from this period that I find especially important, for this context. And this is also, by the way, printed 1853 as it happens in Russia, and this managed to get past the censor. And it's, of course, a passage, if you're reading the Hebrew, from the Unasana Tokef prayer, which we read on the high holidays, a very solemn and moving prayer that offers the solution of repentance, and then above the word teshuvah is written in small letters, tzom, fasting, prayer, tefillah, that is voice, and tzedakah, mammon, money, diminishes the severity of the degree. And if this is kind of like the prescription, so looking back in history, I see three really important ways that we can seize upon this moment and find our way through this perhaps new evolution or devolution of anti-Semitism. First of all, in terms of tshuva, one of the most awful periods in our history was undoubtedly the destruction of the Second Temple, which was characterized by incredible divisions between Jewish groups. The fighting between Jews in the year 69, before Titus even breached the walls of Jerusalem, was horrific and far worse than what they had ever endured before. Zealots attacking zealots, innocent people, blood flowing in the streets, burning each other's grain stores. And obviously that ended in horrific destruction and terrible tragedy for the Jewish people. But at the very same time, you have this phenomenon. This is the Theodotus inscription. It is one of the oldest pieces of synagogue furniture, appurtenances, that have survived. It comes from the 1st century, probably the 1st century BCE, and it is a plaque. You know, every synagogue has to have a plaque. The earliest thing we have from any synagogue, basically, is a plaque. And it describes how Theodotus, paid for the synagogue, paid for the plumbing and things like that, and everyone should enjoy it and so on. And this Theodotus inscription speaks to the idea that Jews are strongest when they come together and they look at their first principles. I was especially moved in this context, this tshuva moment, by something that was forwarded to me. This is Rabbi Amiel Hirsch. He's a Reform rabbi who had the incredible courage to speak just a while ago to his congregation. The sermons are taped and posted. And he asked this difficult question: why are so many of the young Jewish protesters graduates and alumni of Reform synagogues, youth groups and camps? What did we do wrong? Can you imagine getting up and saying to your congregation, what did we do wrong? And most importantly, what should we be doing now to instill in our youngsters the core Jewish value of Ahavat Yisrael, which he defines here as love, concern, and responsibility for fellow Jews? Now, I'm not including this particular clip here to knock Rabbi Hirsch, God forbid, or his movement or anything like that, but I'm saying that he took a heroic stand to speak to his congregation about, hey, we're seeing this here, we're seeing this happen. What did we do wrong? And every synagogue, in my humble opinion, should be engaging in self-searching as well. That's tshuva. That's going back and looking at first principles. And I will say that, I have had many interactions with Jewish people who are involved in the protests, and the blood of Isaiah and Amos flows through their veins. And I believe they are misguided, but they are pursuing much of these protests in good faith, believing that they're actually supporting what is right and just in this world. They do not see themselves as self-hating Jews, and in my humble opinion, I certainly don't think we should treat them as self-hating Jews. We should do our best to draw them close with love. Anyways, I'm stepping outside of historian talk. I should do that. Let's look at the second thing, tefillah. Right? So tefillah also happening in synagogue. This is a synagogue from Israel from the 5th century in Hamat Tiberia. And even though it was, 3rd, 4th century, I believe, even though it was hundreds of years after the destruction of the temple, the mosaic still has references to the various appurtenances in the synagogue itself. And what's fascinating about the time that this was built, the period of phenomenal crisis for world Jewry, and especially in Israel. The Jews had fought and lost 3 major wars with the Romans. They tried once more in 352, a smaller rebellion, horribly crushed. It was clear that the Romans had no patience left for the institution of the Nasi, the patriarch, and in fact, it would only be a few decades before they ended that. And it's at that time when things looked most bleak that Jews got together and recorded the Jerusalem Talmud. The core text that went on, especially in its Babylonian variant, to become what some would call the Constitution of Judaism. Phenomenal creativity, massive scholarly effort, and it happened at an extremely dark time. Because at this time when they said, you know what, we can't rely on the current status quo to be able to calculate the months, it's now time that we put down a fixed mathematical calendar that we have to this day. So when Jews come together in tshuva, and they come together in prayer in their synagogues, they find incredible reserves of strength and creativity to solve problems that survived the Jewish people throughout the centuries. Finally, last one, tzedakah, mammon. Well, that should be fairly obvious, but I think that it makes me think about my own Ashkenazi roots. And the Ashkenazim, even though they're incredibly powerful today and a huge influence on the course of world history over the last 500 years or so, when we go back to the roots of Ashkenazi Jewry in the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, tiny little outposts living in northern Germany, and they basically had to figure out how to solve major problems on their own. They did not have the ability to rely on much larger Jewish population centers, and so they developed many major institutions like the Kehillah as an internal support system that was supported by mandatory taxes on every Jew. It was considered the responsibility of every Jew for every other Jew in each settlement, and they acted on it and perpetrated the Jewish people, allowed them to survive through very challenging times. So with these three ideas, tshuva, tefillah, tzedakah, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth, coming from a historian, not a rabbi, I hope this provides you with some avenues of thought. And with that, I want to thank Ms. Lichtenstein and Patrick Linus for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all once again. I'll conclude, and we have some time, I think, for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Ms. Lichtenstein, I'm not sure if you're able to get on. We had some technical problems. So I have a few questions in the Q&A. Let's have a look. And for those of you who want to split at this point, please do, but I'll look for Q&A and answer what I can. Anonymous attendee writes, what is the actual ethno-religious background of the people currently referring to themselves as Palestinians? Well, if we break that term down, ethno-religious, the religious term, obviously the Palestinians are basically Sunni Muslims. There are quite a few Christians as well, but they adhere overwhelmingly to those groups. It's ironic that Hamas, which is Sunni, gets most of its financial support from Iran, which is Shiite, but that's basically their religious background. In terms of the ethnic background, it's clear that most of them are of Arabian stock, which is closely related to Jews. We are distant cousins to one another, which is, of course, validated by the biblical text as well. Isaac and Ishmael were half brothers through their father Abraham. But it's very messy and difficult to try and tease out the genetic differences between them, DNA type differences. Hope that's helpful. Mr. Rudnitsky writes that Dr. Abraham, your lectures brought me closer to Judaism during the Austrian lockdown. I'm a foreign student of Michael Kiebel. Well, that's nice. Please send my regards. Not a question, though. Let's see if we can get another question. Robert Satanik, why don't the students go to jail after the break-in? Good question. I am not a lawyer. I am a school administrator, and I suppose if, God forbid, I have to deal with those questions, maybe I deal with them differently, but it's a good question. It's not really something I can answer. Oh, look at that. Matt Sachs is online. Nice to see you, Matt. Great to have you here, Dr. Matthew Sachs. Faye Shapiro, what is the definition of Semitism? So Semitism as an idea, it's kind of a made-up idea. They use this word to describe a made-up thing. The made-up thing is this world Jewish conspiracy. That's what Semitism is supposed to be, and it's not accurate because Arabs are also Semites. They're not included in the world conspiracy, and there is no world conspiracy to begin with. So it's kind of like a silly term we're using, and we have used for the last 140 years. But maybe it's time to retire it because it is just too far away from utility. So what anonymous attendee asks again, what word should be used instead? I don't know. Jew hatred, going back to the original term Yud and Has, is hard to disagree with that, regardless of its vulgarity, but it is a vulgar idea. And if we want to speak with some precision, then the anti-Israelism maybe is better. Now, we should note, of course, that the opposite of anti-Israelism is not pro-Israelism, because you can have people who are pro-Israel, and still criticize the Israeli government. That's entirely within the realm of normal human political discourse, as of course many Israelis exercise that right to this day. So it's a complicated, difficult term to use. Mr. Cook asks, how close is the 1946 Gales program follow typical medieval blood libel? I'd rather not answer that question because I'm not holding in the Kielce pogrom, perhaps in another video. Dia D asks, why does Israel seemingly befriend nations that promote anti-Semitism, such as Saudi Arabia? It's politics. There's a lot of strange politics that it's not at all uncommon for many nations to, they say politics makes strange bedfellows. So that's the bottom line. Are riots on U.S. campuses led by Arab students and instigators similar to European student riots? Should the FBI investigate these leaders by tracing the funding for these student rioters? This is quite fascinating. What has been coming out lately, and I really would like to see more research on this. Roughly half to sometimes 2/3 of the people who are arrested are not students, faculty, or staff of the universities where they are protesting. And in some cases, they have identified, kind of professional, lifelong agitators who have, organized protests in other cities for other causes. So there's definitely a certain element of professionalism going on, including a lot of the sharing of the materials that I referred to earlier. Nobody asked me other than you, anonymous attendee, what the FBI should do. But personally, I think that would be a good use of their time to figure out where's the money coming from, who are these people, how do they feed themselves, and so on. Bob Olesh asked me to comment on the thought that when there is less anti-Semitism, there's more assimilation and less Jewish values. And when there is anti-Semitism, Jewish people stick together more because of the threatening environment. So that comment is basically true. And I think when you look historically at the nature of Jewish communities, you see that one of the phenomena that Jews tend to, or you see as often accompanying flourishing Jewish communities, is when there is a small amount of anti-Semitism. Not enough for anyone to get hurt, God forbid, not enough to really hold people back, but kind of like a low-level degree of anti-Semitism that's basically social in nature. It's not violent, God forbid. That kind of like constant outside irritation tends to be correlated with strong Jewish communities. When there is very little anti-Semitism, then the Jews take care of it themselves, and they tend to become more centrifugal and drift away from their center and so on. So it's a very valid observation. Mr. Schreiber asks, how worried am I for my physical safety? Usually I'm okay. I mean, usually I'm not too worried about physical health. I walk around downtown Manhattan just like I am. Sometimes people notice that I'm Jewish. And I'm more worried about people who seem to be like mentally ill than I am about people who are anti-Semitic. This country is still, I think, fairly stable. And so I'm not, but we have seen horrible, and it was actually before this entire crisis, attacks on obviously religious Jews in Crown Heights and Borough Park, places like that. Oh boy, okay. I'm gonna, let's see. Another autonomous attendee, I don't know if it's the same one, but he or she is Asian, and he or she is also deeply disturbed by all these civilian deaths in Gaza. And I think I am also deeply disturbed by civilian deaths in Gaza. God forbid, I would never want to argue the opposite. I do not, however, have the temerity to tell the Israeli government what they should do. I sit at home and in a library reading books. I'm not a soldier, I'm not a military expert. I just wish they would find a way to get the hostages back and to, like the aims of the war, and find a way to rid Hamas of its power to attack Israel in the future. I think those are two worthy goals. Are they doing it in the best way possible? This is the debate that Israelis are engaged in very deeply. It's quite divided in Israeli society now as to exactly what degree of force should be used, how it should be applied, and so on. So I don't have a really good answer other than to reaffirm what I think is the value of your question. And I do agree that I think the world holds Israel to a higher standard, but I think Israel also holds itself to a higher standard too. Okay, let's see. Flipping through. Thank you for people said nice things. That's great. Yeah. Wow. I guess I should probably wrap up now because most of these are things that we addressed. Thank you so much for staying with me so long in this presentation. That we'll have more opportunities to discuss these in the future, and let's hope that we have good news in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Long list of awards and accomplishments. I'll just mention that he's a YouTube Silver Creator Award, which clearly shows that he is a person who has a remarkable ability to take history, which is such an important discipline of studies. According to Moshe Olam, it says in the Torah, you're supposed to study history, but to be able to take history in a very serious way and be able to convey its messages and its lessons in a way that is interesting and engaging, even on social media, is really a testament to the skill and to the talents of our speaker. This current project is a 3-volume survey of Jewish history forthcoming from Koren Publishers. We want to thank our sponsors this morning, Linda and Stephen Rothschild, who have sponsored this lecture in memory of Stephen's mother, Edith Rothschild, Esther Bas, Yaakov HaKohen, Zichrono Livracha. I don't want to take any more of this time. Dr. Emerson.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate the very kind introduction. I really enjoy, in a strange way, coming here. I know that the only time I come here is on Tisha B'Av, but your attention and your intelligence and your wise questions are always very valuable. I can't move this back. I think you'll have to find a spot probably closer than that. That's all right. For those of you who may be joining us online, it's Tisha B'Av. We're all sitting on the ground or on chairs if necessary. We're fasting, and I feel personally very much more invested in history today than I think I have over the 35 odd years that I've been studying history at the tertiary level. Just a few minutes ago, the rabbi introduced a kina on a mimeographed sheet of paper, a Xerox sheet of paper, that belongs in our keynotes but has not yet been published. I was overwhelmed with emotion because this is a moment when we're not like in previous years when I speak on Tisha B'Av, we'd always pick some sad moment in Jewish history, and there were plenty to choose from, but we had like a variety of them. And from the safe position of our wealthy American homes, our comfort, our air conditioning, we're able to just choose something, like a pogrom, maybe the Holocaust, and we could talk about something. And it was like hard, and it was painful, but it was distant. It happened to Yemen. It happened to another generation. Now we're living at a time where something's happened to our generation. I'm sure many of you are 1, 2, 3 degrees removed from someone who was killed on October 7th. I myself have a colleague whose son, my colleague, Professor Dekalchen, his son is currently one of the Chatufim in Israel. I never met his son, but I met him many times, and it feels terrifying that we are now engaged in a historical venture which is actually in our own times and as yet unresolved. So let me begin by pointing you to this coin, which you may have seen. There are many, many examples of this. This is the famous Judea Capta coin. It's one of about 2 dozen that were issued by the Romans after destroying Jerusalem in the year 70. And it was kind of like a propaganda device. We should recall that coinage, currency, is extremely important for the ancient world and also to a large degree for the modern world in terms of disseminating information. This is an era before billboards, before certainly television, social media, and so if you had a coin that said something and it circulated and it was of value, obviously intrinsically of value, it was extremely important. And so the Roman Empire under Vespasian and then under his son Titus, who was actually the one who destroyed the temple, they made a tremendous cause of demonstrating their destruction of Jerusalem in the coins and in the Arch of Titus in Rome and a public triumph, which is kind of like a massive procession ending in an execution, things like that. And as you can see on the images, it's very common. Again, there are about 2 dozen of these, some variations. There's usually Vespasian or Titus, who we'll speak about shortly, on one side, and on the obverse, the phrase Judea Capta. Judea is taken captive with a balsam tree, balsam palm, one of the most famous exports of the region at the time. And there's this looming Roman soldier, sometimes portrayed many, many times the size of this forlorn Jewish woman who represents Judea. And as you can see, she's got her head in her hands. She's, as it were, saying Tachanun. Sometimes she's shown with her hands bound behind her back. And it's all a demonstration of the might and power of Rome, meant to say, as it were, that the Jewish people are finished forever. We have totally, brought them to their knees, and they will never again rise up. And this is kind of like famous last words, which have been uttered by many, many tyrants and tormentors over our past. But what I find especially meaningful about looking at this coin today is a statement that I felt was important enough that I actually wrote it down at the bottom here, that, when I reflect on what we've gone through since October 7th, it's very clear to me that historically we are the most resilient people in human history. I am hard-pressed to find any comparable people, certainly of similar duration to the Jewish people, but who have endured such tremendous persecution on a cyclical basis over the years. And this oscillation between virtual destruction and then resurrection is something which is deeply characteristic of our people. But that resilience, which we have demonstrated historically, is not something that's passed down genetically. We all, in each generation, have to learn the skills that our parents and our grandparents, especially those who survived the Shoah, we have to somehow learn those lessons for ourselves. We have to imbibe them in our breath and in our water, and we especially have to find a way to communicate that to our children. As we shall see in today's presentation, our children, in my humble opinion, especially here in America, are most at risk, far more than anyone sitting in this room. But let's go to the material itself. My task for today is really to explore a pasuk that the rabbi just mentioned a few minutes ago. Zachor yemos olam bino shnos dor v'dor sha'al avicha v'yagetcha zerkencha v'yomru lach. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of ages past. Ask your parents who will inform you, your elders who will tell you. The next pasuk is not nearly as illuminating as I would want. I would hope that the next pasuk would actually say what we're supposed to know, but it doesn't actually reveal it in anything but an obscure fashion. But what's relevant about this particular pasuk is that it relates to our existence as a deeply historical people, that it is embedded in our faith and in our Weltanschauung that we have to learn history in order somehow to gain meaning from it and pass it on to the next generation, a task which is singularly difficult. We have a few models, 19th century and 20th century thinkers. Many of you are familiar with Santayama's famous quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." At Touro University, we say this about the required history courses, by the way, that if you fail, you will have to take it again. That's the only joke I have in this entire class. William Faulkner, famous American novelist, wrote a fascinating passage in his Requiem for a Nun. The past is never dead. It isn't even past. Meaning the elements that we tend to relegate to things that are no longer occurring are in fact occurring in our own day today, if only we would see them. And then finally, perhaps most sophisticated, Mark Twain, great lover of the Jewish people, wrote, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes." Meaning we don't necessarily have one-to-one correlations between the events of distant history and our contemporary period, but we often find that there are elements that we can look at and understand gain some perspective on our own times. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to specifically look at the Roman Jewish War, the first great revolt that erupted in the year 66 and ended with the fall of Masada in the year 73 or 74. And I would like to reflect on that in the light of what we have experienced since October 7th. I do not intend to give you one-to-one correlations. This happened in the year 68, therefore we should do this in Israel today. This particular cause was neglected, therefore we have to pay more attention to it today. I don't think I have the skill to do that. In fact, one of the challenges is that I spent most of my time studying history, and prophecy was a department down the hall from where I did graduate studies. It's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable talking about things which are definitely over and theoretically no longer changing. The future is a big blank to me. Nevertheless, I do feel that there is value, as we learned from the Pasuk, there is value in exploring the past and using that as a starting point for our reflections for our current day. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is, what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps one of the strongest correlations between the distant past of the first Great Revolt. By the way, there were several Roman Jewish wars, at least 3 of them, depending on how you want to count. The Great Revolt is the one that we commemorate today on Tisha B'Av. But we have tremendously unreliable narrators telling us about what exactly happened. We begin with Josephus, who is arguably the most important Jewish historian of all time. He was a tremendous raconteur. He was able to recreate, perhaps create whole speeches of important personages in his great history of the Jewish war. But he is a deeply complex and difficult character. His background is he was born in the year 37 to an aristocratic Jewish family. He was something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various sects that were active in Jerusalem in his era, including the Essenes, which may or may not be identified with the strange Qumran community of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader, at least he tells us so, of the population in Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome on official delegations. He was very impressed with Rome as a society and a country. And in fact, he was rather shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found that the revolt had broken out and that he was right away impressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces in the Galil region in the north, which he commanded ably. Of course, we know this because he told us so himself. But then, in a dramatic moment, as we shall discuss a little bit later, in the year 67, he was cornered by Vespasian's troops, and he elected to join in a suicide pact with the last fighters that he was with, hiding in some kind of underground cave. They agreed, very much like Masada, they agreed that they would draw straws, and the people who had the last straws would each person would kill his fellow until the people with the last straws would then kill themselves. And then he ended up with one of the last straws, and then he talked to his friend and says, maybe we should rethink this, and they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming sort of like a pet Jew for the Romans. He was adopted by Titus, the son of Vespasian, the first emperor, and then later emperor himself. And he became his aide-de-camp and traveled with him, with the Romans, and acting as a kind of cultural broker to help the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting, occasionally to be some kind of ambassador to the Jews who regarded him as a traitor who had gone over to the Roman side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He even took his name, Titus Flavius Josephus. He's named after his sponsor, and he had a long career in Rome as a professional historian and kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish culture for the rest of the world. That's a very bad analogy, but he was like a celebrity. He was able to interpret Judaism, which Romans were quite fascinated with, for the Romans. He wrote not only a massive history of the First Roman War, which we are dealing with very heavily today, but he also wrote a 20-volume history of the Jews from Horatius until the Roman era, called Jewish Antiquities, and a number of other works, including his own autobiography, which he wrote actually several times. So he is a very problematic narrator because, on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous inside look at what happened in the war, particularly in the period when he was with the rebels. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was written for the sponsorship of the Romans. His lifestyle was paid for by the Romans. His fame was based on his association with the Romans, and they were always, as it were, looking over his shoulder. And so, although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been useful for a Jewish audience, he later switched to Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, and it was something which was designed for general publication. And so we don't know really what he thought. We know that he wanted to portray the Jewish rebels as being brave and heroic, but on the other hand, savage and requiring discipline from the Romans. And he wanted to portray the Romans as being, patient and tolerant, but ultimately at the end of their rope. And so they were nobly deciding to discipline the Jews. It's a very difficult read in Josephus to try to understand what actually happened during the war, but nevertheless, he is virtually our only source for the war. He is a problematic source, but we will rely on him heavily. We have a few other writers. For example, the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio. Tacitus comes to us with a remarkably anti-Jewish perspective, and Cassius Dio lived some time later, and so is himself very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offer the same level of detail or perspective as Josephus does, so we're left with this problematic narrative. We also have the church historian Eusebius, also very useful because he's deeply invested in things that happen in Judea, but of course, as a Christian historian trying to portray a Christological narrative in the history which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of a divine plan, it's also problematic for us. But we have to try and navigate through these difficult narrators to try to understand what exactly happened historically. Now, if I can take us to our own times, and that's what I'd like to do over the course of this lecture, is basically alternate between looking at the ancient world and looking at our own times. We're faced with the same difficulties. We have, I forgot one more very important source, I'm sorry. The Talmud. we have some amazing, fantastic, rich descriptions of the destruction of the temple, of the war in general. The Gemara and Gittin, of course, is one of the sanctioned texts that are allowed to be studied on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular source as a place where we go for historical information is that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a classroom might. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our Jewish values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from a more academic presentation. So, for example, in the Gemara in Gittin really zones in on one specific cause for the revolt, which is, of course, sinas chinam, a baseless hatred. And that's very true. There's no question. We can point to real historical sources that identify, episodes that demonstrate phenomenal lack of regard for one's fellow that would contribute to the conflict. However, there's so many other factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss, because the element that's relevant for them and for our future is really the sinas chinam. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical realia of the period. But if we move to our time, we don't have such better narrators today. Like, for example, a highly regarded Washington Post just recently, and of course I'm sure many of you are aware of tens of examples of this kind of egregious behavior. They have a headline here on the front page on the print edition, which thank God nobody reads print anymore. Everyone reads what happens on the Apple feed. Israel hits targets in Lebanon, and a photograph of grieving people at a gravesite. And of course, the photograph is a mismatch for the headline. The photograph is of the Hezbollah attack on the community in the north where 12 children playing soccer were killed. These are Israeli citizens who were killed in a strike, but the juxtaposition of the headline with the photograph is deeply misleading and certainly can only exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later they will be cut out and they will issue an apology, which will appear on page 792 in some little text. But the damage is already done. And we can point to many, many examples of these kinds of, one might argue they're mishaps of the editor, but there's far worse examples, of course, in less reputable papers. Another one, the New York Times, of course. Here you recall the explosion at the Al-Asi hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Israelis had conducted an airstrike at a hospital, and then it turns out it was actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone awry. So you can see here, within the course of a few hours, the New York Times switches from immediately accepting the Hamas-sponsored account, Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say, and then backing off, maybe it's not correct, at least 500 dead in strike on Gaza hospital, Palestinians say, until finally, the most harm, at least 500 dead in blasts at Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. So these are the narrators that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable pro-Israeli sources, like I read the Times of Israel quite a bit, for example, and I read, Bernie News on WhatsApp approximately once every 5 minutes. I'm checking to see if there are any updates. But of course, they have their own slant as well, and they will say things the way they want to. So we lack a clear, objective narrator of these events to negotiate our own assessment of what is actually happening. Okay, so, and of course, we have one other major element that I can't skip over, and that is the fact that even if we had these acceptable narrators, there are certain elements which I have to say I find as a human being very difficult to understand. The mentality of Hamas in many ways completely escapes me. And I'll just give you a few examples of this. I'm sure you've seen many of these things. These come from Memory, which is a wonderful site. What basically they do, it stands for Middle East Media Research Institute. And basically what Memory does is they comb the Arabic language web for broadcasts. They used to do only text. Now they do videos as well, very well, and they apply subtitles to them, so you can see what is the Arab world saying about what's going on in Israel. And quite often it reveals a perspective on the conflict which I simply cannot understand fundamentally. We've all seen these kinds of things. This is like a children's, like a sixth grader or a 6-year-old play, school play. You can see parents here with their cell phones, watching their kids reenact the capture of an Israeli outpost. This is pre-October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds here dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happened in any of the schools I sent my kids to. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get a hold on it. Also, examples like this. This is after October 7th. They interviewed one woman who lost several of her children, and she says, this is just screenshots, but you can go to Memory and watch the entire interview. By Allah, if all of my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I can understand that, God forbid, if a person loses a son or a daughter in combat, then you can feel that your daughter or son did something valuable, their death was not in vain. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying it would make them happy. You can come to terms with it, you can accept it perhaps, but to say it makes you happy is beyond me. And here's one from just yesterday. This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait. And he goes on and says, if you are a nation of 100 million people and 10,000 people died, it's meaningless. And he pushes further on this. And he says, really, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get a handle on it because it's philosophically beyond human understanding. He goes on, by the way, to say, and this is just a bizarre point, why is every single person is so precious for the Israelis, meaning Jews? Why do we care so much about every single person? He offers this crazy answer. It's because we spend so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has it completely backwards. We may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's because we care about individuals. We're not trying to win some kind of geopolitical point. This is the reason there is a war, because they've captured our children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction. That was the first bubble. We have a few more bubbles left. If it becomes overwhelming, I won't be offended if any of you decide you want to walk out. That's okay. Tish B'Av is a really long and hard day. But let's now go to the war itself. So here's what the geopolitical environment looked like at the time of the Great Revolt in the year 66. This lighter shaded area is almost all of the Roman Empire. I couldn't squeeze all of it onto this page. It goes up about halfway through the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. I mentioned the balsam pine, for example, balsam palm, but also as a point, it's kind of like an ancient flyover country where the great riches of Egypt and the connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign to them. They worshipped an invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independent by the time we get to the revolt. Many people seem to think, based on a very sketchy idea of ancient history, that Israel was independent, and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. In fact, the Romans were there from the 63 before the Common Era. So in other words, Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before the Jews rebelled and ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. So Jews had more or less come to terms with Roman rule because they had been ruled before that by the Egyptians, by the Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. It was definitely not ideal, and Jews harkened back to the golden age of the Maccabean revolt when they had independence for a short period of time. But basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own infighting. The last great queen of the Jewish people was a woman named Zion, and under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was it began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around that time. Zion had tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce were bigger, even the avocados were larger because Zion was such a tremendous queen. However, upon her death, her two sons fought over who was going to be king and who was going to be Kohen Gadol. They ended up in a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached out to the Romans and said, "Would you please intervene on our side?" The Romans said, "Fine, we'll be happy to help you out." They came in, and in the year 63, under General Pompey, they decided to simply keep Israel for themselves and incorporate it into their empire. This is a scene that's from a 15th century reproduction of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about that. The Romans were deeply curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping. He simply could not believe that there was no idol in the sanctuary itself. And so he peeked himself in there and also did some atrocious things as well to defile it. But basically, after that, they left the Jews alone. The Jews had to live under Roman rule with the kind of disabilities of being a subject nation, but it was something that the Jews were used to and could tolerate. So let's look at why did they rebel 120 years after the Romans were in. So there's several things, several factors. One factor that led to the revolt was a tremendous history of Roman misrule. If you recall the map with Israel way out here in the boonies, basically Israel was the kind of place where the Roman Judea was the technical term, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would keep things safe, keep things quiet, and they would enrich themselves through various taxes and various types of strong arm tactics. It was not, the Romans didn't go to Israel with a sense of like elevating the society and bringing them up to a higher level of civilization and so on, improving their economy. And basically, it was a place where Roman governors could go and could take advantage of the local population. And so we have a series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and rapacious, but that's held at bay because for a good 40 years, we had a very strong Jewish king. By the way, during this entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans would appoint a king as a kind of a client king, a puppet king, and the king would have to pay tribute to the Romans, but nevertheless, we had our own leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was Herod, who was definitely a maniac who murdered several of his own children, murdered his wife and brothers-in-law and so on, and was paranoid and tyrannical. But at the same time, he, as it were, kept all the trains running on time as well. He was a very savvy manipulator of public opinion. He poured a lot of money into public works, building many cities and harbors, both in Israel and around the region as well, to garner regional fame. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because Herod was such a bad guy as an individual He's the one who renovated the temple. And when we worship at the Kotel, we're worshiping at stones that Herod's bricklayers placed there. It's his renovations which have stayed the course of time. So when he died in 4 BCE in a paroxysm of fratricide, killing off his children and his wives and so on, then Israel lost its strongest client king and went through a period of chaos where we had very, very weak kings. You may be familiar from the Gemara. You'll hear of Agrippas. There are actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was actually pretty good and very pro-Jewish in many ways, but he didn't last very long. He died in 44. His successor, Agrippas II, his son, was actually just a Roman toady who worked with the Romans throughout the entire period of the war and essentially was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was the king of Judea. So after Herod died in 4 BC, you have especially bad Roman governors who are once again more authoritative than the king himself, imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public order. So there was a tremendous amount, with this heavy taxation, there was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among Jews in the north in particular, where Jews would become highwaymen, listim as the term is used in the Talmud, and finally their lack of cultural sensitivity, in particular because the Romans simply could not get the idea of Judaism. Judaism at that time was especially allergic to any kind of image of an animal or a person like that. So they had to mint coins separately that the ones circulating in Judea did not have faces on them. They might have rulabs or things like that. But the Roman procurators would have no problem like putting up eagle insignia and things like that to try and demonstrate Roman authority. And this was deeply offensive to the Jewish population as a whole. The last of the procurators was a man named Gessius Florus, who was especially known for his ineptitude and really, exacerbated tensions within the population. Secondly, another cause of revolt is very ineffective leadership from traditional Jewish aristocracy and consequent growth of sectarianism. Right, I mentioned the King Agrippas II, who was our king, Jewish king at the time, but essentially, completely dependent on the Romans for his position. At times, he attempted to quell the growing rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, but finding that he was going to meet with opposition, he simply fled to the north and abandoned Jerusalem to its fate. His sister, Berenice, was actually a far more involved figure. She famously, she used to be a Nazir, a fascinating kind of thing. She used to take on for herself a vow of Zirut, where she would not cut her hair and not drink wine for 30 days. And famously, in one of these outbreaks of violence in Jerusalem, she approached Gessius Florus barefoot and still coming out of her Nazirut with her hair shorn, begging Gessius Florus, the procurator, the Roman, to try and be more lenient on the Jewish people, to no avail. But besides her particular, and even she has her problematic aspects, later she fell in love with none other than Titus, the destroyer of the temple, and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to send her away. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice, but time for another story. At any rate, having no leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish scene. And it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who all agreed that Rome had to be thrown off, but they disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well, because don't forget that Israel always has been a multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially at cities like Ashkelon and Kizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, the what's the English word for the Shomronim? Samaritans. Thank you very much. I don't know why that skipped my mind. I guess it must be because I'm fasting. The Samaritans, who were, how exactly we put them on the Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflict them as well. And in fact, the spark that lit the entire conflagration was essentially a real estate dispute in Kizari between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and then has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades until finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentions. There are several figures, sometimes named, sometimes simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now, Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach, and then gathering people together, and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's almost the time for Mashiach definitely contributed to the conflagration that would erupt in 66. Let me take you now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know passing around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza is here, of course, this tiny strip that juts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the Strip because it is shaped sort of like that. And its fate between 1948 and 1967 was that it belonged to Egypt, located over here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence was 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in the remarkable Six-Day War, Israel decides to launch a preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Uthad, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian tanks from Israel, Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first day. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes over the Golan Heights, which has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over into Syria. They take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area. And they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, with its huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. But major things happen in 1978 with the Camp David Accords, when Anwar Sadat, shown here, the president of Egypt, and Jimmy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a remarkable peace treaty. And it is not an especially warm peace between Egypt and Israel, but it nevertheless has held with minor skirmishes since then. In return for this peace treaty, they look very happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat would be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public stadium shortly afterwards because he dared to make peace with their neighbor, with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood is, of course, one of the forerunners of Hamas ideologically. And so what that means is shortly afterwards, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. There were several Jewish outposts that had been constructed here, and it was very difficult for the Israelis to actually remove Israelis from this region and repatriate them to Israel. But nevertheless, even though it was a massive territorial concession, it nevertheless did result in a fairly stable peace for the last 40 years. Then, so Israel now, oh, by the way, one important point. Egypt refused to take back the Gaza Strip. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians. By this time, they were using the name Palestinians to describe themselves. We do not want to incorporate them into our country. They had a terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulty with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only barely pushed off. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic imbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggles with two basic values. It's constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously. It's designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America. And that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote to simply no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one state versus two state problem. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy. Sometimes those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up. Here you can see from the satellite image, the regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures, like the Gush Katif, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb, that there's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to preserve it. And so, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza completely in 2005. And so it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than when they pulled out of the northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, Sharon said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. And so that's one aspect. And the other aspect was, maybe if they finally have their own region, with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves, and they will, develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, he was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph with the American president in the middle, and Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat, former terrorist who later became the head of the Palestinian Authority, on the right. For his efforts, much like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1995. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not a overwhelming result, as you can see from this heat map. This is the West Bank here, and you can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they won in Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza City and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war, and they drove out Fatah entirely. So the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by Hamas. And their response to Israel was not the peace-loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up a society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which was characterized primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps the Jews were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological superiority, and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us up to the present day, looking at the eve of the war. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, arguments, any discussions? Yes, please.
Can you reconcile when Josephus was captured? You made that prediction to Aspasia. You reconcile that with a similar story, which was actually written much later.
Yeah, Yochanan ben Zakkai. Right. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with the background, this is a sophisticated question. Josephus is able to garner the support of his captor. He's not killed immediately because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus, who is the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person and says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So they put him in chains. And Kachava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperorship. And at that point, Titus, says, Josephus, you were really a prophet. You were correct. And he unchains him. And then, that's the beginning of his grand career. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai three things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne and its sages, because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says we need to have a place where the sages can retreat. And there was a third thing, which I forgot, which he gave him. Sorry, what was the last one? What was it that he wanted about Rabbi Shimon Gamliel? I forgot what it was. That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing about 200, 250 years later. So, many scholars will simply say that that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it for Jewish purposes. But we also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made up the story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that doesn't know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere in the book. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and to promote himself. He was actually, not that, people's marriages can fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus and they ran away from him. He was definitely, nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I can at least give you like major arguments. Yes, Vespasian did not. That was Titus, really. Yeah, so Vespasian was not at Jerusalem with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Correct. There's a great 2-volume set that's called Ben Josephus v'Chazal, that goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage in Chazal, and lots of discussions about these things. Okay, yes, please.
What is the difference between what we call the 1948 peace offering and what the Muslims call Nakba?
Well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically, if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions, because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think, if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People who are very extremely anti-Israel, and people who are extremely, pro-Israel without critical thought. Somewhere in the middle is a scholar named Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderates of the new historians, who, in my humble opinion, I think probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to note that one of the things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done at Bar Ilan right now on the Jewish Nakba, because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1948 and 1952 from various Arabic countries in the Middle East and North Africa and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay, it doesn't offend me, but we're not going home for lunch, so I'm just speaking slowly. All right, so let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem under Jesus. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The summer rains, or the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins, in our case, in the summer of 66. Gessius Florus, who I mentioned earlier, was one of the Roman procurators, was, extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Caesarea. Jews approached him with a bribe to say, please, you've got to support our position. He said, I certainly will. He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts when some local Greeks set up some avodah zarah in front of the shul. They sacrificed some birds in front of the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become metame, would have to it was just basically an insult. It was like spraying a swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out in Caesarea between Jewish toughs, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks, and Gessius Florus does not intervene at all. The older Jews, are forced to take the Sefer Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Gessius Florus sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what hurts Gessius Florus in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount, for 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from there was considered deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, and this is what really got him mad, some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Gessius Florus. He needs to build some walls. And this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down. This is the king, and he's brought troops and says, hey, this is not right. You can't insult my colleague, procurator. But things are spinning rapidly out of control. And ultimately, what Gessius Florus does, he says, I need to call in some bigger troops because I can't handle this violence here. And he calls out to Antioch for the assistance of Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Coele, which is like what would be today Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch to quell things because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem. And he brings with him the 12th Legion, the Fulminata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops. That's including the legion itself and lots of the ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galil region as he makes his way down from Antioch, which is in Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following here the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would be difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has a small but reliable water source. He doesn't want to get involved in it. And, of course, it is October. And there is no point in starting a major siege in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough. He's maintained his show of force. It is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Beit Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support wagons and so on, he regards him to stretch it way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels under one Shimon bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down onto the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12th Legion is completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon bar Giora actually captured their eagle standard, which was considered the symbol of Roman might. The fact that these Jewish rebels were able to do so was considered a huge humiliation. Gestius Gallus himself survived and fled, first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch, until later he disappears from the story.
he was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels in the fall of 66 have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons from all the things that they captured from the Romans, including lots of, striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that maybe they can actually, fend off the Roman might, which, if you recall the map before, which is ridiculous. It's kind of like, I don't know, Westchester County thinking it can hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's just not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of euphoria where they thought perhaps they would be leading towards superior independence. In Jerusalem, and I put this in a different color to kind of, alternate between what the Romans are doing and the Jews are doing, the rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they'd ever have. They still have a lot of the aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes who are associated in particular with the Tzaddukim. They still have some of the early rabbis involved, the Perushim. This is before the period of Yochanan ben Zakkai's escape, for example. And there's this idea of like, okay, look, we did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that we've won. That's it. Rome will never be back, which was just a pipe dream. And others are saying, wait a minute, we got to prepare. They are definitely coming back. We have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication with each other's groups. In the spring of 67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Gestius Gallus's horrible defeat, says, okay, we've got to send someone else out there. Now, Gestius Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. He never had to command troops before. And, Nero said, I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Gestius Gallus, who was a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero because Nero, a strange individual, I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural tour, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from that perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the Gallio region, methodically going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall were commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take him at face value, he was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yotapata, where it would ultimately be his downfall, in order to convince the Romans besieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water when they did not, he ordered that people do laundry and then hang the wet laundry over the city walls. The Romans would see the water dripping, and they would say, oh, they must have a good water source in there. The siege is going to be much harder than possible. But it is at this point when Vespasian basically is overwhelming. He has something like 60,000 troops with him. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who are only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, Josephus is deeply in a fight with one John of Giscala, Gush Chalav, and when Vespasian decimates all these cities, Josephus surrenders, and John of Giscala makes his way down to Jerusalem, where he will be one of the major rebels active at this time. One other point that I didn't want to really raise, because I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about this period is that in the first century, we had no clear leader that we all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there's a lot of similarities to our day today, especially with Israeli politics so fractured, and those elections every 6-8 months, because we can't simply decide what do we want as a people. That's an unfortunate parallel that's hard to avoid. Okay, then in the summer of 68, again, there's going to be a break because you have to take off, no fighting during the winter. In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears about the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now there's a period of interregnum where there's several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stops the attacks because he's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they could get their act together, and instead they do the opposite. They engage in incredible infighting in Jerusalem itself. There's one, Elazar, who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Giscala takes over the courtyard. Shimon Bar Gioriah comes in. The Idumeans come in, and there's horrible street-to-street fighting amongst Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans even approach. At its worst point, the rebels competing with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for withstanding the siege that they knew was coming. But in their paroxysm of factional fighting, the Jews simply could not unify and agree on a common course of action, and each individual rebel controlling sections of the city, literally fighting with the other for control of the population. At this point, Josephus describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels when people were living in tremendous privation from starvation, and other groups, because they had stolen the goods, were living, essentially nightlife with tremendous distractions, and it's one of the most painful sections to read, how the Jews wasted their time for a year and a half preparing for the siege. It is at this point when the Jewish Christians who were in the city fled to Pella, which is just in Jordan, and were able to ride out much of the early fighting. In the spring of 70, after the dynastic issues in Rome are resolved, Titus, Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side, they lay siege to Jerusalem, and that this begins around Pesach time, and then by late fall, Av, eventually the city falls, and the temple is destroyed on Tisha B'Av or thereabouts, and that's basically the end of the war. But there are a few rebels holdouts, like at a couple of fortresses. The most significant ones would be Masada, which falls in either the year 73 or 74. So that's basically the course of the war. There are three main stages of the fighting, and if you have to assess the Jewish response to it, based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with tremendous ingenuity and with bravery and with chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills could not be matched by the tremendous infighting that they engaged in that completely undermined any of their attempts to resolve the situation peacefully. If we look at our times, October 7th, this is one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that are unfortunately readily available. This is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. And here's the Gaza Strip. You can see with tremendous congestion, as the rabbi pointed out earlier. And this is on October 7th, the fires burning in the Gaza envelope, in the kibbutzim, as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was, of course, the Simchas Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics of what happened because we're all still in it. The IDF would invade 20 days later after a punishing bombing campaign, and there would be one brief pause from the 24th of November to the 1st of December where 155 hostages would be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza, or there's still over 100 in Gaza, of whom perhaps 60 are still alive. looking at from a broad perspective, we should recall, however, this is not like a one-front war. This is a war where Israel has been attacked loudly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but Hezbollah, of course, all of us, I mean, I haven't checked my news since we began talking, but everyone's worried about what's going to be happening in the north. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets at Israel. Have any of you experienced that same kind of split reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Times of Israel or Burning News or something and I'll see, okay, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I'll look at the regular news and there's nothing. There's crickets. It's not important when bombs are falling on Israel. And of course, we had the dramatic lone drone attack from Yemen that succeeded in killing an Israeli in Tel Aviv, and then the counterattack by Israel on their port. And of course, what we're all worried about today is what will Iran do? Iran has been saber-rattling since Hania was assassinated. And I also have a small personal reflection here. We're all involved in this so much. My son, one of my sons was in Israel at the time. We wanted to bring him home for Passover. And his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And, it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects with world history because Iran shoots bombs at Israel. And yet that's the time we're living in. And that's maybe not such a coherent thought. I'm not sure how to process it myself, but I feel like we are wrapped up in history today much more than we ever have been. Okay, let me pause now that we finished the question. See if there are any questions. Yes, please.
The period where there were different sects fighting with each other, is that what the Talmud is referring to? The Sinus Kingdom?
Absolutely. The Talmud is absolutely referring to this when he talks about Sinus Kingdom, the tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what the Talmud is about. And I think that's why the Talmud's analysis is so perceptive, really. That's ultimately the takeaway message. Not Cestus Gallus and not Vespasian, but the Sinus Kingdom. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir.
Can you just comment on the role of the Christian in this? They sort of distancing themselves from all of this internecine warfare and praying to God. What and we know about the Zakai, how are they involved?
So, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself says he's one of the Perushim. And we can't always trust Josephus. He calls himself, by the way, the term is Pharisee, which is probably the same as Perushim, although some scholars would disagree. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily as valuable as what the Talmud has to say about it. What we can say, for example, if we look at the Yochanan ben Zakkai episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Right? The Biryonim, who tried to stop him from going out of the city, one of them was his nephew. So this is very much like family politics, that individual families were divided on many different lines on this, and you could have, especially younger people who are attracted to the hot-headed rebels of various stripes. The Pharisees, as best as we can tell, tend to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a principled level, but on a more pragmatic level, that their approach was we have to deal with Rome. We are not strong enough to push off Rome, and any kind of open rebellion is going to result in disaster. So my best assessment of the Perushim is that they're still part of the people. They still have great connections with people. They're not alienated from them like the Sadducees were, for example. And in the case of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they definitely have connections with the rebel groups, but they want to cool the jets of the hotheads who want to fight against Rome. And that's why the Perushim strategy, as articulated by Yochanan ben Zakkai, is Ten li yavne v'chachameha. Give us a place, we're going to leave, and we're going to establish ourselves there and focus on Torah. because we can't win this war. That's my assessment. Yes, question. Yeah, good argument. So this is, the question was, this may have been, this is at least my assessment of the Prussian at this time. But 60 years later, you get to the third Roman-Jewish war, led by Bar Kokhba in about the year 135, and that had a lot of support from the Perusian later. Like Rabbi Akiva, of course, famously argued that Bar Kokhba was going to be Mashiach. This was going to be it. So, the Perusian, if they're such peaceniks, how come they could support Bar Kokhba later? I would only argue that it was certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Yosef Bar Gudgada, for example, in Yerushalmi says to him, Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. So there definitely were lots of Tanaim who were not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva who died, according to the Gemara, of a plague, but according to Rabbi Chai Gaon, of a persecution. There's not an extreme argument to say that those 24,000 followers of Rabbi Akiva who died in that revolt. They were supporting Bar Kokhba. So what's the difference between them? I don't know. It's a good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters of his were discovered in the Qumran region, he was a Frummi. I mean, he was pro-Perusian. He was pro-Torah Sheba'al Peh. He was definitely a very kind of like aggressive leader and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold off 7 Roman legions for 2 years, which is unbelievable. Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it was a pitched battle that was far more threatening to the Romans than the first Roman Jewish revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination that he was Mashiach. But it's a good question. It deserves a lot longer discussion than we have time for. I think I saw a question in the back. Did you have a question? No? Okay. Yes, please.
The Greeks that are referred to, were these Jews who accepted Greek culture on themselves, or how are they related to the Greeks from the times of the Maccabees?
So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on, who adopted Greek culture. There are certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which was a Greek stronghold, and to the south, Ashkelon also. And they were populated more by like Greek tilted culture, where Greek was the lingua franca, and they had like athletic games, and they had idols in the streets and things like that. Not tolerated at all in Jerusalem, but they're more like Greek oriented, as opposed to being ethnically Greek. And where there could be some Jews involved in those as well. I don't know offhand.
The Greeks that fought the Maccabees, were those the same Greeks?
So those Greeks weren't even Greek; they were Syrians. So that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations call themselves Greek, even though ethnically they wouldn't identify. Just like America is like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people. Well, maybe that's not a good example. I'm getting off topic, but let's go back to the material. Okay, so here we go in the diaspora. So, if we go in the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population of Jews specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt, and they suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jewry, which is where you had the masses of Talmudic Jews. This is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, and a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet. But they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down is because what happens here? Because again, Rome ends here, right? There's no Roman Empire. This is the Parthian Emperor over here. Rome is worried, what happens if all those Jews over here use their imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome? It never happened, but it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources on it. The only real ally that Israel had, foreign ally at the time, was Tiny Adia Bene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilni Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And this is the 40s, not the 1940s. And she sent, she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for the people of Jerusalem. She's actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And the Adia Bene sent troops down to help the Jews in their fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so relevant. This is really a multi-front war. Besides the fronts that I described where violence is occurring with weapons and so on, we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away across the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from the Harvard-Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month. It's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing American politics. It's got about 60 pages come out, PowerPoint slides, 60 pages on how politics in America are evolving, and the first 40 or so are all about the presidential race. That's just what it's for. However, since this war came out in October, they added, very usefully for our purposes, some questions on foreign policy, how Biden was handling the war between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions with some slight variations every month. And so we've been able to get a really good sense of what do Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. This is a new question. How closely are you paying attention to the Israel-Hamas war? And this remarkable number, 59% of Americans say, yeah, we're following it closely. 40% somewhat, and 19% saying, obsessive compulsive like me. That's a really significant number. It's very slightly 64% last month and so on. But that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided amongst all the age groups. So it means that across the board, you talk to any American today over the age of 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following the war closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question they've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It has not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see these terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. There's 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it down by age, and this has been constant as well since October, the younger you are as an American, the more likely it is you're to support Hamas. If you look at this crucial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children, young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right in this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct. 65 plus 93% correct, Baruch Hashem. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and their values are going to be spread up along this slide as well. Right now, this is the millennials. They're not in power. They're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here, is Israel trying to avoid casualties? 54% of millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about civilian casualties. Very numbers. And this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in colleges today. And, I can tell you that at Torah University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget. But I fear for kids on regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, which is not one of Torah University's strongest majors, therefore he's gone to a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes to me just horrendous things, like people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing the most vile, horrific, anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. And, encampments and boycotts. And I myself was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the 2nd floor, which has windows all around it. It's in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all of the window shades? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout obscenities around the building. And I've never experienced anything like that before, that you could have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in the Hillel house. And by the way, the Hillel at UBC is like extremely, a liberal vis-a-vis the conflict as well. And nevertheless, it doesn't help. So these numbers are terrifying. This is a real front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older. We have our circles of friends. Maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying kind of statistic. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor a conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it, that the hostages are at the center of this. And if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire and let the hostages sit where they are. That's incredible. But this is... Oh, no, the other way. Sorry, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 46. It's still a scary number, 46%. So this is really a front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that I haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. This is an ad that appeared in the Jewish Standard this past week. And it's a Krav Maga class. And look at this here. Learn essential skills for college life. Now, as a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life, I'm thinking, okay, math literacy, I'm thinking English composition skills. But no, it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. I think it's pretty dramatic they had it on the Erev Tisha B'Av, but it shows how serious it is. Anti-Semitic levels, it's not a joke either. I don't have to prove this to you, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked, there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people saying, no, we shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But Adarabba, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks, this is just until the end of 2023, skyrocket after October, as I'm sure many of you have experienced directly. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in the next slide, is this bizarre as a Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I doubt that it has statistical depth. The as a Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now. It basically points to the fact that there are many, many Jews who, looking at this conflict, begin the statement of their opinion with the phrase, as a Jew. And you know the next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn the actions of the state of Israel in Gaza and so on, whatever it is that they're going to say. But they feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority to opine on this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. This is Jacob Kornblue is a journalist. He works for the Forward right now, and he covered this. It was actually a video which you can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed, you'll find it. But it's this young sophomore, I think, at George Washington University in Miriam, and she's at this presser at the Capitol House, with the keffiyehs and things like that. And she describes her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation of faith. It's also associated with suicide bombers, and it is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they've named their quad after the Hamas flag, as it were.
Who's named the school itself?
The protesters. Yeah, the protesters. Anyways, this Jewish girl, Miriam, talks about how she's so grateful for the protests and the encampment at her college because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life. Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. But, she says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible to imagine. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought a Sefer Torah and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her bas mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies her protest over Gaza with her Jewish identity. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of her neshama really coming out there, because no, I don't mean it facetiously, that she identifies with the suffering of humans. She identifies with the social goals of the prophets. The blood of the Nevi'im run through her veins. Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her. And they're all saying tzedek, tzedek, tirdof, and all those things. Absolutely, there's no question. But the thing is, it's so cruel. It's so mixed up. It's so confused and so divorced from what actual Jewish values are that we cannot feel but sadness. It's an excellent question. The question is, what do I attribute it to? There's a rabbi in, I think it's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who's spoken publicly about this. Very, very powerful. And he takes an al-faith approach. And he says basically, in some of the more liberal identifications of Judaism, we have sacrificed too much of Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. We have really doubled down on teaching our kids that, we have to respect all humanity, and we have to and it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But we're also a family, and we have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own special rights. specificities. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children, and I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of his denomination. I think we all have to take a piece of this. But we've not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of being Jewish. What is in Judaism per se that we don't share with the rest of the world. Kind of like, if you will, a Shmini Atzeres moment as opposed to a Sukkot moment. Okay, but I will return to this in 1 second because it's not all bad. Okay, I'm in my concluding bubble now. Thank you for your patience and endurance. I'm surprised so many of you have lasted this long. Here's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. This is a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish printing. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by the censor, who is usually a Jewish guy who was employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particularly zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, you know, it's going to offend the Tsar, so I think we should make some small changes. So the printed version, as it appeared in 1859, this is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. And God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only once in our history that people have tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up who try to destroy us. And the Holy One rescues us from their hands. The censor said it's not going to fly, so therefore he made the small change, add this word hayu, and change the mem to a hey, so that instead it reads, in every generation they used to rise up against us. No longer. We live in the Tsarist golden age where, you know, we're so happy to live under Russian rule that no one's going to hurt us anymore. They used to rise up against and destroy us, and the Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, you know, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, yeah, I felt like this about America. You know, I felt like all that stuff I study, you know, like here it is. Look at my keynotes, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover. It's like solid because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a conveniently located spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been abused of that notion. We've all kind of like had a wake-up moment since October 7th that what happened in previous generations is very much real to us today. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I mean, I've been doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but I'm going to step out on a limb and go past my historian, you know, boundaries and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They're not, you know, bound in any rabbinic authority or anything like that. But I think that if we go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian printed Machzor. The advice we have is Utshuva, Utfila, Utzdaka, Virnus, Roa, Kizera. Right? We have a threefold plan that we have relied upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate the situation. So if we look at three things in our context, I'm going to point out these three things. First of all, tshuva. This is an amazing story that I just read about a couple days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Anna Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levy, which I think would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, and she also married a Jewish guy, and she married him. They bonded over their shared Jewish tradition, and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. But the thing is, she was successful. She wrote a great book, and she was very religiously oriented. But after October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very influential congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza. And she was offended by the texts and disturbed by them. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on. And it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7th wake-up moment, and she said, I can't stay here any longer. And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. Maybe not, it's probably not an opening here for her yet, but nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that even though we have seen with the as a Jew phenomenon, we've seen that there is a centrifugal force, that when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who will be pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there is pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centripetal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Nachman, who's a culinary individual, she's a foodie. She says, right after October 7th, there's all kinds of people piling onto their Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they'd be so far away. When we are under attack, there is something that draws us together as well. And I think we should welcome that, and we should encourage that. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets her just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's an opening for a conversation. And I think that's also a small tikkun for the tremendous disunity that we demonstrated in the First Roman Jewish War. Secondly, tefillah. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I referred to my keynotes as being a hardcover. And now I have to awkwardly add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last. And we will be creating us. This is the keynote of our generation. This is a keynote that, previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this keynote by Rav Rimon and not be moved? Who cannot feel, who cannot see the images of Kfir Bibas, of the Chatufim, and be moved? So our tefillah has a new opportunity for energy as we cry out to Kadosh Baruch Hu for assistance. Finally, tzedakah. So I began this lecture with a coin. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more explanation. In 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Judea Kapta poem. You recognize it from the first one we began with, right? Judea Kapta, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent woman representing Judea. And it says here, Galsa Yehuda, the exile of Yehuda, the exile of Judea. But coins obviously have two sides, and this is the obverse. This is Israel Rata, Israel, and this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, a chalutz, wearing one of those cute kibbutz hats, planting a tree with confidence in the future. And this is, I think, what really represents us. And let us hope that next time that we meet for Tisha B'Av, we'll be in Yerushalayim HaKodesh. Thank you very much.
I think that favors
kitchen or a garage after them for response everyone
There's some dispute over what exactly it stands for. Thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview leading up to the events of October 7th, a very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete this within 20 minutes so that we will have plenty of time for Divrei Historus and Patricia Rosh Yeshiva, now Shus Arabeim. This is a coin that I find very emblematic of not only the situation that we experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Gullus, exile. This is one of the 24 odd Judea-Capta coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea-Capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which was one of Israel's greatest exports of the time. And there on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins, which circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to-be defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century, some examples from Germany. Deutschland, after World War I, local currency was instituted to replace the highly devalued currency, and they frequently included anti-Semitic messages, including this one here from Sternberg that actually shows Jews being burnt after a post-desecration trial. And I think when we reflect on what these images mean, I think of two things. The first is that nobody can school us on what it means to be resilient. There's no people on the face of this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There's no people that can be compared to the Jews in that regard. But at the same time, we all have to learn those lessons over and over again every generation. We do not automatically absorb the lessons of resilience from our parents. Perhaps we look to them for models, but the challenges are always different and the responses always have to be tailor-made and titrated to the individual situation. So let's begin first with a quick overview of why we had October 7th in the first place, and then look at the year after that. So, of course, here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice lines after the War of Independence ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green part in the middle. And then on the right, you have after the remarkable Six-Day War that Rabbi Krupka so eloquently alluded to. Gaza is, of course, that little strip that is on the bottom left. We're all familiar with the map now. Now, in terms of the ownership of Gaza, between 1948 and 1967, it was part of Egypt. But then after Israel conquered those large territories, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accords, in which Anwar Sadat on the left, the president of Egypt, and Billy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a historic peace treaty with Egypt, which, although it is a tenuous peace treaty, it nevertheless is holding. Then the Sinai Peninsula was entirely given back. For his efforts at creating peace with the Jewish state, Anwar Sadat was assassinated by members of his own bodyguard, the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually an ideological forefather of the Hamas movement. But Egypt did receive the entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire triangular portion at the bottom there, which was conquered by Israel in the Six-Day War. But Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of Egypt itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the blue sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth, and huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age of 18, and it proved to be extremely difficult to hold on to this territory militarily, economically, and socially. So under Ariel Sharon's leadership, with a very, very close vote, and the polling in Israel was highly divided, they decided to simply disengage from Gaza. That is the term they used. In other words, they simply said, okay, we are going to remove any Israeli controls over Gaza in 2005. It was a very, very difficult thing for the Israeli government to do. But essentially, that was the moment that Gaza had to create a new future for itself. The thinking was that perhaps they would elect to pursue prosperity and, if not peace, at least not hostilities with Israel. That turned out not to be the case. So after 2005, it was given over to the Palestinian Authority, which was something, an entity that was created as a result of the Oslo Accords, once again brokered by an American president, and this time with Yasser Arafat, the Palestine Liberation Organization on the right, and Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. And like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was also assassinated, sadly, by Israeli extremists. But what Gaza did to that territory since 2006 is basically they had elections fairly early on, and in those elections there are two major parties, Fatah, which is the PLO's party, the sort of mainstream party, Yasser Arafat's party, which tended to do better in the West Bank shown here, or Yehuda and Shomron. But in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas had a very strong
Welcome, how are
presence
you?
in the north part of the
What
Strip.
up, Mr.
And then
Meaty?
shortly after winning the elections in January.
What's the plan, Stan?
Tomorrow with an attorney. I have another Wednesday.
All right, that's good.
So somewhat making some progress in this case. I needed a continuance on my cases that I'm working on. Because they're going to have to file for a motion of substitution since I'm hiring a full attorney.
Right. All right.
And my attorney will need time to get, in touch with other people on the ship. And I'm going for a lawsuit against the Southern County Sheriff's Department and the DA's office. I'm saying I'm a member of that and go get on my paperwork, which is absolutely false.
Wow. So they're really coming after you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good that you're getting in the training, man. What else is new, big dog?
My dog's doing better.
What's new with your dog?
It wasn't producing enough adrenal to his kidneys from his pineal gland. And we got him on some medicine. He was shitting a lot of blood and he was shitting uncontrollably.
Well, that's unfortunate, but he's okay now?
Yeah, he's doing better.
Well, that's good. Are you just chilling?
Yeah, just sitting in my front yard.
Very
Get the
nice.
grass dead full of.
It looks nice.
Yeah. That country life.
Do you think the attorneys are going to be able to help you?
Absolutely.
That's great.
I'm pretty sure I'll make a plea. I'll take probation and I'll take the trip to rehab.
Oh, for sure. To get out of going to definitely all day long, dog. Easily.
I'll do it much of drug right before I go to court.
There he is. Now I can hear you. Oh, but guys, I gotta jump off right now. Because I gotta just do a stupid freaking meeting, but I'll jump back on. As soon as I'm done. Alright, what do you do? Hopefully you don't change this. Alright, okay. By the way, what's your meeting? How's it take out? Is he not coming on the phone? No, he just said he has to go to a quick meeting. He'll jump back on. Okay, because I would have been furious. Yeah, I was just kidding, guys. Okay. What do you say? What do you just fucking say? I couldn't wait till we should leave that. Okay, yeah, I'm saying. I'll keep that in mind. I'm saying fucking dumb shit that sucks. I'm a loud factory. Even though this Jay Green guy just hates my guys. He's commenting again earlier today. It's like, he just said Kevin with the big, but he's a black guy. You know, that's what he is, a black person. You don't have to be black to use us. You know what? Honestly, I have a friend named Jacob Green. I think it's my friend. I honestly think it's my friend. Let's get him on the line. Jacob, yeah. Say, hey, are you doing any watching any YouTube videos that you doing any comments? Gotcha. You should. Damn, Marty's going cold on it. Where's the cold on it? That's what a lot of podcasts used to do. I know when they're hot over. Yeah, Tip Dillon always has less. I think he doesn't like to watch it. Slap your face. I'm gonna take it out. Good talk, man. Shit. That's better than whatever it was. That's on my great self. Just gonna take it out. Are you rolling on audio? Yeah. Is that my hard to say? Yeah. We good? Yeah, no, I think we got it. I think we're at the engine that's super cool. It's part of the channel. I'm not hungover, I'm just feeling great. I know, I think I'm so tired. No, because I'm tired. Because that sandwich, sometimes, okay, are we going? Yeah, we're going. I'm eating the sandwiches. Here's lunch. Welcome to Africa. Sandwiches make me go one of two ways. Either I eat a sandwich and it's a big sandwich and I'm sleepy, or I eat a sandwich and it's like pulling the pin out of a grenade and I'm like, now I want candy. And then today the sandwich, that effect that I got today is I want candy. And the cool thing is I know the exact candy that I want, which is the Haribo raspberries. And red. It's a gummy with like little balls. Look it up on Haribo raspberries. Look at the bad boy. It's a bad boy producer. Yeah. That was fun. It sounds like nothing good comes from making sandwiches for you. No, it really doesn't, because it's just a blast of insulin that the pancreas is going night-night. Or it just looks like parts are night-night. What'd you think of Firehouse Subs? Well, it's tough to give it a fair rating. First of all, let's go eat for Firehouse. I made a sandwich to bring here today because we all know how important it is for me to eat before the podcast. Yeah. And so I did that. Those are my daily those are good. Those are good. And so I brought all the sandwiches. It's just on a hamburger bun sandwich. And as I'm eating, it's like Firehouse Subs. Shit, man. Look at my inferior sandwich to what I'm assuming you guys will do. Yeah, like a homemade
summer, just did some landscape. Yeah, it's check it out. It's a bridge sandwich. Yeah, just to get me to the next. You can't compete with a chain. Yeah, a firehouse. Like you can find something like all right, I'll get it on the firehouse stuff to help people. So, thankfully they could have, so that makes it really easy just to have. I'd say they have. But I thought it was good. It was, I didn't get it the freshest one because we were still cold hour at the point when it came. Yeah, it was like a month. I got even trying to time that out. Cold stuff. You're doing your own McDonald's thing. I'm just getting one for myself. Because it's not that sort of cold. I'm sitting out, so I'm just doing my thing in the other room. And I was like, hey, anybody want a sub? Yeah, it's nice. I know. I only judge you for bringing in the conversation, but also I know you're super cool. I can't see you. That's what I'm doing. There's a perfect wicket that you usually sit in when you're not super cool. Yeah, someone put a mirror. That is bad boy. You get used to it. I'm getting put a mirror. I don't know. It's like a crystalline podcast. And then Kev just doesn't even get involved in the lunch situation. Is that you just weren't hungry? I am very see what my question to you would be I'm sorry. I think it's because you're like, I'd rather not eat anything at all than eat some shit food, right? That's what you said before. Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also seen just been skipping lunch altogether and just going to bake breakfast, the whole meal roll, going to dinner. And it's really made my dinner just like the highlight of my day. Because I'm starving. I get a big ass meal. It's awesome. But I understand that. But fasting, like in the middle of the thing, I've already eaten that here. What? Then I really your blood sugar drop after at some point after the big meal. Whereas if you fast and you did that first big breakfast later, then you can. I would have like a crash in the middle of the day. I know it's not ideal. I'm always, but the problem is when I wake up in the morning. As soon as I wake up, I'm starving. Like I really want a lot of food, and I roll with my mind. So it's just the way I gotta play it. Yeah. All right. Well, good. I'm glad we got that figured out. I do want to say for the folks at home, Shane will be joining us. Those of you that tuned in just to get updates on Shane, he will be joining us shortly. He just had a quick call, and then he will be joining us. Take it away. I'm super excited. I want to announce that the next overnight Combat Buddy sleep stream this weekend at UFC Shanghai, midnight to 6 a.m. I want to see all the Warriors all night, up all night. Mattress in the studio. I can't wait. It was about a year ago that they were trying last time. Stayed up all night. Trade card. There was that one Chinese lady. She had kicked another person. We thought the other girl was dead. That's all I can remember from the card. But it was a great time. We had about 20 people watching overnight. So let's see what we get this week, guys. Combat Buddy, midnight to 6, Saturday. Yeah, probably till late. I think this card might get over like 5:30 since it starts at midnight. They're going to commercials, they'll just like run through the card. So probably 5:30, like noon. I'll be a little tired. Maybe take a nap at 4. Is that June? Yeah, to stay up. I napped right before. I think last year I probably had Adderall. So this year's probably just gonna be a lot of caffeine. I napped last year like 10 o'clock. Woke up. So that helped. Ashley had joined last year, but she fell asleep for like the main COVID, just sleeping on the have we been doing this show for a year? This show? Close. Oh yeah, we're at like 49. Really close because we watched some of this stream. Was it the mattress in my yeah, we did. We watched some of it. It must have been episode like 1 or 2. Watched the trip. Oh yeah, trip. You know what? You're right. We're close because our first couple episodes, I remember one of the comments that stuck with me. This is probably why I want to keep doing the podcast. What's the over-under that these guys will last till Thanksgiving? And I watched over-under would be Thanksgiving. What's the over-under? Let's make it to this Thanksgiving. Yeah, but bitch. Okay, bitch. We're here still because of you. Fat bitch. Look at it this way now. That's perfect. Very cool, right? That's really cool. It's a little bit less comfortable for you. But it's not that noticeable. But as long as my friends are happy, that's all that matters. I was like, yeah, so what? So what? Precise. So what, Kev? How about that? All right, I let us ramble on for long enough. I got the horse! I got the horse! Let's go! Let's go! If you are intending on playing Red Dead and you've never played, spoilers coming. Spoilers will go until I like to get an audio cut of this and then put it in the exact time so audio listeners. Spoilers go until. So if you don't want to hear Red Dead spoilers, go to. I'll put it there. I'll open that part because I know the smallest extra thing I've had can really drive me up a wall. It really grinds my gears. But got the horse. I actually put out that clip talking about the horse, and then as I put it out, I had the horse, so it's like I had to like keep that in and not comment and I got the horse for this very moment. We got the White Arabian, makes the game so much more fun and pleasurable. Also, you don't realize your other horses. It tells you you need to brush your horse. He's dirty. He's gonna get tired faster, but you don't really see it until you have a white horse. Yeah, and then it's all dirty, and you can see it in real time. Just give it back to pristine white. Got this guy completed. There's 6 chapters, and then there's 2 epilogues. Here's where a spoiler comes. Is anybody worried about spoilers in here for Red Dead Redemption? The protagonist, Arthur, that's what you play with the entire time. It's a big spoiler. Early on in the game, he gets coughed on by this guy who you're going to collect your debt, and this guy doesn't have it, and you're holding him coughs in your face. We didn't know that moment we contracted tuberculosis. Oh, I hate to see it. Yeah, so in all chapter 5 and 6, you're coughing the whole time, you have tuberculosis, and then you die at the end. But there's the honor system. You have good honor, bad honor. I finished the game. I was at perfect honor at one point. And then I saved this lady from these hills at IS people in the Murphy group. They just come out and they're always just beating people or fucking attacking them. They had this one girl tied up. And I shot him. I was going to save her. And then you go up to her and it says, press this. To untie her, press this. To beat her, press this. I accidentally kicked her and killed her. Huge. The biggest chunk out of your arm. It was like a 2-inch chunk. So I finished the game not with perfect honor. You a 2-inch chunk. I like that character, cool guy, small penis. Yeah, that's good. It's confidence. He wears all this confidence. He's magical. So in the game, if you can either, there's just a middle line, and you either finish good honor or bad honor. If you can't come in or come on. Whoa, but these cheers are not wearing sunglasses. Heard that cheers. First, if you're friendly, this one's the ships. There's big ships and small ships, and some sail the sea. The best ships are friendships, and then they show me. Then you do it, and then everybody takes a shot, and then you do the next one. Like, this one's the honor. Get honor, stay honor. If you can't come in or come on, then you don't take the shot. And so this one's the Brett Farr. This one's the Brett Farr. That's how you used to do college. Oh, I bet. Essentially, but right now, you're right. I mean, you got the horse. Those are just a couple of cheers that you heard a horse. Yeah, I ain't as good as I once was, but did you die with the I died with nearly perfect. Like I said, just to get that did it once. That hurt. But the ending is different whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. And then right at the end, there's a fork in the road where you can either help John Marston escape with his family, or you go back to get the money you guys hid in the caves. And so there's really 4 endings. There's good honor, help John. There's good honor, go get the money. There's bad honor, help John. Bad honor, go get the money. I got the good honor, help John. You die with the sunset and beautiful The game is incredible. I've been looking up lists. It's always like top 10 for people's best games ever. The community on these YouTube videos discussing the story and the characters is really the best decision ever made. Do you think that they're going to make a show like I can see them doing like what's that thing? Yeah, no, something with the show with their own the good major best game. Yeah, I know. It was a video game. It was a video game. What the fuck is this shit? Resident Evil Plus. I would love that. Why would you cast as Arthur Morgan? I can see like a or he looks like if you can do Arthur Morgan no beard, he looks like Rockhold. Rockhold. That's his way. Let's see some. I'm not for Josh Brolin. Brolin's good. Brolin's good. Yeah, so at the top right could be Jake Gyllenhaal. Yeah, I can see Jake. And he's played a cowboy before. Bernthal, perhaps. Maybe, yeah, John Bernthal. Perhaps. There was one guy in it, Charles, who I actually looked up. I've seen Charles. I've seen him voice acted by Brad Pitt. But Josh Hartnett, yeah. I love that kid. Well, I forgot his name, so I googled what movie I knew he was in. He's in the Falcon. Oh yeah, it was John Stewart. Yeah. And that movie, scary, very scary. It's fucking aliens and shit. Really watch. I like scary. Doesn't mean that I don't really like it scary. Just what happened was last time. What movie made you start liking scary? You know what? This was probably that. This was so I was dabbling in spooky. Because I would be able to watch spooky movies even if somebody was getting a little bit too spooky in the chat. I'm shutting down. There are some moments where I feel like, well, because I used to get nightmares. And so I kind of did like exposure therapy, watching a bunch of scary stuff. Really? And then the movie I really liked, which I watched twice, is Long Legs. Long Legs is just a good movie. Even if it's scary, if you take away the spooky elements. Isn't that kind of campy with it, where the monsters are like, no, this is the I want to scare yours wasn't there. And they were movies that let's do well, I don't remember exactly during that process, but it was like it was Smile, original Ed is good. Original Ed, yeah, new Ed is scary. Old Ed is new Ed. I knew it. I knew it. It was a new Ed. We need those. I also watched Conjuring with Chen in an Airbnb. Like, that's everything possible to make me have a nightmare. Being in a house and shit, he's doing, he has spooky sort of spirit Korean behavior going on in the kitchen. I don't know what his concoction he's making over there. Maybe fucking sage to save his life. And the Conjuring scary shit. You're sleeping at different places, not your bed, that has rickety sounds. So I've spooked the nightmares out of my system, and now I can watch spooky stuff. I've got some. Are you want to dive in more? So you're saying the faculty is scary and has aliens? That sounds right in my alley. Because I love aliens. The faculty gives like a Quiet Place vibes. Yeah, because it's like a creature coming in and they're like, what's happening? Someone's taking over and they have to like hide from it. Hey, do you see a Quiet Place? Yes. Have you seen that thing? I've got a bit. It's a short bit. What do you think? Yeah, okay. Just do this. That's not saying you're going to do it. All right, just do this. Instead of fireplace, so where you have to laugh, where everybody has to be loud in order to survive. Let's call them a Medea movie. Talk about the joke. Yeah, you're right. We're all learning. No, explain more. A quiet place, they can't say anything if they make noise. The monster finds them.
Yeah, they have to be quiet, but this is the opposite. You have to be loud, and if you're quiet, you're like, where? You notice it.
Or like bird dogs where you couldn't open your eyeballs. What would you do if you had a constant influx? I guess I just keep singing songs. I'd be like, I'd be like, what would you do if someone's at home? And they just sing that over and over and over. They would just like, comedic. We know the whole thing. This one fucker makes that accept. Yeah, what is it?
Monsters yelling, different song, please.
That noise gets to get them to go kill him.
Kill him, kill him.
That song sucks. They should.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for Loud Place too.
Yeah, Loud Place.
Did it work though? You think it really worked?
Yeah, it did.
That's why you just watch the forest because the nightmare.
Yeah, guaranteed nightmare. If there was a trailer for a scary movie, I'd get a nightmare.
What about like during the day? You saw a trailer, you watched a scary movie, then during the day you wouldn't be like scared, like turn all the lights on and stuff like that. That happened to you as well. Or just the nightmares is why you get like scared. It's only the nightmares. Or would you be scared like, like regular life? I'm just scared. Yeah. And now you're not.
No, now I know. Okay, here's a little tip. I don't know which experience. It's not what you're seeing on TV. But that shit does. I get invested in stories, so it's tough to take yourself out of them. But here's the trick: to immediately take yourself out of them. Whatever you're looking at that's scary, your camera's looking this way. Envision what's going on up here, and what really helps is envisioning the craft. Because Twizzlers aren't scary. And knowing that whatever's going on here, in 5 minutes, they're going to look good. And they're going to be like Twizzlers. And that's a lot of people say go watch the behind the scenes of the scary movies, and it takes away like the scariness of it. And it's like really gore and violent stuff. But it always helps her, which is like, oh, I can see that there's like wound down his face or something. And it like takes her out and it's scary. Are you looking to dive into more scary? Yeah, it actually has opened up a whole other genre. Like I've never watched it. It's one of my, I love it. And like, so now all this whole genre I can now get into. And it's like, there's great movies. There's movies I like you to watch from my childhood that terrified me and I wonder if like they still hang. Hold on, I love this conversation. Pet Cemetery. Obviously Child's Play movies. Poltergeist. Poltergeist and the original It scared the fuck out of me. It's like 6 hours. You watch all this. Just failing.
I used to hear the X-Files. Yeah, I used to hear the X-Files demons yell because my dad and my sister would watch it on Friday nights, and I would yell like at the top of my lungs, like, turn it off! I was like PlayStation, I'd stop and just scream because it would give me nightmares.
Bro, the opening scene of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, it's just too much for me. I couldn't even watch it. It's too much. Fucking swaying and the kids laughing and shit. Kids laughing.
I can watch scary movies now, but kids laughing, that freaks me out. I like kids laughing. What about like Jordan Peele movies, like Get Out? Us was pretty scary. The other ones are not scary.
So I was trepidatious about watching Us, and then once I got over the scary stuff, I was like, immediately, let's watch Us. You know, bro, you're inspired. You went to anger management. You went to, you did, what's the shit? The scary stuff. You did exposure therapy. That's your personal thing. You're working on yourself. I like that. Now I'm not this, and I watch scary stuff. Just a young Casey, just an angry, scared little guy. And you know what? A lot of the anger was probably because I was scared. Yeah, that's not it is. Yeah. Wow. I'm not a fucking genius. More recent movie, I was trying to wait for Shane to get me to say it, but the Wailing Korean film, a lot of those Korean films are really, really exciting. And I saw one recently.
You know what doesn't hold up is like Halloween movies.
Oh yeah, wait, you mean like Chris Myers?
Yeah, any of the ones from like the 70s, 80s.
Halloween
H2O is the worst movie I've ever seen. They're just so bad. And that's kind of the same thing with like the first It. Like it probably is a little bit scary because that character is scary. But like Halloween, dude, it's like, it's just walking around. Dude, it's not scary at all. I don't like Michael Myers. She just goes in the house and just doesn't do anything else. She's like, and then he's like, just fucking appears and that's it. Like, just get in the car. Michael Myers, things like bush and shit. Like, I get it. That can be cringy. So freak out. Like, if you start thinking like if that was happening, yeah, it's gonna be terrified. But like, get in the car and just drives her. And then it's all and he's always right behind you. Here comes back again. Like, what are you doing, dude? I gotta get out of here. Now we're into it's gonna take forever. Slow it down. Just chill out with those keys. Yeah, the key, the audible keys. That's good. Fox with a face. I still don't know. Or if you have your phone for a test, you just get it. Or when they get out of it, I gotta get it to the end. My phone said, where's my phone? Yeah. What's this? Oh, dude, like this. I don't know if they're like scary, but the Smile movies and the Terrifiers are scary. It's scary. That's like the new. Those are like different scary. Yeah. I mean, you've seen those, Mark? Yeah. I had the same sort of thing as Casey did. I used to hate scary movies. Yeah. I started watching them. I feel better about it. Was it your girls that kind of helped you? Like, yeah, a little bit. Because I feel like girls are never scared. Like, girls are guys who were scared. Girls yeah, maybe. What I don't like about scary movies is some of them are predictable, where they're just like, if they're not a good movie, they're just doing loud sounds. Yeah, they're also like, lazy. Yeah, scary movies now are different than it's like, yeah, Halloween is just straight down the pipe. Like, he's gonna be scary, he's gonna be around the corner. It's slasher horror. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I thought of when I thought of scary movie. Now there's like new ones, like Can't Be Like a Barbarian was like scary. First time I saw it, like there were funny moments and like weird moments. Yeah, I've never seen it, but Cabin in the Woods, I think is like what you're describing. It's a little campy. Cabin in the Woods is, yeah, it's like survival-y. Where it's scary. Kind of. I would consider them more like thrillers, right? Yeah, I know. The one people rave about is Red. Did I see that? No. I think that's like the final boss of scary movies. That's fucking super scary. Yeah. This one, I watched the one with Hugh Grant. I love Actually. Guys. That is good. That's all I already got. We're gonna talk about it, and then I was Heretic. Yeah, Heretic is that. But I was able to interception sorry. Heretic is the one I'm trying to go to. Also, like, like there's new scary ones. I like the scariest I've seen in interviews. He's like kind of a dick. It's funny. Yeah. He's like just he has like shit. Okay, he's not trying to be nice. That's like an English guy. Yeah. English. Scariest trailer I've ever seen. I would, but it looks terrifying. I actually saw it. It was a preview before the Lego movie. We were talking about nephews. We were like fucking 8 and 6. It was insane. They were so scared. It's just like these people. Yeah. That is like Cabin in the Woods. I feel like it's in the same micro drama, but I feel like it's less campy. Oh, I also like. Before I went on my scary movie journey, I watched Midsommar. Yeah, that's the same people as Hereditary. Oh, really? Yeah, I liked it. That was it was scary, but it was daytime. Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't. Maybe you didn't think it was a scary movie. I honestly, I just like Florence Pugh. Like she's cute, or you just like her actor? Oh, I also think she would like me. Why is that funny? What do you mean? No, come on, yeah, the others. Yeah, that was spooky. That was a spooky one. I've never heard of that. Wait, yeah. That's a spooky one. Those kids were absolutely terrified. Cover your eyes, close your ears. They got home. They told their mom, they're like, "This is the scariest movie." She's like, "Oh, that's not real." And both of you said, they're like, "It's not a true story." That's not cool at all. When did this come out? 2014, maybe? Since 2001. Strangers? The Strangers. Yeah, I was on the Strangers. The Strangers. Oh, that's like the same thing. I would because it's not that regular TV at all. Oh, wait. Yeah, this one. It's previous. But I think like Cabin in the Woods is the same thing because it's like people go to this like house or whatever, and there's people that are terrorizing them in a way. Did I see this? Yeah, it's good. Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer. Did I see this? Do we have it? And then we'll watch the Friends in here. Cartoons after scary stuff. Yeah, this is the new one. This is the new one. Yeah, this is the one from 2008. Yeah, the Tyler one. Yeah, that one. Yeah. The second one is not good. Oh, wow. That was that long ago. I took them when I was 21. Have you all seen Babadook? You should watch that. Is it good? No, it's just it's like a really good scary movie. I don't like scary movies, so the sound was different and the odds. It's good. Nope, I'm already fucked. I'm already scared. Don't give me that. All of me, I'll be out of this studio. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't give me swings. Yeah. Why are swings so scary? Dude, freaky sounds? Come on. Yeah, that's out. Oh, I just got a text just as Chin says he's back in the city. I'm sad Chin missed our whole scary movie conversation.
January 2006, they immediately had a coup and drove out all of the Fatah representatives. So after that one and only election, it was completely dominated by Hamas. And the principal relationship that Hamas had with Israel from then was basically in two forms. One, work permits. About 30,000 work permits were issued every day for Gazans to enter into Israel and to work in various jobs, even on October 6th. And the other way was, of course, with rockets, because the hostilities absolutely never ceased from Gaza since 2006. Israel fought several smaller wars with Gaza, but the state essentially developed a kind of modus tolerandi with the Gazans, part of which was related to over-reliance on technology, which was performed absolutely amazingly well. This is a photograph, of course, of the Iron Dome on the left, responding to rocket attacks from Gaza. But obviously, the Gazans were able to get around that with a low-tech solution on October 7th. And that was essentially a massive incursion into the state. I'm not going to go into the details. We're all deeply familiar with what happened on a terrible day. But perhaps some 3,000 Palestinians, roughly half of them complete civilians, not formally attached to any of the various factions, stormed into Israel and created absolute havoc. Even using the word pogrom is too limited to describe the atrocities that occurred on that terrible day. We're all familiar with this, and there's no real reason to review it any further. What we have experienced, however, is clearly directed primarily by Iran. Iran has a very controlling role in this, and it's quite nefarious. Iran is the primary funder of Hamas, which is especially ironic because Hamas is a Sunni movement and Iran is, of course, Shia, but the hatred of Israel is far more significant to all parties. They also fund Hezbollah, and Israel's, of course, at war now with Hezbollah in the north. In Lebanon, also having factions in Syria and in Iraq, and they're also funding the Houthis from far away in Yemen, who are even launching, unfortunately, for once even successfully, a deadly attack on Israel. The Houthis, by the way, bizarre kind of movement. This is their official government slogan. It reads, "God is great, death to America, death to Israel, a curse
What's
on
up,
the Jews,
ads?
victory to
You're
Islam."
my biggest fan.
So I think that pretty much sums up their central
You
philosophy.
tune in daily for 2
and
months.
how hate is
You watch your
at the core
sleep.
of the
Wow, you
society.
are my biggest fan.
But
I
perhaps
was gonna
more
say.
frightening
All right.
for us
You know
here
me really
in
well.
the diaspora
Doug, are
is
you
that
there?
Iran is behind
Come in my
quite a bit
fucking
of the
Discord.
international movement against Israel.
If
This
you've
is a
been
map,
watching
of
me for
course,
2
that
fucking
shows,
months, come to
all
fucking
of the,
Discord. Introduce yourself.
various pro-Palestine protests that
You
occurred
watch
at
me
many
while I sleep.
universities
You're
in North
amazing.
America and Europe.
Everybody
One of
loves
the,
you. Oh,
the
man.
dogs that does not bark,
You
by
gotta
the way,
be
is the
sick of
fact
robot
that
voices.
there's comparatively little
Doug, what in the fuck?
protest against Israel in many Arab states.
Bezos, you suck so much dick.
But
Your
many of
fucking
these
devices are the
protests and
worst.
other activities
I wouldn't
conducted
trust your
by
fucking dick went to
anti-Israel
go to
agents are clearly the
Tucson,
work
let
of a
alone
particular group
fucking
called Samidun,
space.
which is considered by many European countries a terrorist organization because of its deep ties with Iran, and they are clearly at the center of funding of many of these
All right, is it gonna work now?
There's a lot to say about other
Fuck yeah, it's
reasons
gonna
why
work.
people would want to get involved, but we can't avoid the central role of Iran. Also significantly, and this is especially frightening for me, this is a slide from the September issue of the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very well-respected poll conducted every month. It's a political poll designed primarily to measure the attitude of Americans towards upcoming elections and so on. But since October, they have been monitoring what people think about the war in the Middle East as a way of gauging its reflection on potential votes in 2024. And what I find frightening, if you look on the circle on the left, the question was, in this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? And this number is a pretty constant. 79% of Americans support Israel, which is comforting to some degree, but when you look at it in a different way, that means that 1 in 5 Americans actually supports a terrorist organization over a democratic ally of this country. It's still a very frightening number. That number has pretty much held true for the past year. But if you look at the chart below, which may be a little bit difficult to see, this breaks it down by ages. And people over, let's say, 45 are overwhelmingly in favor of Israel. 84%, 90%, 93%. But when you get younger than 35, the number drops precipitously. And this is the frightening thing. Americans between age 18 and 24, 41% of them support Hamas over Israel. When you think about that in the context of young people in college campuses today, young people in high schools today, public high schools, half of the people they talk to support Hamas over Israel. It's a very, very frightening environment. The implications of this for the future, of course, remain to be seen, although I will note that this number, thank God, has been slowly dropping over the past year. It was about 49% in October of 2023. It's now 41%. So perhaps younger people are beginning to get a little bit more educated about it, but it's still something for great concern. So let's take a minute to think about how Jews have historically responded to these things in the past. This is a page from a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859, where there was very, very heavy Russian state censorship by the Tsar. And the censor was obviously unhappy with the classic phrase in the Haggadah that says, in every generation, they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. Classic passage from the Haggadah. He felt that it's not appropriate for Russian Jews to read that even in our generation, the enlightened 1859, year of 1859, that there would be people who would want to harm us, not here in the paradise of Russian Tsar's empire. So therefore, he added in the little white circles, Hayu Omdim, they used to get up, no longer. But back in the distant past, we used to have this problem. And the Hakadosh Baruch Hu, not Matzilenu, the present tense, Hitzilanu. Back then, when we were, beleaguered, and we didn't have rights, then they used to help us out. But obviously, we look at this now, and it's funny because it's almost 200 years later, and obviously we still experience the same thing. And we have long had 3 basic strategies for how to deal with these things. I'm just going to sketch them out very briefly to remain within my time. They are, of course, the traditional tshuva, tefillah, and tzedakah. And this is my Russian matzor from around the same period. And you can see on the top is a couple of suggestions. Teshuva relates to tzom, to fasting. Tefillah, prayer, relates to kol, voice. And tzedakah, charity, relates obviously to money. So if we take a minute and look at each of these 3, you think about the great destruction after the first Roman-Jewish war that I began this presentation with. How did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to Beis Medrash. They came back to center. And they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get to Yavne v'chachamecha, and that's what we have to do. This is always the root meaning for us of tshuva is come back, get back to our center, and we've done that remarkably well over the past year. The statistics are just out the roof in terms of synagogue attendance, people attending shiurim, people joining, online classes, all kinds of things. And it's not just, the learned elites who are already learning at very high levels, like here at LPM. If you look at JSU, which is the Jewish student union that serves Jewish kids in public schools, their numbers are also up the roof. Last year, they served 14,500 students. This year, they served 18,500 students. And here's something that actually burned me. They even set up a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir, 7 a.m. for public school students because they can't get enough learning. Do we have a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir? I mean, this is coming out of public school. It's an amazing thing that kids will get up out of bed early to go learn Torah before they have to go to school. This is really our first strategy of tshuva. And when we feel overwhelmed with the tremendous amount of programming that we feel socially, I think in particular of Yitzhak Cardozo, who was a completely assimilated Jew in the 17th century, who had reached the heights of his career as a medical doctor and as a poet. And then once he was required to watch the public burning of some crypto Jews in Madrid, and it turned him right around. And he said, I can't do this. And he left his fame and his wealth, and he went to live in the ghetto of Venice. And he wrote a tremendous book there, Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellent qualities of the Jews. And there are many Jews who will turn their lives around as a result of October 7th. We just have to wait to see how that develops. When we look at tefillah, in the ancient Israel, we see so many examples of Jewish resilience. This is an aerial view of the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that was constructed in the 3rd century. And this is 200 years after the destruction of the temple. And you can see that in their synagogue floor, they've got a mosaic that harkens back to all the elements of the temple. They are returning to that center. They want to get back to the idea of tefillah as it was practiced then. And we see that so many things, the piyutim that we read so many of over Rosh Hashanah, we will read on Yom Kippur, they were also composed in the Byzantine era because the emperor had forbade Jews from studying Mishnah, and so they decided they would try to incorporate various teachings into the piyutim. These were created as a result of the pressure from the environment. And in fact, even the Talmud Yerushalmi was composed after a failed revolt in 352, and the result was that the Romans were cracking down even harder on the Jews, and as a result, they said, we have to start putting these things down on paper, and the basis of what we study every day really comes out of that moment of crisis. And one of the things that I especially appreciate is that we're not calling this the Simchat Torah massacre. It happened on Simchat Torah, but we're on October 7th. We are separating it out. It happened on October 7th. We will mark it, but we have, as Jews, a perennial cheerfulness and optimism. That is perhaps built into our DNA. That even though we are experiencing tragedy now and we're memorializing our dead, we nevertheless have a deep-seated confidence that we will dance again. And finally, tzedakah. This area of Jewish activities have been absolutely phenomenal. Projects like Boots for Israel, when all of a sudden Jews in America realized, here actually in the tri-state area, realized that the IDF doesn't even have enough boots for all the soldiers that rush in to volunteer. Between October and January, they collected 10,000 pairs of boots, $850,000 worth of boots, and shipped them all off to Israel. Soldiers suggested they might like tzitzis, maybe for the first time in their lives. And so seminaries and yeshivas all dived in and all began tying tzitzis on combat greens so that, the soldiers can wear them. I'm sure many of you have maybe seen the Instagram clips of soldiers receiving their first pair of tzitzis and literally dancing around their barracks wearing them because they felt like they really had true armor on. And organizations like Simcha Points that used innovation to say, we should be collecting people's unused airline points to provide opportunities for Jews to fly and experience simchas, as well as the other, life-saving surgeries and things like that they need. These are all elements of tzedakah, more of tzedakah sheba guf than tzedakah sheba mammon in many cases, but nevertheless, this is a Jewish response of tzedakah. So I'd like to close now with just another thought about October 7th, but not October 7th, 2023, but an early October 7th. One of the virtues of the profession of being a historian is that sometimes dates get seared in their memory. And when I read about October 7th, 2023, I remembered October 7th, 1944, which was the great uprising in Auschwitz, when a group of the most degraded, most lowly Jews rose up and actually destroyed two of the crematoria. One of those rebels was the man shown here, Zalman Gradowski. He was a member of the so-called Sonderkommando. These were people who were given the awful task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers and transferring the bodies to the crematoria for disposal. And he did this day in and day out, including to members of his own family and his own community. And every single night, he would come back to his barracks and he would recite Kaddish for all the people that he had to burn that day in and day out. He was also something of a poet, and he decided to write down everything that he had seen in Auschwitz during those terrible years. And he literally, before the uprising on October 7th, he buried them in the ashes of the burned Jews, because he said, surely archaeologists will come and they will dig up this place to find the truth of what happened here, and they will find my writings. And in fact, Tachava, they were found. And I'd like to read you one passage from an incident that happened in March. The Nazis had brought together a group of Czech Jewish women, and they wanted to launch a demonstration of the efficacy of Zyklon B, the poison that was used to gas them to death. And they had all these young women gathered in a single room, and they all stood there, the Nazis in their uniforms, looking at these women in their last moments before their lives. And Gradowski records, in the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that they're in the bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in song? And the women began to sing. The melody does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Hatikva. And this is something that the Nazis didn't understand, Hamas evidently does not plan as well. We are fundamentally a people of hope. We are a people of Tikva. We believe in the ultimate messianic redemption of the world. We believe there is a plan, and we are following that plan. And so while the Nazis are following the same path of Vespasian with the Judea Capta, I want to conclude with just one more medallion. In 1959, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of Israel, the government elected to have a competition to find a design for a coin that would commemorate 10 years of statehood. And someone came up with this design to mimic the Judea Capta coin. And does a very good job. You can see there's like the Roman soldier there, and the balsam pine, and the despondent woman as if she is saying Takanun. But that's the obverse. On the front side, it said, Israel liberata, Israel redeemed. And in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a young Jewish woman playing with her infant child. And in the place of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree. And that's fundamentally at the heart of our response. It's fundamentally how we will move forward past October 7th. We will remember that we are a people with a future, and it's up to us to follow that trajectory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello. This video was intended as a brief open letter to Jewish participants in anti-Israel protests. Perhaps you saw the video I composed a few months ago after October 7th. I certainly received a lot of feedback, positive and negative, and I received a lot of messages from many of you who were struggling with some of the issues that we discussed briefly in that video. And I'd like to revisit some of those issues with you right now, specifically in the context of the riots in Amsterdam, which have been most appropriately called a pogrom. And I don't use that word very lightly. Basically, let's take a minute to talk about what happened, what we know so far. I'd like to place that within some historical significance, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about the contemporary significance and really what I think this means for you and what I would encourage you to think about. Specifically, last night after a soccer game and 2 days before the anniversary of Kristallnacht, a major pogrom that occurred right on the eve of the Holocaust, there was a massive attack on Jewish and Israeli soccer fans after an Israeli team played in Amsterdam. European soccer fans are not known for their reticence to engage in profanity and chants against teams they don't like, and occasionally engage in violence. So in a certain way, this is within the culture of European soccer, football, perhaps not a very nice aspect of that culture, but it's one that they've been challenged to control for many, many years. But this specific incident of violence was clearly qualitatively and quantitatively quite different. Basically, after the game ended, gangs of thugs arranged to ambush Jewish and Israeli soccer supporters as they came out of, trams and at certain corners and at certain main streets and things like that. There is some evidence that there was some premeditation, some planning, and perhaps involving people riding around on scooters and identifying Jews who had been photographed at the stadium, perhaps involving taxi drivers. We'll see as the investigation goes out exactly how this came to pass. But in the end, roughly 10 Jews and Israelis were hospitalized. About 60 people were arrested. And Israel even took the extreme measure of sending rescue planes to Amsterdam to bring back the soccer fans that had gone there to watch a game. There's no question that the intended victims of these attacks were Jews and Israelis. The visuals are horrible, with crowds of people, sometimes armed with bats and even knives, attacking small groups of Jews and Israelis, Jews and Israelis being run over by cars. And I think one of the most gripping videos in some ways was when a young man was cornered and he did not know how to speak Dutch or English, and so they challenged him because they thought he was Jewish or Israeli. But when he was able to produce his passport and identify himself as a Ukrainian, they left him alone. So this is clearly directed at Jews and Israelis. And you can follow the news and go on your favorite social media feeds, and you will see a lot of discussion about that. Now, why is this historically significant? On one level, it's not, because this type of violence against Jews is something which has a long and hoary past. It goes way, way back into the ancient period where there have been these kinds of mob attacks, hence the use of the word pogrom, which was developed at the turn of the 20th century. Amsterdam is a little unusual because, historically speaking, Amsterdam is generally a very tolerant society, known for its liberalism, known for its kindness to its Jewish minority. Amsterdam developed as a very, very important center of Jewish scholarship in the 17th century in particular. And a lot of this has to do with the cultural orientation of the Netherlands, which is expressed in this Dutch word gedogen, which basically means kind of like, if it's not bothering anyone, just let them do what they're going to do. A kind of a tolerance, kind of mind your own business attitude that required social cohesion, literally in order to keep the canals and dikes working so that Netherlands could literally be above sea level. There are some remarkable moments of tremendous friendship with the Jews, such as, for example, the dock workers' strike of February 1941, when, in the only example of this from the entire Holocaust, you have an entire industry rising up and protesting specifically the Nazi treatment of Jews. It turned out to be unsuccessful as the Nazis, acted with tremendous repression and shut it down within days, but nevertheless, it was symbolically very important. There have, of course, been very dark moments in the history of Amsterdam's treatment of its Jews, most significantly during the Holocaust, as was captured by Amsterdam's most famous Jewish resident, young Anne Frank, who lived in hiding with her family from the Nazis for several years until they were finally betrayed, and she was sent to her death at age 15 at Bergen-Belsen. So, on the one level, this is not historically significant because pogroms have happened for a very, very long time in Europe, in the Americas, and so on. But on another level, it is surprising perhaps to see Amsterdam, especially with its long tradition of tolerance. Now, let's take it, though, to the contemporary period and why I think it's so significant that I want to talk to you about it. Except for the fact that it occurs in 2024, it's not especially surprising. There may be some unusual aspects to this violence that we don't know about yet. It would not surprise me, for example, that as the investigations continue, they may find that there was some nefarious involvement of state actors, like even Iran, which has a very long history of sponsoring anti-Jewish and anti-Israel terror throughout the world. Hezbollah in particular has been involved with that. But why I see this as so important is because this incident is a very clear indication that we have formally moved into a new period of Jew hatred. You may have watched some of my other videos in which I walk through the history of Jew hatred as an ideology. It moves from xenophobia during the classic Greco-Roman period, then into Christian anti-Judaism during the period of the separation of Christianity from the mother religion of Judaism. Then it goes into medieval Jew hatred, where you have the developments of pathological ideas like the blood libel and so on. And then in the 19th century, you have this shift to modern anti-Semitism, which held sway for a little over 100 years, in which Jews were primarily criticized as being involved in some kind of global conspiracy based on a racial concept of Judaism. And that's basically where we were really up until October 7th. But now we are in distinctly a new period. It has been percolating for some time prior to October 7th, but now it is anti-Israelism, that Jews are attacked on the grounds that they are associated with Israel. Now, recognize that violence against Jews is never like sort of marketed as, hey, let's just go hurt Jews. That would be something that very few people of goodwill could get behind. You know, there has to be another reason for it. The Jews killed Christ, or the Jews killed Christian children for their blood, crazy things like that. The Jews are communists, the Jews are capitalists. Those are all the justifications that are used for simple anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. Now, however, the main excuse for anti-Jewish violence is Israel. And this is something that has shifted significantly. I happen to be just coming back from France, and I picked up this great book by Delphine Horviller, who's a very important liberal Jewish thinker in France. In this very brief book, which I really hope will find an English translator soon because it is very powerful. The title of the book is hard to capture well in English. Basically, it says, you know, what's bothering you? Why aren't you okay? Conversations after the 7th of October. And she captures, really in very pithy prose, how Jews have been feeling since October 7th, how things have changed for Jews. It's written in a series of conversations with her deceased grandparents as she reaches back in history, trying to understand the contemporary time. Conversations with many other people, again, fictionalized to try and express this sort of malaise. And in one of the most fascinating discussions, which I think is of especially relevance to you, she talks with some anti-racists. You know, we would call them maybe Antifa today, I don't know. But she talks with people who are otherwise, you know, very liberal and tolerant and wanting to, like, you know, quash any kind of racial prejudice. And she asks them essentially, like, you know, what's motivating you to be anti-Semitic, to be anti-Jewish? And the imaginary response is to say, oh no, say the good souls, it's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism. We have nothing against Jewish children. We only have an animus towards Israeli children. And the response is, oh, well, of course, that's different. They are certainly to blame, right? They're certainly culpable, these Israeli children. I mean, do you hear how absurd this sounds? And when we contemplate what's going on in Israel, it's very difficult. It is complicated. There's a tremendous amount of suffering in Gaza, no question. And at the root of it is the kidnapping of people like the Bibas brothers, who were aged 9 months and 4 years old when they were kidnapped. Now it's 399 days into this war, and they're still being held hostage. So what does this have to do with you, and why am I talking to you about this? I want to express that I have phenomenal respect and regard and admiration for you. You are motivated by the same spirit that motivated the prophets Isaiah and Amos, that you want to see justice done. And in fact, you are the inheritors of that prophetic tradition on a genetic level, not only on an intellectual and spiritual level. But I want you to understand that the Jewish opposition to the abuse of authority is intrinsic to the Jewish heritage, and it is vigorously exercised in modern Israeli democracy. And there is a place, a very hallowed place, for your objections to Israeli policies, whatever they may be. And in your opposition, you may proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with many other Jews and many other Israelis, both Arab and Jewish Israelis, because this is the nature of the Israeli democracy. It is certainly not uniform. But please, I would hope that you would take some time to think about where you are standing right now. Who are the people who are on your left and on your right? Are they the people who chant, globalize the Intifada? Because Amsterdam is an example of the globalization of the Intifada. Are they people who say resistance by any means? Because attacking soccer fans is resistance by any means. Amsterdam and the violence that occurred there is the next logical step to those kinds of slogans and statements. And I'm speaking to you as a fellow Jew. Please reconsider where you are registering your protest. I'm not asking you to shut down your protest. I'm not asking you to reconsider your positions. You can do that all on your own. But please think about who are your fellow travelers. Thank you very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm right now in Jerusalem, and I'm standing on the balcony of my hotel, and you can see the new city behind me. It's so amazing to be back in this country that is, as Herzl put it, old and new at the same time. You can see there's a construction site going on right behind me, and this is just, it's such a resilient society, steeped in an ancient tradition, at the same time rejoicing in a modern future. I'm delighted to be here in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, speaking to many yeshivot about the tremendous value of studying at our institution, mostly Americans who are returning back to America after their yeshiva studies here. And, you know, what a privilege it is. I'm seeing so much strength in society here after a brutalizing year of horrific conflict, which is still ongoing. Everywhere you go, you see all kinds of posters and signs demanding the return of the hostages. On the buses, you see the slogan, B'yachad Ninatzeach, together we will win. And this is society determined to bring back all of the hostages and to return to a level of peace with their neighbors, especially given the tumult that's happened in the last few days. But I want to say that I'm so grateful to the many supporters that we've had around the world. I want to especially call out Larry Brent, who is at the Kingsley United Methodist Church in Springfield, Missouri, and his grandson Ian, who have been supporters for decades of Israel and of the study of Jewish history. And, you know, we're really grateful that we are not completely alone in these very difficult struggles. But as you can see from the cityscape of the New Jerusalem behind me, this is a country that has a long and storied future ahead of us. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing visit to the state of Israel. I was there in my capacity as Dean of Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, speaking at largely English-speaking yeshivot to students mainly from America, but also from Canada, the UK, and other places who are interested in returning to the United States and taking a degree here at our college. And while I was there, I had the phenomenal, wonderful experience of seeing my sons who now live in the land of Israel. And while we were traveling on one particular highway, and I was commenting on the incredible prevalence of the yellow ribbon everywhere, sometimes in monumental forms like this example here, where they have all over the state of Israel these yellow ribbons. And while I was speaking with my sons in the car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow ribbon. So I thought I'd take a minute to talk to all of you about it, in case there are those of you who were born, let's say, after 1970, who may not be familiar with the famous song associated with it and the unusual Jewish element to that backstory. So looking at the state of Israel, this yellow ribbon symbolizes a national solidarity with the Chatufim, the kidnapped ones, the 100-odd people who still remain trapped in Gaza by Hamas after their attack on October 7th. These people, many of whom are children. There are children under the age of 5 who were kidnapped, who are still not returned. So as a symbol of solidarity, you see the yellow ribbon everywhere. I myself picked up some of these yellow ribbon lapel pins, and the color yellow is especially important. Quite often you'll see it like with the yellow chairs, the empty seats that are placed in installations all over the land of Israel to remember the people who are not at the table. Really very, very moving and powerful kind of demonstration. So what is the story behind that color yellow, and specifically the yellow ribbon? So it is a very old tradition. It's been traced back to European colonists in pre-revolutionary America, and it seems to revolve around certain themes. One of the most important is the idea of women wearing yellow ribbons as a reminder of their loved ones who are far away, often taken off into war. It has a military context. The American military has adopted it as a symbol as well. And it was popularized in 1917 in particular by a song composed by George Norton. Here you can see the sheet music. Round her neck she wears a yellow ribbon for her lover who is fur away. And there are many different variations on the theme. In 1949, a film was made of this. She wore a yellow ribbon starring John Wayne. Really quite a fascinating kind of example of this notion expanding into popular culture, but again, very specifically with this military context. In 1973, the group Tony, Orlando, and Dawn came out with a song called Tie a Yellow Ribbon Round the Old Oak Tree. Once again, I apologize for people who are my age because this is such a massive cultural icon that everyone who is, older than, let's say, 40 probably remembers this song very well. It became the top song of 1973. It sold 3 million records in just 3 weeks and really cemented the idea of the yellow ribbon symbolism within the American mindset, at least. The storyline for that song, and I'm going to look at the lyrics shortly, appeared first in a 1961 Reader's Digest story, and later in a 1971 New York Post article, again with certain elements overlapping one over the other. It was, however, the lyrics of two Jewish songwriters from New Jersey, Irwin Levine, born 1938, and L. Russell Brown, who was born in 1948, that really captured a particular version of the story and something that I think everyone my age has basically memorized. Let's have a look at the lyrics and you'll get a sense of why this song was so popular. So he writes, I'm coming home, I've done my time. Now I've got to know what is and isn't mine. If you received my letter telling you I'd soon be free, it's hard for me to stop from actually singing, but you don't want me to sing. Then you'll know just what to do if you still want me. He's speaking, as it were, to his girlfriend, wife, we don't know for sure, saying that, listen, I'm coming back home from prison, and I don't know what our relationship is going to be like. I don't know if you're still hoping for me. I don't know if you've cut me out of your life, but I want you to leave a symbol for me. Then the chorus famously goes, tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree, It's been 3 long years. Do you still want me? If I don't see a ribbon round the old oak tree, I'll stay on the bus. Forget about us. Put the blame on me if I don't see a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. Right? That's the whole setting. Then, beautifully, the lyrics go, he speaks now to the bus driver, and he says, bus driver, please look for me, because I couldn't bear to see what I might see. I'm really still in prison, and my love, she holds the key. A simple yellow ribbon's what I need to set me free. Wow. So basically, he can't bear it. He's waited so long. He hasn't heard from his wife, apparently, or his girlfriend. And he's saying, I don't know what I'm going to see when we get up to the old oak tree. So he asked the bus driver to please tell him what he sees. Is there a sign that he's welcome after coming back from prison? And then the last verse goes, now the whole damn bus is cheering, and I can't believe I see 100 yellow ribbons round the old oak tree. And he finally is emerging from his prison, which is not a physical prison anymore, but still very much a mental and emotional prison. And he sees that his wife is still with him. His wife is still supporting him. His wife still wants him home. The song has occasionally been criticized as overly sentimental and even kind of schmaltzy. I don't think that's a fair criticism. What I think in the context of the permanence of this symbol of the yellow ribbon, it speaks to a very, very deep need of those of us who are yearning for the return of the Chatufim, to express how much we care about them, how deeply we are still connected to them, and that this current conflict cannot end until all of them are safe at home. I hope that this brief discussion of the Jewish backstory of the yellow ribbon contributes to a global sense of how urgent it is that those captives be returned immediately. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take a few minutes to go through a quick review of Gaza in Jewish history, just get a very basic sense of the long stretch of interaction between the people of Gaza and the Jews in various periods from antiquity to the present. First of all, where exactly is Gaza? You can see it here. I'm sure you've seen it on newscasts and on the internet. It's a little strip of land just on the southwest, 48 miles long or 45, and it's only about 3 to 4.5 miles wide, to 7 kilometers. It has a very long history. It goes all the way to the Bronze Age, where it was primarily an Egyptian base and an administrative center in the land of Canaan. That is well before the Jews appeared on the scene, the Israelites appeared on the scene. It was, under Joshua, as described in the Bible, assigned to the tribe of Judah, although it really remained under the control of the Canaanites, and then later under specifically the Philistines in the 12th century before the Common Era. The Philistines, in Hebrew the Pelishtim, are of course the etymological origins of the Palestinians today. That term Philistine in English, or Pelishtim in Hebrew, was later adopted by the Romans in their attempt to erase Jewish memory from the region, and they named the entire land Palestina. That's where the Arabs get the word Philistine from the Roman borrowing of this 12th century people living there. Of course, we have lots and lots of biblical stories about the conflict between the Pelishtim and the Jews. You have a look, for example, in the book of Samuel. It's constantly going back and forth. I think one of the most dramatic elements of Gaza specifically is the scene in which the judge Samson is taken captive and brought back to the temple of Dagon in Gaza, what would be, I guess, Gaza City today. And he is publicly humiliated. They didn't have social media back then, but they blinded him and they strapped him to the pillars of this temple. And he had this great prayer to God that he'd have strength one more time. And he pulled down the pillars of the temple and destroyed all the people in it. Useful required reading for Hamas right now. The region, although it was basically independent from areas under Israelite control, it was briefly conquered by King David, King Hezekiah, King Alexander Yanai in the Maccabean period, the Hashmonaiim, and even under King Herod. But the Talmud considers it as not technically part of the borders of the land of Israel. It's always been somewhat separate and recognized for its distinctiveness. That doesn't mean, however, that Jews did not live in Gaza. In fact, we have a very, very long history of Jews being in Gaza. We have some great archaeological discoveries, such as a synagogue there dating from the early 6th century of the Common Era. You can see that they have actually a representation of King David here, labeled in Hebrew. And it's clear that Jews lived in Gaza after the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. It tended to drop, the Jewish population dropped after the Crusaders entered in the 12th century, but basically began to grow again in the 14th through the 17th centuries. It was only in the 20th century when the Jewish population there finally disappeared, and that was primarily because of the uprisings in 1929, a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews in the Yishuv movement, that is before Israel became a state, and Jews decided to leave Gaza at that time. So when you get up to 1948, which is of course a crucial period in the history of the region, you have about 20,000 people living in Gaza. The vast majority of them are Muslims. There are only about 720 Christians. It was under the British mandate, and they had handed it over to the United Nations for a solution, and they came up with this kind of bizarre plan to divide what would become the state of Israel into 7 pieces. 3 of them would be Arab, 3 of them would be Jewish, and Jerusalem would be a international zone. As is well known, the Arab nations surrounding the future state of Israel refused to accept this UN plan, and they attacked. And this resulted in the very bloody War of Independence amazingly, the state of Israel was not only able to maintain itself, to not have all the Jews pushed into the sea, but they actually even consolidated their territory somewhat. Gaza, however, was left under Egyptian control. The Arab population of the Gaza Strip expanded tremendously as tens of thousands of Arabs fled the conflict and made their way into Gaza. So it expanded to about 88,000, and then after the armistice, it actually ballooned to 360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza Strip. It is a phenomenally overpopulated piece of land. There were 8 refugees camps set up in Gaza for these 1948-49 refugees, and they largely remain there to this day. The area is plagued by huge unemployment. Gazans were not allowed to work even in Egypt until 1952, and the unemployment rate was hovering around 50% at that time. Terrorist attacks from Gaza into Israel prompt Israel to briefly conquer the period in November of 1956, and then to retreat in 1957 once diplomatic arrangements were made. Unquestionably, however, the most significant date in the history of Gaza and its relations to the land of Israel is June of 1967, when the remarkable Six-Day War occurred. In 1967, Israel was preparing for a massive attack by the Arab armies that surrounded it, particularly from Egypt and from Syria. So they launched a preemptive strike, and largely using superior air power, they were able to expand the borders of the state of Israel dramatically, encompassing the entire Sinai Peninsula, the region that had been controlled by Jordan, called the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to the north. The Gaza Strip, of course, was also now part of the region that the state of Israel was responsible for. However, and this is really crucial, the state of Israel had to determine what it was going to do with these territories. Some territories were annexed, meaning they were made part of Israel permanently. That includes East Jerusalem, for obvious reasons, because that is the historical capital of the Jewish people, and the Golan Heights in the north, which had a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus and it also overlooks the Galilee from the other side. So controlling that was considered very significant. But the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip were not annexed. And they were rather occupied, and there was a lot of mixed thoughts in Israel about what to do about these territories. A large body of public opinion felt that now that Israel had really demonstrated that it was here to stay, then the Arabs would then come to the negotiating table and they would be able to exchange land for peace. Surprisingly, that did not happen. Until 1978, when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt made a very heroic gesture and essentially traveled to Israel, met with Menachem Begin, the prime minister, and together with the work of President Jimmy Carter, they hammered out the Camp David Accords in 1978. As part of the Camp David Accords, this is very important for our purposes, the entire Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt. So Israel controlled it from 67 till 78 and then gave it back in exchange for a peace with Egypt, which has basically held. There have been some moments of tension, including in our own times, but nevertheless, it's basically a peace that is held. But the thing is, Egypt did not want to take the Gaza Strip. By this point, in the late 1970s, Palestinian national sensibilities had grown significantly. They were associated with a lot of terrorist activities around the world, in airports, and at the Munich Olympics and so on, and the Egyptians simply didn't want to have anything to deal with it. And so Israel was kind of left holding the bag, forced to maintain this piece of territory with a very hostile population, with very poor employment, and with very poor economic prospects. Things looked a little better for the possibility of a two-state solution with the Oslo Accords in 1994 and 95, when the Palestinian Authority was established, which theoretically gave Palestinians a degree of self-rule within both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. However, that has failed to take sufficient hold for reasons which are beyond the scope of this narrow video. Ultimately, however, by 2005, the Israelis had realized that maintaining the Gaza Strip was militarily simply too costly, and that with the demographic imbalance, because the Gazans have very large families and there's an inverted age pyramid with a very, very young population there, and with continued unemployment, it would simply be untenable. And although there had been some very successful Jewish enterprises and settlements established within Gaza, in a period of tremendous national turmoil, Ariel Sharon ordered a disengagement, or simply a retreat from Gaza, and all of those Israeli settlements were removed. And what that meant was, from 2005, Gaza was technically independent. It was not part of Israel, and they could run their internal affairs however they liked. We will get to the blockade shortly. But the Gazans turned around, and between September and January, they had their elections, and they pushed out Fatah, which is the somewhat more mainstream Palestinian movement that is associated more now with the West Bank, and they elected Hamas, a organization recognized as a terrorist organization by most Western nations, including the United States, and Hamas has been in power ever since. So now Israel had a very, very difficult kind of situation. They had literally a terrorist state on their borders, a state that was dedicated to the destruction of Israel's very existence. And Israel had to figure out how they were going to have these very, very hostile neighbors. The blockade was intended to make sure that the Gazans under Hamas could not import weapons. And then later, so they could not import secondary materials that could be made into weapons. That has proved to be not very successful, because Hamas has taken much of the foreign aid that is poured into Gaza, humanitarian aid in many cases, and has diverted it to building more and more rockets. And in fact, rockets are the primary way in which Gaza interacted with Israel. That and the use of work permits. After 1967, there was actually a period of some prosperity for Gaza, as in an attempt to develop some kind of normalcy, some kind of relationship with this population, Israel allowed Gazans to work in the country, and they issued thousands upon thousands of work permits. In 1971, 32.7% of Gazans worked in Israel, and the unemployment rate was almost zero. By 1979, the number of Gazans working in Israel had risen to 42.4%. By 1996, it was at 46.1%. It was a steady increase of economic interrelationship between Israel and Gaza. The Gazans were largely working in menial labor and construction and things like that, but nevertheless, there was at least funds flowing into the region. In 1987, however, things exploded with the first Intifada, which was kind of a Palestinian expression of disgust at the lack of progress that they had made towards statehood. And Israel, responding to many of these violent demonstrations, began cutting down on the work permits. By 1993, the percentage of Gazans working in Israel had been reduced to 26.5%, basically half of what it was in 1986. But suicide attacks increased, and in 1994 and 1995, horrific bus bombings and things like that, orchestrated from Gaza, meant that the number of Gazans who were allowed to work in Israel reduced to 3.3%. Now, this is the part that I think is especially significant for what we're enduring today. According to what I think is some quite insightful reporting by Reuters, Israel is apparently caught off guard because they were kind of lulled into a sense of security, thinking that, hey, things were getting better. It looked like the Gazans were beginning to realize that, working for a living and building your home is much better than trying to destroy it with barbarism and with war. And in fact, the number of work permits that were given to Gazans was going to be increasing. And so Israel seems to have let its guard down, thinking that maybe we're slowly, like we are with many countries in the region, maybe we're finally getting to a normal kind of relationship, but that in fact was not the case, because Hamas was still in control. Hamas throughout this period has been launching rockets, particularly at cities in the south like Sderot, and with newer technologies beginning to reach further north like Tel Aviv and even Jerusalem. And although the Israelis countered with the development of a remarkable device, the Iron Dome, which is the equivalent of hitting a moving bullet with another bullet, that essentially blunted the impact of much of the rocket fire. But then the Gazans under Hamas began to use the strategy of kidnapping. In particular, Gilad Shalit was kidnapped in 2006, was held for 5 years, and because of the Israelis' vaunted opinion that no soldier should ever be left behind, they actually negotiated a controversial deal of releasing 1,027 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom had been jailed for violent terrorist crimes, in order to get back Gilad Shalit. And that's basically where we are today going into this particular conflict. Hamas has clearly learned that the Israelis are sensitive to kidnapping, that Israelis value their population, and that they want to get their people back. And all I can see from a historical perspective is that Hamas worships death and wants to increase the suffering of their population. Rather than pursuing the route of working towards prosperity, it seems that all of their energy is going to more and more bombs, more and more violence. I hope you found this video useful. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me begin this video with a few disclaimers. First of all, in accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I want to make sure that you understand this is a video of educational content. I'm just trying to discuss a historical phenomenon. It happens that it relates to the present day in many ways, and it has some graphic and disturbing images and discussion. Secondly, I want to give you a spoiler alert. If you looked at the title, I am going to say that anti-Zionism is basically a form of anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. If that disturbs you and you prefer not to listen, then just leave a nasty comment and then go watch something else. I would recommend something relaxing like kitten or puppy video, something like that. What I intend to do in this short video is, first of all, to discuss what it is we mean by the term Zionism. What exactly is that as a historical phenomenon? I will discuss some of the legitimate objections to Zionism that were especially prominent at the turn of the 20th century. And then I'm going to focus on the illegitimate objections that hide under the term anti-Zionism, but are basically just a veneer for old-time Jew hatred. I have discussed this in other videos and much more detail on the history of anti-Semitism in other videos, and I'll try to remember to put some links in the information box as to where you can find out more of that. The reason I'm returning to this topic now and discussing a little more detail is because, unfortunately, as we had feared, many of the most unpleasant and unfortunately violent aspects of the harmful rhetoric that is surrounding this debate has seeped out into the public space, and now we've had the horrific and sad murders of 2 young people in Washington, D.C. by a person who was reputed to have said afterwards, "Free Palestine." And we've also had a horrific attack on peaceful protesters in Boulder by a person who apparently tried to get a gun. Thank God his questionable immigration status prevented him from getting one, but he used homemade flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails instead and injured 22 people. And since the rhetoric is getting out of hand and is starting to cross over into violence, God willing, that was the end of it, but I think that would be optimistic. It's important for us to understand what exactly are we talking about when we refer to anti-Zionism. So let's begin by saying, what exactly is Zionism? Well, first of all, it's not a settler colonial movement. On the contrary, it is historically the most pro-indigenous movement ever in human history, which is why, ironically, so many First Nations in Canada, the Maori in New Zealand, and elsewhere support Zionism. You see that occasionally in the social media spaces. The Zionism refers to the age-old desire for Jews to return to their ancient homeland in the land of Israel. It is without doubt, the oldest movement of its nature in history. Now, as I will explain in a minute, the term Zionism with a capital Z was really coined in the context of the 20th century when it acquired a distinctly political overtone, and I'll come back to that. But historically speaking, this is something that goes all the way back to, at the very least, the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Jews were first exiled from the land of Yehuda, the southern part, central and southern part of what will be today the land of Israel, to Babylonia under King Nebuchadnezzar. And we see it recorded, for example, in the Bible all over the place, but Psalm 137 is perhaps the most powerfully statement of that yearning to return to the land of Israel. Just quoting here in English, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion, right? What is Zion or Zion? Zion is one of the hills of Jerusalem, and so it's come in the 20th century to represent this general desire to go back. Very powerful song. Now, in the 20th century, as I mentioned now twice, that's when Jews, particularly in Europe and especially in Eastern Europe, began to be affected by the nationalist movements that were growing at that time. And many peoples began to seek their opportunities to express themselves as national unit. There are lots of nationalities that were submerged within empires. For example, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, the Russian Empire had all kinds of non-Austrians or Hungarians, non-Germans, and non-Russians within them. And a lot of those peoples, the Czechs, the Ukrainians, the Slovaks, the Poles, and so many, wanted to form their own state. And so Zionism represented this movement that took hold of this age-old yearning to return to the land of Israel. And by the way, I should point out that the vast majority of Jews were living in diaspora at that time, and in fact had been for the last 15, 18 centuries. You had the bulk of the Jewish population living outside of Israel, but there was always a small population in the land of Israel itself throughout this entire period. So one can also make the argument the Jews actually never totally left the land of Israel. They always regarded Jerusalem as their eternal capital and were waiting to actually come back to it. It began to acquire this modern nationalist political tone, particularly under the leadership of Theodor Herzl, shown here, very famous leader of the World Zionist Organization that was established in 1897 and had significant success at motivating Jews around the world to contribute in a financial way to purchasing land in the land of Israel in order to eventually come back there. Herzl's particular strategy involved, negotiating with great powers to try and have some kind of diplomatic, dedication of the land to the Jewish people. This eventually was expressed after Herzl's death in the Balfour Declaration, when the British government said that they believe in the idea of the establishment of a Jewish homeland. We've talked about this in many other videos. Now, while Zionism was arguably the most popular of the various political expressions that were happening at this time, when Jews all over the world began, like many other peoples, to explore their political expression, it was certainly not universally approved by all Jews. There are many, many objections to Zionism, and there are three main groups of Jews who legitimately objected to Zionism at the time. The first were the ultra-Orthodox. This is based on a reading of the Talmud that essentially argues that the Jews, having been exiled from the land of Israel and having lost their sovereignty specifically way back in the ancient period, they were not allowed to go back to the land of Israel and establish a sovereign nation with a flag, with an army, with passports, with currency, all those things, until the arrival of the Messiah. And so there was a good core of ultra-Orthodox Jews in particular who felt that returning to the land of Israel and establishing a state there was inappropriate. Returning to the land of Israel, to live there, to pray there, to study there, very, very beautiful. But to establish a state, these ultra-Orthodox Jews said, no, that has to wait for the Messiah. Ultimately, this group was always a minority of the Jews overall. And again, various election results to indicate how Jews felt about this position, but nevertheless, it was a theologically principled argument. Today, we have a situation where half of the world's Jews have already demonstrated their commitment to Zionism by actually living in the land of Israel, and so only a tiny fringe of that ultra-Orthodox objection still remains. You will see them showing up at pro-Palestinian rallies, and they have been doing it consistently for many, many years, not just since October 7th. They're associated with groups like Neturei Karta, who are pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. And you can see them here. This is in a German protest, and they have a few non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say, authentic rabbis are opposed to Zionism. Here's a pro tip, by the way. If you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are, in fact, authentic. And it's especially difficult for most Jews to deal with this kind of thing because, as you can see, the other flags that are being represented here include, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that is dedicated to the idea. As you can see on their flag, they've got like a gun on the flag. They want to destroy Israel and the Jews who live there. I mean, it's just very offensive to most Jews to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough that they're wearing this kind of keffiyeh, talesim, and things like that. But anyways, that is nevertheless the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in a political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in Yiddish as the Bund. And this was a group that said, no. Zionism is a bad thing because it's going back in time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically a kind of a communist government. And so they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist section of the Bund. It survived to a certain degree in America as a Jewish workman's circle and so on. But that was also a principled opposition to Zionism on the basis that it was moving the opposite direction of what all society should go. This is why, social democrats tend to oppose Zionism, and there were Jewish social democrats at the turn of the 20th century as well. Finally, much smaller group, but still nevertheless significant in some ways, the so-called diaspora nationalists, who were led by Shimon Dubno and had some success in implementing their notion of the appropriate form of Jewish political expression in the interwar period in the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and also in short-lived Ukraine before it was taken over by the Russians. Dubno's vision of Jewish political expression argued that they should in fact be more invested in their own communities around the world and not seek to go and create a state. In Dubno's vision, he felt that existing as a diaspora community actually represented a more advanced form of social organization than statehood, and that the Jews were in a unique place to actually express that into the future. So you will see occasionally a kind of a diaspora nationalist objection to Zionism, but it was especially prominent in the 1920s. It faded away in the 1930s under the influence of integral nationalism and fascism and so on. Nevertheless, these are three principled oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still kind of like an idea as opposed to an actual expression in a state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically anti-Semitic about it, since I've just described to you three kind of reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although they're very hard to find in actual people today. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet. Just like the Jews are a very old people, antipathy to the Jews is also a very old phenomenon. But, we see it in much the same ways. And, when it happens, we recognize it. I'm thinking to myself, for example, how many times have I walked to synagogue on a Saturday and some car drives by and someone rolls down the window and yells, some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and they yell, Free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred of Jews, but I hope to demonstrate exactly how that's happening. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and then we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first form of antipathy to Jews is actually the most normal of them, the most kind of like human and understandable, and that's basically xenophobia. This is something we see in the ancient period among Greeks and Romans in particular. You see it in Greek and Roman literature, and it basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work one day a week, they were therefore considered slothful, because that was on the Sabbath. That was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans, and they just didn't understand it, so they assumed that Jews were lazy. Because Judaism requires, if you want to convert to Judaism, it requires a fairly high bar of commitment, for example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were, like self-selected and things like that. And so it basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the basic functions. So here's another one, for example. Jews keep kosher. And so if you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, hey, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and the Jew says, sorry, I can't eat that food. It's like, oh, what's wrong with you? How come you won't share with me? So that's just misunderstanding the reasons why they're not eating with you as a form of misanthropy, of hatred of other people. So this is something that happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't quite understand each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens, and it happens to all peoples. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism, and as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, or to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like sort of a granddaughter religion. But the relationship of the mother and the daughter is especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. Who are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, what is the Christian people? What does God think of this relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does he mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in an antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium of the Common Era. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews, which are just, mind-boggling and bizarre, like this crazy idea that Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual purpose. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when printing became popular, and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely, and unfortunately we are still dealing with this form of medieval Jew hatred as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believe was likely the final form, but that was optimistic, is what we would call today modern anti-Semitism. This is when the actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and, sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of scientific sounding term. And basically, the content of modern anti-Semitism represents the departure from the religious moorings of anti-Jewish hatred and placing it all on two basic ideas. One, that the Jews constitute a distinct race, separate from a religious confession, for example, or a national identification, but now they have some kind of quasi-scientific, permanent association with their very beings, their very bodies. And secondly, the idea of conspiracy theory. But the way this race works is that they are all connected in some grand, awful, diabolical plan to dominate the world. And that's basically where we were living from the 1880s through the entire Nazi period, through the late 20th century, up until recently. And finally, we come to this fifth form, anti-Zionism. What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections that we talked about earlier? And why is it fundamentally still hatred? Anti-Zionism is basically this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimacy to the modern state of Israel, saying that, unlike all other countries in the world, Israel somehow should not be allowed to exist, that it is based on fundamentally flawed, fatal flawed principles. That means that it is something that must be eradicated completely, something we don't say about Canada or England or any other state. We only say it about Israel. And secondly, anti-Zionism argues that all Jews, not just Israelis, but all Jews around the world are somehow equally culpable for establishing this so-called illegitimate state, that they are so-called complicit in this crime of Israel's existence. And that's really what this anti-Zionism is all about. So what I'd like to do now is to walk you through a few examples of how we see just how inappropriate and illogical and fundamentally hateful this argument is, and how it distinguishes itself from the earlier forms of opposition to Zionism that we can understand based on legitimate grounds, whether or not we agree with them. Let's take, for example, as a litmus test, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It's not, for me, it's not my favorite form of defining anti-Semitism, but it happens to be something that is in the news because a lot of political debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not this. But let's just use it as our litmus test. So if you look at where I pointed the arrow here, we should say clearly that criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is an anti-Semite, you would have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic, because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing. The Israeli Knesset, politics there, there's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments. So there's certainly no boundary in this definition that says that criticizing the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is off limits. There are, however, some things which go way beyond it, and that's what we really want to focus on. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. Let's look at some of them in detail and see why anti-Zionism really goes beyond the level of appropriate criticism of government and gets into anti-Semitism or Judaism. First of all, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Right? We sometimes call this Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why an anti-Semite might want to do that is because part of the reason why the need for a state of Israel is present is because of the genocidal attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of refuge for them. Okay, fine. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge that it's saying that it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Force because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you'd have to wipe out, you'd have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in the armed forces who come from other countries or have various, affinities for other countries. So we're going to set that one aside here. Anti-Zionism means denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. For example, by claiming that the existence of the State of Israel is a racist endeavor, meaning all other countries seeking to establish national homelands for their indigenous peoples, that is somehow okay, but for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as a national movement of the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN resolution that says that French nationalism, American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalism would be are somehow racist, but Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. Is a fundamentally flawed argument. As you can see from this map that indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that voted in favor it, probably primarily those who are deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, that you get a really the sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who objected to this particular resolution. Building on this idea of equating the Jewish national movement with racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, i.e. Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, and hold Israel to a different standard of what is acceptable. And we see this especially today, and you can see this in actually a rather brilliant article that was just published yesterday by Zach Goldberg in Tablet. And basically what Mr. Goldberg did was he went and looked at some of the major media resources, and he said, okay, how many times is the word genocide used in connection with, and then he identified, half a dozen odd recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. I won't go into the details of the separation between them. But as you can see, when you connect Israel to genocide, that's a phenomenally popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide and so on. When you say Israel and genocide in one sentence, you get a lot of hits, and so therefore that has suddenly become a tremendously popular thing in much of the media space. And he points out here, I'm going to actually read a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it would constitute a striking historical outlier, perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking hostages, the first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of its purported victims, and potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted group's combatants have deliberately embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might plausibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victimhood, specifically with Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms. Israel's military campaign, having achieved its core objectives, would likely cease. And I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing, and my entire being rebels against it. But the
bottom line is there's so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages, and hardly anyone saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages. You murdered many of them. You still have 20 of them. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas and saying, force them to release the hostages, and the violence will cease? That's something that still bothers my mind. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis. Lots of examples of this, very offensive metaphors of Jews or Israelis drinking blood, harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to Nazis. That happens everywhere, all the time. You know, you see a swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time. If it wasn't Israel, there was other things, such as the horrific massacres at the Tree of Life synagogue that occurred actually before October 7th. But of course, we see it today in the terrifying murder of 2 Israeli staffers walking out of a museum in Washington, or the horrible attack on the peaceful protesters in Boulder. Okay, I hope this video sort of explains, what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred. That yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the state of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by allying yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, you may be buying into a much larger agenda than you're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video is useful to you, and I hope that we see an end to the violence, a return of the hostages immediately to their families, and the cessation of all of the attacks and suffering. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been conducting research for the upcoming Rome cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That even though it's not dealing with the Rome material, it's in a very close by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will be going to, God willing, next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading one volume study of French Jewry by Esther Ben-Bassa, a fascinating historian who is also a politician. She is a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonnes. I chased down an article by Anne Zink on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonnes, you can see where it is here, sort of like perched on the very western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of that story, and I'll return to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. And let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from, and France is not unified like it is today. There are different, territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182, and then invited back, and it goes through expelled again, and several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, there's a region that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century.
However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows the so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese New Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of that country. And many of them made their way to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit. And many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border. And there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto-Jews. They used to be called Marranos, which is in itself a derogatory term meaning swine. So crypto-Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger Catholic population. There are those who deeply, deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety and living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other crypto Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. We know that the Jews were useful. Like, look at this chart here. You can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them were impoverished. Almost all of them were, producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live. Banking and small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Saint-Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic, so they're involved in all kinds of things, in wool sales, in chocolate, in tobacco, and you name it, all kinds of soap, they're making soap, all kinds of things are going on there, and they are definitely very useful to the economy. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese New Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews, including crypto-Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings, like in Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, really interesting, in Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there are openly referred to as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or even Jews, reflects a reality that was developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner by Anne Zick, who really went down to localize archives demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. They employ a Paris priest to serve as a kind of go-between, to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own hereditary rights, and they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you have in a much more well-developed area in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flouting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own real estate. They don't have to wear the ruelle, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have, an incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that we can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing things that happened at the end of the 1700s. But they were the descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? The generation is about 25 years. That's 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity for 12 generations? And if you want to say that the Jews were sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance here in Bordeaux and Bayonne. Much greater, I would think, in many ways, than the same convivencia that you see in the south of Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Can you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne Zink really drives home in her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly invented. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on, can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, hey, France is going to be Judenrein. They're going to be completely Catholic. Of course, France had a lot of difficulties with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are praying to all kinds of different agendas and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you can have real humanity expressed itself. The non-Jewish population of Bordeaux and Bayonne saw the Jews during the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they're linguistically very well adapted, that, looking at Anne Zink's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto-Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and yet find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to visit it. Thank you very much for watching this video.
Well, it just makes sense, man. If you got everybody just want to have a career, and if you can't focus on your career.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research, as I prepare for another Kosher River cruise in France, this time in Bordeaux, in the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to the liturgy. Many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because so many events and experiences experiences of the Jewish people are layered into the fabric of the prayer book. And as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the book of Gerard Nahon. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which he's been studying all his life. And his family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne, and he taught at many universities. And Nahon is especially associated with L'École Pratique des Hautes Études. He was a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Juifs et Judaïsme à Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So here's what it is. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? It's certainly lost in the sands of time because by the time we first get records of Jews, they aren't referring to their settlement. These are referring to Jews that have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rue Judaica, or Rue Juive, the Jewish street. And if you look at this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille Jullian in 1890, who presumed that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see that, in fact, it does have the name Aster, which is, in fact, a Roman equivalent of the name Esther. We know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up for Claudia Esther, who was one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Aster is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classically Jewish symbol. The seven-branch menorah in particular really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early, and it's very popular in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Julien argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahon says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belonged to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong his argument is personally, because why wouldn't it say Asterius? Although those last three letters kind of indicates like a nominative case. It really should be in the ring itself, unless it's a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking the 500s. We know that there were Jews already living there at this time. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the year 333 or 334. And it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years. That's where most of his stuff happens. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in the Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks and talks and talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Hiskiyahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely in passing because he was going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggested, maybe this guy's actually a Yid. Maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim but he left this very rare travelogue, and that's how we have it today. And it was a mistake to ascribe it to a Christian. At any rate, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is this Behu Rachum prayer, which is well known in particular to men and women who pray the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tachanun, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayers, the Shemona Esrei or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Beit Din sits, that is the court of Jewish law sits, so this happens also in heaven, and therefore it requires additional prayers, to expiate our sins. So that's basically what this Tachanun prayer is. And there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called Behu Rachum, which is the first two words, and it means, and he is merciful, meaning God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Otzar Tfilos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, but not too much discussion there. And they composed this prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in the regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahon brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troyes, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Menachem named Yehuda Bar Eliezer Tzvi records the actual story that occurred much earlier. So we're definitely now talking in the realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. So the story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders, and he puts no skipper on them, and he just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy in kosher river cruises, let me tell you. At any rate, according to the legend, which has been recorded from the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Arles, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got to Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine geographically, because really you would have had to go all the way around Spain to enter from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legend anyhow. And the Jews disembarked there, and they established really early settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul. It would have been a Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in this 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux, and originally he treated the Jews very well, but then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and he began to persecute them. And so there were 2 brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel adds a degree of verisimilitude to the whole story. But at any rate, these 3 people get together, and they each compose a section of a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies a horrible death. After this, the prayer was considered so successful, and actually it is very beautiful. I will tell you that, we tend to rush through it because nobody likes saying Tachanun. It's very sad kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautifully written. So I actually enjoy it when I have plenty of time to daven. This prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures, and it is included and appreciated to its very deep. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise to this really unusual part of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating sort of travel log taking a pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I had come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Burdigalense or Itinerarium Burdigala usque Jerusalem. Meaning the Bordeaux itinerary or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes, really, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. Meaning you got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights if you're traveling by donkey or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you have like horse rental, horse rental, stopping in places, switching horses, and things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over, but 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. Here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and with several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this, like change at Stomatai, leagues 7, change at Senone, leagues 9, city of Astates, leagues 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land of Israel, and then of course there's a lot more detailed information about what to see in connection to the Bible and things like that. So that's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things associated. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible? Or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was the time when there was a huge kind of like quote unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There's a lot more, fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople coming and saying I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle adversus Judaeus tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time, perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites? These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he's one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi and he served as a chaplain and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Khalil. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote, a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of the land of Israel. Huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take this itinerary at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in the Christian scriptures, why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making his way around Israel and then just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and then spend time in Jerusalem? Important question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially events that occurred to particular kings, as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars preceding Klein, and he quotes them in his article on this topic, suggest that perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation, who was of Jewish ethnicity, but was practicing Christianity. And there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time we get to the 4th century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinating, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures, but to Jewish legend. Both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in the Jewish community. Is it not possible, asks Professor Klein, that the pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but they're going to add stuff. They could have added so much more stuff. Why only add a few toss-away references? What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux. And they had made this itinerary, and he pulled material from them into it. Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the 1st century, but we have only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of the itinerary because there's significant Jewish populations in Bordeaux and Lyon at this time. You know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Menachem Ish Galia. Rabbi Menachem, the man of Gallia, that is, of course, Roman France. That's what I mentioned in Tosefta of Herodin. There is a Rabbi Yudan Dimin Gallia, Rabbi Yudan from Gallia, and he's mentioned in Sikta de Rav Kahana. These are all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there that so much so that they would produce at least these two figures who were cited in very, very ancient times. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution and thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing, that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. And I think that is absolutely. Thank you very much for watching this tutorial. I'm so glad there are other people who find this stuff so interesting.
It's all top down. It all comes down to the attitudes of the people on the bus. It's like, oh, but you gotta show up at a random. No, I don't do that all here.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the beautiful River Valley of Kosher River Pages. It's so fascinating to see evidence of crypto-Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, God willing, we're going to go to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history and heritage in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I'm going to have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterios, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time we get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have geography. You have a place called Mont Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street, and a port is called Porte des Juifs, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rashi, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population living there. Where they came from exactly is not clear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. The first of them was in 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control. It was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless, impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300-odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, being attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So
If we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession in 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how can you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just, tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish communities could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion, and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous, or the price is too high, and then they could flee. So it seems that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pasteurs. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096, so this is like a century after the First Crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and the Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe. Particularly because if the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel, well, a lot of locals or populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pasteur uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated with cash-bearing industries like money lending, like minting, like craft, silver, goldsmith, things like that. And so they were a favored target by the Pasteurs, and they suffered horribly in that year 1320. The upper church, and the Pope in particular, defended the Jews, like they did with blood libels and things like that, saying this is not right, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, when the Pasteur had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament meant that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. A lot of sad stories about that, but I won't get off track. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time Judenrein, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially crypto-Jews, who had been making their way up to Bordeaux from the 15th century and on. Again, you'll recall that in Spain, there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to regard themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians or conversos, sometimes called Marranos, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites, the New World, Brazil in particular, and also just across the Pyrenees Mountains, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux, identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately as Jews. That combines with the sort of contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as, these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they are married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese, even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France. They are openly living as Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and the Comté de Messin, which are regions that were controlled directly by the popes rather than the French kings. And so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. And over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux: the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Comté de Messin Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have their own ritual, they're Provençal. But you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right, schools. They set up people cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick. They set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews from Avignon claimed similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been new Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which is where I'm going to cut off this year, we're going to enter into the modern world and some amazing things that affect Bordeaux Jews at this time. You have 2,131 Jews living in Bordeaux. 1,651 of them were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazic lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all kinds of different strands of thought coming in. I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to join me. Thank you very much for watching this video.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just gotta be real careful with you, Chris.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in the year 1755 when a great scholar named Chida met another remarkable scholar from Bordeaux. It's a really fascinating story, and it's got a little bit of humor. Here it is. So first of all, who was the Chida? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai. He was an incredibly important scholar who lived in the years 1724 to 1806. I've actually studied personally many of his books, and one of his books I've actually read multiple times. He's a great encyclopedic scholar, tremendous special interest in manuscripts, and fascinating. Now, the reason that he's especially useful for us is because in the year 1753, when he was in his 30s, he was asked by the community of Hebron, he lived in Israel, he was asked by the community of Hebron to make a circuit through some of the larger communities, particularly in Europe, to collect money for this struggling community. And so he did this. He went and he became like a meshulach, as it were, a messenger to collect funds for the yeshiva in Hebron in particular. He ended up being especially good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his many travels, he wrote down a travelogue, which is called Magal Tov. It is one of the most remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century, which also produced a whole series of amazing documents. But this book, Magal Tov, is just, first of all, it fits within a long history of Jews going on trips and describing them everywhere from Benjamin of Tudela to, you know, your Aunt Sadie going to Boca and writing about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing faraway places, and the Chida does it phenomenally. He writes with a sense of adventure and with curiosity, and he provides all kinds of fascinating details, many of them really quite scurrilous. It's really surprising. It's quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the kind of stresses they have going on. And it's a remarkably important source for understanding of the nature of Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a great, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading his standard rabbinic books. But in Magal Tov, this really comes out right. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Bordeaux this November. And he has a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he had with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew whose name was Jacob Rodriguez Herrera, also known as Herrera. He was born in 1715, a rough contemporary of the Chida, and he lived until 1780. His story is, like many Bordelais Jews, he came from Spanish-Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother picked up and fled Portugal, and they ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted Judaism. Jacob at this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptismal name of Francisco, and that's when he became Jacob. He had a brilliant creative mind, in many ways a lot like the Chida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background, he didn't have the advantage of that kind of training. But he invented all kinds of fascinating things. Like, he's considered one of the fathers of modern computing because in the 1700s he invented an early calculator, a mechanical calculator. He met people from Tahiti who were traveling Bordeaux, you recall, as a port, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Tahiti. He was an engineer. He designed a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed on transatlantic voyages. Really, really fascinating things. He was an educator, and he was also, not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community in Bordeaux in particular. We'll talk about that in another video. But he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Bordeaux for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded, well-revered figure. His main claim to fame, however, was that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute how to speak. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques before King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of £800. And he was a big hero for inventing this particular method of using finger shapes to represent sounds. He wrote about this in a book in 1778 entitled Observations sur les sourds de muettes, which was published by the Académie Royale des Sciences, observations on those who are deaf and mute. Absolutely fascinating. Now, in his travels, the Chida went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in the year 5515, which corresponds to July 20th, 1755. And the Chida was just overwhelmed with these. You can imagine that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you from this passage of their meeting, because it's really quite fascinating. I should mention that Magal Tov is really quite an amazing book. It's been published many times in Hebrew in the original. There's a very, very hard to find English translation, which of course we have at Torah University Library, translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman. He published it in 1997. Now listen to this little incident. Now, an astounding thing of wisdom did the said Senor Jacob relate to me. With his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf-mute, to whom the sages refer, and this is interesting because in the Talmud, a person who is both deaf and mute is considered an invalid in all kinds of ways, not only in terms of the obvious disability, but also in terms of legal agency and so on. And there's a question about the level of intelligence and so on. And Professor Pereira really changed that tonight. Let's go back here. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception, meaning he never was able to speak from birth, and bring him to a state of speaking whereby he could reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him in writing, for yes, yes, and for no, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy language. He's teaching Jewish deaf youth kids to be able to write in Hebrew as well. And with his mouth, he read in the books of both languages. Amazing achievements. And he could understand Tanakh. He could understand the Bible. And he, Rodriguez, was also competent. And he gave with them signs on the joints of his fingers, right? These are the fingers. And each joint he made as a sign for one letter. And when he wanted to speak with them, with great celerity, would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letters of the word he desired. And the mute person, after much practice, straightway understood his question and would reply. And now with my own